Awesome. Goose goes. That's a good flop.
Hello once again, welcome to Dublin and the Irish Open 2024, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's day 4, it's the final day of the main event here at the RDS. 14 players returning, playing down to a champion, a winner who will receive the trophy and the first prize of more than 415,000 euros. It's James Hartigan, rejoined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And also joined by the 2017 Irish Open champion, Griffin Bencher.
That's me. How's everyone doing?
We are doing well, Griff, and these are the top 10 stacks. It's not often you look at a top 10 and see a player with just 19 big blinds, but things are getting a little bit shallow right now. We were trying to get down to a final table last night. We got down to 2 tables. We got down to 14. The widget predicted 12.9, so it was only 1.1 players out.
The widget is good at what it does, and yeah, we are dealing with some, middling stacks. Usually we will see something like in the 70 to 100 range in the final 2 tables, but right here, just 50 big blinds up top. It can change very quickly. I mean, Parkinson doubles through, the 3rd place in chips, he'll become 3rd. So it's a lot of movement expected today.
Very excited to see lots of big names from the Irish poker scene still in the tournament, including Padraig Parkinson, Joe, the man, the myth, the legend.
I can't believe it. I mean, it seems like someone that just is going to show up, make an appearance, maybe make a couple of jokes on the featured table, and then sort of fade into the win. But nope, still kicking. And
one thing we were discussing yesterday, and I appreciate you couldn't be part of the coverage yesterday, and not sure how long you can stay today because you're still a little bit peaky.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. My word vomit might turn into actual vomit today is all I'm saying.
So yesterday we were saying that Barney created a great narrative, right, with an OG winning the first EPT of the year. Can we have another late night poker alumni, Padraig Parkinson, take down the Irish Open and keep that narrative going?
Year of the OGs.
I mean, anything is possible at this point where I see how shallow the biggest stacks are.
Yes.
It's certainly going to increase variance.
Yes. Yeah, and maybe benefit, players that aren't going to, be as studied in certain deeper stack spots.
So for the time being, we'll keep the same lineup we had yesterday on the main stage, same feature table as last night, headlined by Padraig Parkinson. Just verifying the chip counts of all 14 players before the start of play as we check in on the prize money. And this is what they'll be playing for at the final table. Of course, that will necessitate the final redraw of the tournament, Griffin. They'll draw for seats around the final table, and then we'll get going again. And yeah, huge money jumps with every elimination. And with the stacks being shallow, ICM handcuffing is going to be a big thing today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the jump from 9th to 1st place, very significant, but all the way up, it's, it really gets quite nice once you get into that 6-figure territory. So finding your way into that top 5 is going to be very important, and a lot of maneuvering is going to be going down.
The other day when I was walking in, I saw Padraig Parkinson had taken his table, and his wife was standing above him, fixing his hair. Give him a little one of these, like a little one of these. Yeah.
We can see what you're doing, but
at least I think it was his wife. It seemed to be like a black woman in her 20s.
So not sure how long it's going to take us to get to the final table. Not sure how long we're going to be playing today. Hopefully inside of 12 hours. But if you are itching to play some poker while watching the live coverage from Dublin, a reminder that in 2.5 hours' time, there is a special tournament on Stars, the Irish Poker Open live stream tournament, which has $2,000 in added value, 2K in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets added to the prize pool, which will be distributed to the top 130 finishers. Right now, we've got 59 players registered. Only $1.10 to play. Get in. Come get some. Starting at 3 o'clock local time. That is 10 a.m. Eastern time. Now, interestingly, you might see Aidan Quinlan walking around the room and not actually in his seat for the start of play. Aidan was given a 1-round penalty towards the end of play yesterday because he tabled his hand early, and they are sticklers for the rules here.
Was this an intentional tabling of the hand early or an accidental tabling of the hand early?
Unclear. Oliver Boyce among the players at the feature table who eliminated Adam McCullough. It was hashtag death by quads. McCullough got it in with kings against queens. Queen on the flop, queen on the river.
Since I missed most of the day yesterday, David Lappin.
Lappin, 32nd place finish. Dara Okani, sorry, Lappin was 34th. Dara Okani was 47th. But great runs for both David and Dara.
Brandon
got the money jump. I want to say finished top 30.
Can you repeat that? So we're going to play 5 and 5? And then? We're going to play 5 and 5, and then we're going to play 9. In total. Cool. We'll end up using that other box there.
I think it may have been accidental from what I'm hearing from the viewers watching on Twitch and YouTube, but either way, Aidan is going to have to serve that penalty and will not get to play a hand for the first orbit.
You can't play 4 or 5, you know, it's not fair.
Yeah, exactly.
So they always be fair. Unless you can't do anything.
No, they only do 4, 5 when the it's a 7 box.
You know, I generally find Finns to be some of the least annoying people in the world, but so far chat is already urge to kill rising.
Also, here's a spoiler alert. If the guy's the chip leader, when we get to the final table, he'll be on the main stage. Also, if we make it through the first session, if we make it through the first 2 hours of play and still have 2 tables, we will flip the tables at the first break.
Whoa, that seems a bit aggressive.
Whoever picks up all their chips first gets to get back on the feature table.
So we're going to be kicking things off at the start of level 33. Blinds will be 80,000, 160,000 with a 160K big blind ante.
So, okay, you must be on box 5.
I was here last night, huh? The whole night. Why are we changing that?
What's the mic on the gentleman? Whatever the mic says, it's the box.
Hang on a second, that doesn't sound right. We finished at the 100, 200 level yesterday. I think there might be a mistake in the app.
6. If the mic says 6, then it's box 6. Yeah.
And then they said the whole time in the TV table, this is our end. The whole tournament.
Yeah, we did yesterday, 2 days ago.
And no one sit on the whole tournament.
It's okay now, like this, okay?
It'd be great if we could start sometime this year.
Go ahead and let's get this tournament started. Yeah.
Thank you.
I've given them every benefit of the doubt. We're 8 minutes late, 9 minutes late already. So let's fire it up. We're going to play 100, 250,000. The buttons in the right.
So it sounds like maybe someone hasn't shown up as well. I've given them 8 or 9 minutes.
Well, we should be 7-handed at both tables.
Maybe it's on another table.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, confirmation level 33 is 100, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante. So a slight discrepancy between the published schedules, but yep, we are on. Let's see who is going to make the final table. Let's see who's going to take down the 2024 Irish Open main event.
Yeah. Cyber. Yeah, cyber. You're very, I see your face very similar with some other guys. I don't know. Very good looking Italian kind of.
Tell me more.
He gives you all the compliments and he takes all your chips.
We have to strategy. No, I just said the fact.
First hand of the day, Heap Nin, King Queen under the gum. Definitely gets the conversation going, especially when he's in a hand.
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
6 raise 500.
Opens to 500,000. Folded to Oliver Boyce. He's out. Adrian Thorne has 9-5 offsuit. Konstantinos Vatseris folds the button. Robert Shanley managed to scrape into the final day with a couple of late double ups. Folds the small blind. Padraig Parkinson defends the big with 6s. Tempted to jam here, Griff, with a sub-20 big blind stack?
I think there is a temptation. Nin should be raising lightest on the table with his stack. But, you know, under the gun to big blind, you don't want to just show up right away and just shove it in and into 10s and you're out. You know, I don't blame him for just calling.
Not the greatest flop for 6s, and it does give Nin top pair. Second pair, rather, as he continues for the minimum, 250,000.
That's the minimum?
I gotta say, I'm really vibing with Parkinson's display picture.
A little sexy.
Yeah, it's like it's got a little flair to it, you know?
Come hither.
Padraig calling one straight. Does not turn a 6.
Quite a loose peel on the flop, but facing the min bet, you know, with that diamond in hand, maybe you can get some checks on some diamonds, but of course it doesn't come. And Nin's going to take the first pot.
And Nin chipping up to 11 million, contending for the chip lead now.
And I remember when 3 million was the biggest stack in the tournament.
Yeah, we had to keep going without you.
So with 14 players remaining,
now was like 8,000 euro.
everyone's locked up, 20,560
so
euros.
20,000 on our 250, so
7 plus.
Ladder one spot.
so
You've locked up the better part of 25
crazy,
grand.
isn't it?
Raise.
8 raise 500.
Noise.
With Queen Jack suited, Oliver Boyce has made it 500,000.
Looks like we're seeing some balanced timing from Thorne, maybe also considering some ladders by slowing things down a little bit with still 2 tables remaining. Vatseris with the bladed ace-king of spades.
Snickety, snickety, snaw, snaw.
Well, he went full Andy Garcia for his profile pick. The hat kind of takes that vibe away. You'd never see Terry Benedict wearing that hat.
2 plus.
Round to the blinds, Padraig in the small with 10-5.
4 plus.
And now Heapneen in the big blind. Fold 6 deuce. Back on Boyce. Look how delighted those guys on the rail are to see themselves on screen.
And Boyce is going to continue here, it appears.
Andy, I told the whole world about the April Fool's Day before you could. I was saying to Barney I had to get it in before he came up with it.
It's going to be difficult to play here out of position. If you call this sort of 2.7x 3 bet, does elect to do it, it just creates, you know, you do have a little room here. I mean, this is probably one of the worst hands you're going to be prepared to call with, but it has
Figured that out.
played pretty well, but not there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
You love it when the best hand wins, huh, Joe?
Love it.
Top for the Greek qualifier.
And
What?
being completely
Wow.
honest.
Three section white,
Yeah.
right?
What is this, Griff?
This is a miserable bet. This makes no sense. I think that it's a huge leak if it's something Boyce likes to employ. And you know, he's going to get what he deserves.
Leads
A snap
for
fold.
$1 million.
Tell you what, looking at Vitzeris, Joe,
That's
it
the
does
main
make
thing,
me
isn't it?
does give me the urge to get the band back together and rob his vault. One last job.
All in?
One raise all in.
Shoves on Boyce, who's going to try and make this look good, but will be folding.
He's going to put a dent right in his forehead.
Eight pass.
And it is Konstantinos Vatseris, who now has 12 million chips and has the table chip lead.
Adrian.
Really?
Adrian, you can adjust the chair higher. Yeah. The whole night yesterday didn't know that.
I told you yesterday.
But
Few people questioning the shove there from Vatseris,
but
Griffin.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Via twist, yes.
But I only do like
I
just
mean,
pull them up and down.
This is the same at
It's
my
not
house,
great.
you know?
But you should have come in.
Great opportunity to just call and let your opponent keep bluffing. If you are just a little kind of like
23 hours a day.
trepidatious, a little nervous about the situation, just put in a little raise, open up the action again. Shoving is just doesn't really make much sense. So haven't been impressed so far here in that second hand by
How
either
come you're
player.
a United fan?
But we've seen a lot of well-played hands from Vatseris over the course of this tournament.
Naturally.
Nothing.
And I think snugger, more solid play ordinarily from Boyce. So maybe just a little bit of the jitters.
Meanwhile, we have Adrian Thorne all in with jacks. Shanley King 10.
Two pass. Four pass.
Oh my God, it's Adrian Thorne.
Ace 8 of clubs.
Six pass.
See, I'm not thrilled about this shove either. I think it's okay to shove 12 big blinds
Yeah.
with jacks here, but
First one very good, one Adrian.
sometimes
first
you
one
want
is
to be
eight
able
of
to
clubs.
raise these really big hands so that it gives you more opportunities to raise medium ones as well in other spots.
But as we said before, Griffin, somebody just want to take the guesswork out of it.
Ultimately, there's no right way to play that hand, pocket jacks. That's an expression I'm working on, actually. Joe's really inspired me with all of his expressions, so I'm working on that one.
can't
There's no
force it.
right way to play pocket jacks.
Are we keeping you up?
There's something
Debuting
to
it
it.
here.
He was up studying all night.
Not sure that would have been enough. I thought about it and then thought, shit, I'll just go to sleep anyway.
Sleep would be, at this late hour, it's better.
Yes, plus EV.
Plus EV to sleep.
9 pass. 1 pass.
2 tables of 7 remaining, 14 playing down to the final table and playing down to a winner today. With the action folded to Padraig Parkinson.
Ooh.
And he's got ace king. Raises from the cutoff.
700.
6-5 suited for Ninh. Folds.
6 pass.
So Loftus in the small blind, 5-4 of clubs. And now Oliver Boyce, 10-9 off, folds the big.
Throw the bluff.
Old school man never bluff.
You didn't see the stream?
Question is,
And then they never do like.
has
mean
Aidan
range
Quinlan
or-
finished serving his time? Is he back at the table yet?
Old man.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah, me too.
There you go.
It's a joke.
I know, I know.
In case you didn't get that.
No,
Because he thinks he's still young.
Thanks. What do you mean? You can't be more than what? 39?
Damn, I've got myself in trouble.
40 at best.
very old school move. He
Little
never.
over.
You seen them, right? They never
42.
done like min raise, always
Okay,
like
45.
2 and 2.5, 2.7, 3.
Minimum raise was
It's
around
only
40
right?
years ago. That was before the trade. Minimum raise is nothing new.
Yeah.
It's under the 80s.
Yeah. Have you read Padraig's book?
Invade your way to success.
Said no cash game player ever.
Andy phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. Andy Black. And he said,
Did he think you're going to be up?
no, I wasn't up, of course. But I was surprised he was. But he says he's got a huge advantage today. And I said, what's that? He said, do you not know it's April Fool's?
So I think this is going to be
9
a
o'clock
comfortable
in the
shove
morning
here
after
from the
listening
button
to that
based on
shit.
what I presume to be the stacks and the blinds. I think Boyce is playing around 15
Get the
big
new
blinds.
phone number.
And after the shove under the gun with the jacks, should be playing around the same. So 2 15 big blind effective stacks. I think 5s is just a clean all in here.
Obviously just verifying that the players in the blinds have as few chips as he thinks they have.
Yeah, I think both around 3.8, 4 million.
There we go. Shoves on Boyce and Thorne.
8 pass.
And Adrian has Jack 8 in the bag.
Not going to make a lot of friends taking more than 10 seconds on these decisions. From the peanut gallery, at least. Certainly is entitled to pretend he has a decision, but we don't have to like it.
Makes the fold.
God, were the days you could look at someone's stack and you knew straight away what they had? Before computers.
Oh, it's the MacGyver syndrome.
You'd look at someone's stack, you knew. You were aware of all it.
If it's 20s, I mean, you can pretty much figure it out.
You can stack them all in a 20 and then you're not far behind. you
Yeah,
know?
it's gonna be plus,
Yeah.
plus or minus two blinds, you know.
Watching from the rail right now, Tom Murphy, who made
think
the
we
last
should
two
all do
tables of last year's Irish Open main event and has joined us on the stream a couple of times.
It's the online thing. People live by BB.
These kids today, they don't even know how to count. Not without their computers.
2 pass.
Griffin, I know you've met a couple of kids who are new to the poker circuit who are providing their own contribution, right? They've come up with a new saying?
Yes, this is, yeah. Had a great chat in the elevator with a gentleman who told me, you know, him and his friend have an expression they say when things aren't going well in poker. That's poker.
Oh,
Great innovation.
very succinct.
Well, we are going to move over to the other table where Aidan Quinlan is virtually all in. He's got 200K behind. Stephen Groom and Brian Moore are the other two players in the hand, and we join on a king high flop, king queen deuce. Looks like there's been a bet from Moore. Now Aiden is taking his time to put the rest of his chips in, as we are on a pay jump right now.
Just a reminder, players, it's a single entry event, €250 blind. Registration closes at the start of level 9.
Mom, look. Mom. Mom. About to go all in. Ma.
So Groom is the other player in the hand, waiting to act behind Quinlan.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my mom to look. Mom!
Ma!
As soon as Quinlan sees that players concluded at the other table and no one is going out, he realizes that he's going to have to make his move.
Call the clock in anticipation. Yeah, I'll call time then, just in case we take 5 minutes instead.
Okay, and now Stephen Groom has called the clock. So a reminder, we're looking at a king-queen deuce board. Quinlan facing a bet from Moore. It's pretty much all into call.
Oh, yeah. Five, four, three, two, all in.
There we go. The shove from Quinlan. The fold from Stephen Groom. The call from Moore, who's got sevens. Quinlan with ace-queen. So he's got second pair top kicker, and this looks like a double up here for Aiden Quinlan.
As they say, it's always coming.
You wouldn't want to do me like that, would you?
And it is coming on the turn. A set for Brian Moore. And Aiden Quinlan is the first player eliminated today. 14th place finisher in the Irish Open main event. €20,560.
This is why it's always coming.
And the last player to make that amount.
Unlucky. Better luck next year.
And then there were 13. Everyone's now locked up, €24,660. We return to the feature table. Padraig Parkinson folding under the gun.
It's funny, the natural instinct to take a photo of your bad beat and then send it to your friends. It's like, we got cameras everywhere. You're gonna be on the coverage.
Not 3 in a row now.
See it in good time.
Rounds the button. Adrian Thorne with king queen.
You travel around a lot to play poker?
Yeah, like so.
Huh? Tournament, yeah.
The King of Tallinn.
The cyber.
He has a picture which is completely awesome.
Of what?
There's a throne, right?
Yeah.
In the casino in Tallinn, they have a big throne.
Okay.
With the crown. No.
Really?
Last month.
9 raise all in.
It's a button shove, and Vatseris asked for a count. Don't think he's seriously considering calling with king 8.
Yes, I'm everywhere.
You're now.
Cyber, the immediate size of cyber is getting very big.
Oh, spare a thought for Jim Hall. Woke up this morning, opened up Twitter, and the first post was PokerStars show me busting. Good game, PokerStars. You got me.
What if it was an April Fool's Day and he actually didn't bust?
When you play minivan, food free and everything.
I know how you feel about April Fools, Joe. The lowest of all low-rent humor.
Few of my friends were living there.
It's like if they had one day a year where anyone was allowed to do surgery. Leave it to the professionals. Leave the joking to the professionals.
Lovely island.
Have you come across any hilarious April Fool stories
Not
online,
yet,
Griffin?
not yet.
That's why you.
Yeah, same. Like
Not gonna lie, Barry Carter got me for a second.
guys, there's a hand. It's on all in.
3 million, but it's 3 million and
3 million.
I was thinking maybe you were going to do the Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka thing with the sickness today. That would be your April Fool's joke. You just sort of
tough to pretend
I'm
you're
better.
fine when you're not.
Somersault into the feature table.
Shanley with threes. It's all into call.
Yeah, I can appreciate the temptation. You know, you have a pair, you feel like you're being robbed here. You only have your 12 big blinds. But this is going to be a sort of 6s, 7s, 8s plus pair spot. And 3s, you just got to let it go. Pretty much never dominating.
Jimmy says, heading to the rail soon before taking down the Liam Flood Memorial. Still so many tournaments to play, and it is officially the last day of the Irish Open. That huge mini event has to conclude today. There's still a bunch of other cider events, one-day events.
Why would you take down the memorial?
Yeah, I was
like,
just
leave
thinking,
it up.
like, yeah, I mean, that's,
Seems kind of rude.
yeah, is it the end of the memorial?
So the Liam Flood Memorial is a 350 euro 6-max single re-entry turbo championship event starting at 6 o'clock this evening.
Oh, it's a tournament.
And for those of you who don't know, Liam the Gentleman Flood, another one of the late night poker generation, one of the OGs of Irish poker, credited with bringing Hold'em from the US to Ireland, and of course ran the Irish Open for many years.
6 plus.
So Grizz lost the playoff again. Poland.
To get it here, did he have to hold him on the whole flight? Or?
7 ways.
You know a bit about leaving jokes to the professionals?
We're lost again.
Well,
Paddy, yeah.
you know, I figured this might have been might be my moment with Joe feeling a little under the weather, you know, try out my stuff.
I'm going to break this to you as kindly as I can. It's not.
so bad.
Not your moment.
And the day that I was coming to Dublin, I woke up at 4 a.m.
You know, one day you're a peanut berry and jam hero, and the next.
I arrived in the airport, so the guys just arriving from Tbilisi. The team.
The boys of a generation trying to decide what to do with the Queen Jack of Hearts, but we are more interested in this gentleman and the big bet he's facing.
Yeah,
See
this
that
is
triangle.
David 2 versus Vidmantas Beliauskas, and it was a shove from 2, a fold from Beliauskas. And it was Vidmantas that Daro Khani was telling us about yesterday. Ex-armed forces served in Afghanistan. That's the Soviet era in Afghanistan, not the recent military intervention in Afghanistan.
For me?
Yeah. Come and get it.
Too far.
Anytime, no bother.
So still at 13 players. First level of the final day. Blinds 100,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante. Same format as the last couple of days. Playing a 60-minute clock, so back-to-back 1-hour levels, break. 2 hours of action, break. And of course there will be a break when they have to redraw to the final 9, and then we'll have the final table introductions. And then things get serious as we play down to a winner, Griff.
No small blind straddle here.
Yes, a bit irregular for us to do 14-player final day, but this field has been so overwhelming. It was the only way we could make it work. So a lot of coverage today, but we are happy to bring it to you.
Yeah, not dissimilar to last year where we got down to the final 2 tables on the Sunday and had to come back with, I think, 16 players on the final day.
Fitzgerald exploring the option of perhaps going for a little steal here with the suited queen-4 at the cutoff. I like it. A lot of these stacks are handcuffed. Shanley just needs to play shove or fold, as well as Parkinson in the small blind. And Parkinson with a great candidate to find that shove. 15 big blinds. Should expect Fitzgerald to have a lot of raised folds here. I think this is a really important moment for Parkinson, but he just doesn't find it. Of course, Fitzgerald's going to recognize it might be a bit difficult to get through Ninh in the big blinds, so I think that's a quest he's prepared to go on, raising this to cutoff. But you know, a bit of a missed opportunity from Padraig there.
9-9-6 on the flop. Ace high is ahead.
Check.
Ninh checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Fitzgerald with queen high.
I mean, by no means is the 3's a bad fold. There's a lot of ICM to consider. You know, Fitzgerald could have it here.
450. One bet 450.
It's just so hard to acquire chips at this stage. So when you have a late position shove spot, I think it's nice to take. Bit of a weird run for Ninh because ace high is going to be good a decent amount of the time. Going to be tough to navigate across the streets with this hand. This is sort of maybe a one and done defend, I think, depending on what the turn is. Certainly if the turn's something like a 6, you're going to be more inclined to continue. But, you know, when the turn's something like this. But Fitzgerald doesn't have a lot to work with here, right? You're really going to have to target straight draws that are going to fold that don't have a heart, ace highs that don't have a heart that'll fold the turn. A lot of the range here you're just concerned about firing twice into with completely nothing. Looks like he's able to tap that table, but he does reach for chips. Very, very nice spot awareness and a little bit of good variance that he's up against the portion of Nin's range that he really can't continue with. And not folding right away.
No.
Certainly hasn't gotten this far giving up on pots. Maybe he wants to get real creative. Don't really think you can comfortably play this as a check call, so if you do continue, probably do some sort of weird raise. But we're in really murky waters here with this kind of hand and this kind of board. And you know what? I don't know, what do you guys think? He's looking more chip touchy than card touchy right now. And we all know even just a min raise here will take this down.
It's what you always see him going between. I'm going to fold and put chips in. I'm going to fold and I'm going to put chips in.
Wow. So option 3 from Ninh here, I mean, very difficult to call here with just ace high, and the river is the ace of hearts.
Strawberry Greenstein.
Not a believer here. I mean, this pot is getting pretty big.
6 check.
Could you please separate the pink ones?
I have 8 million behind. I start the hand with the 10 million.
Does Vitseris try and push Ninh off this pot?
So that 1, 2, that's 6. So 8.
Question, can he?
So if you're Vitseris here and you're trying to break down Nin's range, right? Gonna have some flushes, the small flushes on the turn, some medium big flushes, all the flushes really. Also some 9x, it's not always gonna check raise the flop. Is gonna just call the turn once the third card comes. Some floated kings on the flop that are now, if the other card isn't a heart, it's gonna be very difficult to call in the river. Don't put your opponent on a lot of aces. Either way, this is obviously a pure bluff catcher for Ninh, and if he hasn't believed him on the flop or the turn, you have to imagine a decent percentage of the time he's gonna make this potentially brilliant hero call.
So the last time you bet against me, you have a flush.
Always interesting to hear the inner monologue vocalized sometimes with certain players. Very rare to get that, but
2.250.
and it's the thing that's difficult to sort of commentate on is what Ninh must be thinking when it comes to sort of live tells, betting tells. This is the stuff that, you know, is hard to.
Minutes, okay?
But he is talking about the history that they've had, the last few hands they've played against each other. I mean, that's what's so amazing and fun about getting deep in, particularly in a live tournament, is you get these.
Call.
Wow.
6 call.
Makes the hero call.
Yes!
And he loves
Come
it.
on!
Wow. That's some pretty top flight poker there.
Even ace high I call. Even doesn't scream an I call.
Okay.
He makes so many moves yesterday against me. He makes so many moves against me yesterday. I knew it. I knew it. So many times.
I'm the big one.
Hiep Ninh
I wake up all night study about him.
now playing 15 million.
Almost work out, man, almost. It should bet like 4 million.
And certainly
he makes so many moves yesterday. I knew it.
A little bit on the gloaty side, but you know, sometimes
Not big enough.
You got the license, and he
Wow.
Listen, he
now he's giving free lessons.
He paid his dues. You know, I can't even hate. It's like when you make a call like that across 3 streets at this stage of the tournament, even if maybe you're pushing your things a little hard there with the post hand talk. You just have to let him have it.
I was kind of fine with the celebration up to the point where he starts criticizing his opponent for not betting big enough.
It's a big pet peeve of mine when someone makes like a big call or in normally, and then they just sort of berate the other player's play. But considering the stage, considering you know, I'm going to let it pass this time. Well earned pot there from Ninh, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence as we get down to this final table here at the Irish Open.
Had a raise from Adrian Thorne, who's opened with King-Jack suited. Round to Georgios Soloftas in the big blind. Queen-8 of spades.
Time to get me home. Either, I'm good, thanks.
7 call.
And he is going to defend. We're going to see a flop.
Did Scott come in? Is Scott in? What?
8-5-4 with 2 clubs. Post-flop flip alert.
7 check.
Yeah, Yeah, a juicy board here, and
I thought he was
a
gonna
reason
play
for both
the
these
single.
players to get it in at 12 big blind effective.
If you look for a bunch of old guys, he might be in the middle of them. Said if you look for a bunch of old guys, Scott might be in the middle of them.
And now we see Zaloftis improve to trips on the turn, 84% favorite.
I just got a huge bluff from the great man. Queen high, I have ace high. 8 million.
He's going to be
7,
dining
8
out on this one for
million
weeks, by the way.
So Thorn with the elusive check back on the flop. This is designed to not sort of just bet and get it in with a hand like, you know, like Queen 8. Now it's just basically your incentive to call this bet and hope to hit that club or a king or a jack on the river. Of course, in this case, both of the latter two cards will not be good for you.
It's the 9 of spades on the river. And Thorn's got roughly pot behind, which is about 10 bigs, right?
Yep. And this is not Thorn's hand here.
Show me the board.
Interesting noises. Question is, if Zaloftis checks, does he induce a bet from Thorn?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be very difficult for Thorn to really rep anything strong. Would have bet all your strong hands on the flop, you know, if you have your aces or your tens.
1,700,000.
So I think Thorn's just going to be disappointed that he didn't get there, but frankly, saved his tournament life by not betting the flop, because a bet would have led to almost surely a shove from the big blind, and then would have lost the post-flop flip. Not much to think about here for Thorn. If you are wondering, oh, is he maybe even considering calling with king high? There's not a lot of misses here. You know, yeah, something like 10-6 or 10-7 of clubs, or you know, maybe a 7-3 of clubs, but this is such a small portion of the range.
Well, this is 2 minutes of my life I'm not going to get back.
First level we played, or the second level?
First level.
Is it?
pass.
There's the laydown. So Thorne's going to be left with 10 bigs. Line's going up in about 20 minutes' time. 10 bigs as well for Robert Shanley. 15 bigs for Oliver Boyce and Padraig Parkinson. I mean, outside of Heap Nin, no one's that deep right now.
No, but what a pot for Heap Nin to get up to that 15 million.
Absolutely.
End of the tournament up to this point. But we're going to have a lot of those over the course of the day.
On to the next hand. Folded to one of the short stacks.
7.
Robert Shanley, Jack Deuce of Hearts.
Oh, sorry. I thought he folded.
Round to Padraig Parkinson.
All right, all right.
Oh,
I just got a bit overexcited.
Padraig has raised.
You know how it goes.
I do.
And we haven't caught his cards yet. We do know that Georgios Saloftas has aces.
So I don't know how balanced Padraig's opens are as far as sizing. I did see some really loose opens in late position yesterday, some very obscure ones, some queen deuce off, etc.
Call.
Oh,
This near 3x, and I'm wondering that's where this flat call is coming from, is seeing maybe yesterday's coverage and seeing some of those really wide late position opens. Yeah, and I remember it being pretty big yesterday as well. We saw 700K from Parkinson with ace king earlier today. So my point is Parkinson could have just about anything.
okay, well, it's a
and
10,
is in trouble.
7-7 flop, and
7 check.
Call.
that is an all-in from Padraig, called by Saloftas. We're now going to get to see Padraig's hand, and it is a 10. He's got 10-5 of clubs.
Yeah.
Wow, what a weird open.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was maybe a bit worried about Parkinson coming into this day, just seeing how some of these loose late position opens, these attempted steals, and getting his hand cut right off in that cookie jar. I mean, this is just a disastrous result, getting that 10 high flop against the trapped aces. Can certainly backdoor some clubs.
Does not backdoor the clubs, so Padraig Parkinson drawing to 2 outs, needs a 10 on the river, or we are down to 12.
Legends never die. Both 10s available. Oh.
Nope, this legend has been dispatched. One of the grandfathers of Irish poker eliminated in 13th place. Padraig Parkinson bows out, cashing for 24,660 euros.
Yeah, really brilliant performance. A lot of
see you in the bar later, I hope.
Very good. Very
feature
good
on.
for
Too long.
you only have 2 hours. Good. Very good. It's so much better.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, they left me the coat.
Your jacket, Padraig.
Oh my God, that's some service.
I just got into the mic.
I forgot I had 2 arms.
So 6-handed at both tables now, continuing to play down to the final table today. And of course, we will carry on after that, after the redraw at 9. We'll play down to a winner today. It's the final day of the tournament.
Nice trap, nice flop. For the old school, when they hit, they go all in. Very old school. Oh, that's right, serious. They never go min way over 2.5, and then when they hit the pair, they go boom, boom, boom.
This is the way.
Very, very classic, very old school. Raise 500.
6 raise, 500.
Ninh back in action, opening in the cutoff with 4s.
Oh,
Ace King for
The
Oliver
next one now
Boyce.
is the pay jam, is it?
Yeah, and this stack size might be a little out of reach for Ninh, facing what I think we can both assume is going to be a shove.
Yeah, next more one player.
It's going to be about 16 big blinds. Ninh can certainly afford it. We've seen that he's prepared to.
No,
all in.
no.
You're going to keep talking crap. I'm going to push you all in. Fed up listening to you. Jesus.
What do you mean crab?
Old school. All in.
Love it.
Show some respect.
No, but no, this is no. I mean,
So
no,
stop.
I mean, old school. Is that the way they play?
So stop. You're a United fan. That's bad enough.
You must be Liverpool, don't you?
Yeah. Bit of class.
So I think Nin's going to call now. I got to be honest. I think this particular hand would maybe lean.
I need a count. Please.
Yeah, he certainly does.
He's benjured him. He's taunted him into calling.
So the first thing I think is, you look like you fed up on me, okay? But like, I think you're really strong hand.
Yeah,
I have
I
a good
agree.
hand as well.
Yeah.
So now you pretend you. You try to pretend like you.
Are just fed. Yeah, it is very strong. He happens to be flipping, but he's right. This is going to be.
That'd be in a primary school.
This is going to be jacks, 3 aces, and ace king plus. I think the way he's goading. He wants him to call kind of thing with that ace jack, but it's not ace jack. It's 2 4s. So I think Ninh is really correctly reading this situation, but he does happen to be ahead. I also just think of like a flow of the table kind of thing to call and lose here against, you know, whether it's 2 jacks or ace king. It's going to really dent his momentum and make Boyce seem like the righteous one because he's won the pot. I know it sounds a bit counterintuitive, but there is something to say about that. Like, he still has a lot of momentum. He has the table chip lead. He doesn't want to rescind that table chip lead to the gentleman on his left, who is going to have position. I think he needs to fold here. Boy, does he want to knock him out after that display from Boyce. The Boyce of a generation. Defending the old schoolers. Taking exception to what I thought was a pretty respectful way of saying that, you know, that they play hands a certain way, but certainly some of the players may be getting a little fed up with Nin's open dialogue. Was perhaps a bit out of line after the pot against Vetseris.
I'm just waiting for Boyce to call the clock on him. That will just be the final needle.
No, we can. It's our set, but no fans.
I don't know why you would ever get into a shouting match with someone at the table. It's just ridiculous.
I know.
Good fold from Ninh. I've been pretty impressed with how he's reading these situations. And this is from someone who asked yesterday, do the blinds ever stop going up? You wouldn't expect someone asking a question like that to play as well as he does, but frankly, he's played really, really well.
What's the minimum I can raise?
I mean, there's something to be said. Sometimes you're just a natural.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has a lot of cash game
You took the button
experience.
at the chip. Behind there. The third from the top, that's the rack. Third from the top, the inside one, the last one.
Yeah, it looks like Boyce is trying to stack.
It's a 100K chip. Or a million chip.
And things a little heated here on this feature table.
It's all gone deathly silent now. No one wants to say a word. No one wants to get shouted down. It's a shame Padraig had gone because I'm sure he would have had a few words to say about that hand. I think we have to go over to the other table, Griffin. I'm hearing that a big pot is developing between Brian Moore and Beliauskas, and I think it's an all-in. On the flop, Beliauskas and Moore are all in, and Moore is the at-risk player.
Which took it down
Let's go over to the other table where the cards are going on their backs.
And we are leaving a potential double up on the other table as well for Thorn as we get to the ace-queen versus ace-jack.
And it's ace-queen that's ahead right now.
And not at risk. 10 or an elimination.
It's a 10.
Oh, it means so much.
That's Beliauskas celebrating the win. And that is Brian Moore eliminated in 12th place. And he cannot believe it. Oh, that's a double up for Beliauskas.
Yeah, ace-jack was at risk.
Okay, so Brian Moore's taken a massive dent to his stack.
$250.
He's gonna have to shake that one off. Praying up to the heavens.
7 call.
Yeah.
And as predicted,
Thank you.
an all-in and a call. Thorn just a bit too short to fold.
Yeah.
Ace-4 off.
Oh, they go call.
For about
Okay.
8.5 bigs. Still live though.
Absolutely, but as things stand, Thorn 70% favorite to double up.
Yeah. I'm just gonna push.
Huh? No, the man call is A4. The man all in is 7. Oh, no, probably. No, the man all in I think at 7. 40.
This shouldn't be getting delayed for the TV. The whole thing's been delayed. That's not right. Can we get the tournament director? Because this should be no delay. It should be straight out. I know, but we're playing more. They're playing more hands than us.
So 7 still holding. And Thorn doubles up unless Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. Thorn survives.
Was it 10 big blinds, yeah? 8? Yeah, 9. 2 million. 10 big blinds. 9 blinds. Yeah.
How much you had?
9.8 big blinds. 9.8.
9.8. No. Oh, you had 20.
10 big blinds. 2 points. 1 4. 2 points. 1 4.
And now you have 4.8. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Give me 400-500. Yeah.
It's just such a weird instinct to chastise a call after you've won. I don't understand why people do this. It's like, just stack your chips. Don't you want him to call? Like
that table here, I think I've seen A4 and poker pair as well. Someone
and he had 8.5 big
or in with A4 and then.
Yeah, maybe that's the call, right?
One more.
Depends on your stack sizes.
No discount. Oh, it's
sorry.
250.
Six pass.
So on to the next hand. Still at the 100K, 250K blind level for another 5 minutes.
Seven raise. 500.
And back to the other table. Obviously, we saw Brian Moore left short after the Beliauskas double up. Now he's all in against Stephen Groom. And it's aces for Groom against the ace-5 of Moore. And it's not looking good for Brian Moore. He is dead on the turn, and now he is KO'd. Apologies for announcing his departure prematurely. Thought he was the at-risk player in the previous hand. In this hand, he was at risk and way behind, and he does cash out in 12th place for 24,660 euros.
I don't think it's possible for me to have too many 3-bet bluffs.
Poker can be a cruel mistress sometimes. You're one card away from having a big stack. 2 hands later,
About the best thing that could happen.
going home.
Cheers.
And all that's left is some kid in a hoodie stacking your chips.
So that takes us to 11 players. We've got 6 on the main stage, 5 at the outer table. And we will merge the field when we get down to a single table of 9. That will necessitate the final redraw. There's also going to be a short break, Griffin, while we reset and prepare for the final table.
Is it? Yeah.
7 pass. 8 pass. Nine pass. One pass. 2 pass.
Now all of a sudden I have some respect now.
Yeah, like pair of bears.
That guy on the bottom, he never folds. Oh my God, look at that.
Now I'm not the chip leader, man. What do you mean? Pure math. Also, not to shame the gentleman to my left, but he has 2 million chips. I can't just go ahead and open 2-3 offsuit.
No, Grant.
But Sarah's taking it really well after getting bested by Nin in that pot. I really like the way that he's been the bigger man with some of the chatter from Nin. I don't think Nin means to be disrespectful in any way, but it's certainly sort of on that line of maybe giving him too hard a time about
I'm on a big guy, so
that hand and the way they've been playing against each other. But very affable. I really, Sarah's has been great. Really enjoyed him all tournament long.
See, my stack very easy to see. Doesn't need to count.
9 pass. 1 pass.
Well, this is like to be blind.
2 pass. 4. 6 call.
Actually,
Seven check.
King 8-7 on the flop. Just the 1 club.
250.
6 bet 250.
What about all the
GG, brother.
Sick exit hand, by the way. Of the 3 hands that I played, the one that I exited was sick. I have ace queen up in the button. California guy makes it 600 under the gun. We play 740. I flashed the button because it's an under raise.
So hard to say who has the advantage in this pot right now, because Loftus has more reasons to continue and Nin to shut down on certain turn cards. But Loftus could also play this as a raise. And it looks like he is going to do that.
Is that binding? I'm going to call the clock in case that's, it's 5 minutes or
whatever. No way. Dude, this guy's...
6-5.
Oh my gosh, just bet calling with the queen high.
Take the big variance line, take him to the streets.
Oh my gosh, and getting the card that he needs. This guy is here to absolutely brawl.
He's here to own this table, and that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Just staring down Loftus, who's, I mean, got to be a bit scared after what he's seen from Nin, how sticky he is. He doesn't expect Ninh to be folding any pairs here after seeing him call that ace high down.
7-bet 1.2.
But also doesn't look too miffed and is prepared to fire. But Ninh is not going anywhere.
One point here. That's okay. I can tell you. 1, 2, 3.
And then working with some sort of secret sauce so far.
8, maybe 9. 9 behind.
Secret of Ninh.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 7.
Don't see a lot of bet
call.
calling raises on the flop with queen high.
1.2 million apiece. The river card is a club. Ninh gets there.
2 million.
6-bet 2 million.
And leads for 2 million. Oh my God. Loftus, when he folds this 9-5, is going to get the speech, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this bet. Certainly if Loftus was raising and then betting a king.
Pot, but you try to play the big pot. We don't need to. So now you're in the bad spot.
So confrontational and antagonistic. A great character here for the final day and presumably the final table of Irish Open 2024.
Speech.
Good call, my friend.
Good river.
What do you mean good river? I have a 7? I have nothing on the board.
No. You have a new blind. 150, 300, 300 with blind empty. You have a new blind.
Thank you. See you.
Sounds
Thanks,
like
dear.
the blinds
check
are
back, so
going
I'll
up. And we are just over an hour away from the Irish Poker Open live stream tournament, which is taking place on Stars. $1.10 to play with $2K in added value, $2,000 in Sunday Million anniversary tickets. You can search for it in the client. By the way, make sure all the filters are turned off, otherwise you won't find it. Just search Irish Poker Open. It'll pop up, $1.10 MTT, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's 3 p.m. local time here in Dublin. 2K in added value, 83 entries so far. And it will get underway in about an hour and 15 minutes time. Good luck to everyone playing in that today. In grind at the tables. While watching the final table, I presume, will be at the FT in an hour's time, Griff.
And look at those chip stacks. More like heaps, Ninh. 17 million, no one else in the 8-figure club really has control of this table. Robert Charlie's gonna have to find a way to, we saw him short as well yesterday and got a little lucky with some all-ins. Gonna have to do that again now.
Okay, so we have raised the blinds, level 34, 150K, 300K, 300K big blind ante, putting the pressure on those short stacks, Griffin.
Yeah. And Ninh really has license to really put some pressure on now.
Yeah? 650?
Loftus can't really mess with him too much. So much ICM to consider.
Yep.
I'm all in.
Oh, I thought it was with the 5 deuce for a second. And surprisingly, actually does have a worse hand, but is completely, you know, not believing what Nin's selling. I actually don't mind this as a shove, and I, you know, obviously we can see Ninh technically has a better hand, but part of what makes this shove kind of interesting for this stack depth against someone that's going to be opening so much of the button is because it's 14 big blinds, you're going to fold out a lot of better kings, right? You're going to fold out some ace rag type hands, maybe even fold all the way up to ace 7, ace 8's going to be pretty close. But then the king 3s to king 10s are all going to fold, so you're getting a lot of better hands to fold. So I actually quite like that shove from Boyce. I think that's some good spot recognition, which is rare for him.
It's unlocked.
I'm with Irish Bryn. I was expecting to show the deuce.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't show the deuce, but maybe he also doesn't want to, you know, let the tiger know that it's, you know, that he's coming after him. Yeah, comment on YouTube here from Mark Flanagan. Go on in, old school. Not sure if that's a reference to the joke earlier, or are you actually calling Nin's playstyle old school? Because I think there is something a little old school about the way Nin's playing as well, and I think there was a bit of a reverence, in my opinion, to the way that he was talking about, you know, Parkinson's bust out, not necessarily a detriment.
Under the gun raise from Vatsaris with ace-5, and Adrian Thorne has got ace-queen.
Do it, Thorne. Do it. Do I make you thorny, baby?
All in for 4.5 million, and Vatsaris has asked for a count. Too much to call with ace-5.
Ain't it the truth? 15 big blinds. This
4 million.
ace
4
5
million.
suited should be 4.5 million. Might be a miscount, might be a misgraphic. But still too much either way. Whether it's 13 or 15.
So we've still got an hour to play, near enough, on this level before we take the first break of the day. I don't know, I've got a feeling in the waters that we're going to hit the final table before the end of the first session, Griffin.
I'm telling you.
Especially with several short stacks out there. Including this guy, Robert Shanley, folding the 9-4 under the gun. Round 2, Georgios Soloftis in the cutoff. Oh, we got ourselves a sweat with.
600, 600.
I think it is 8+.
Thorne in the small blind with 8-3.
35, right?
Yeah.
It's okay, I check my phone now. No, in here.
Oh, yeah. No, you don't need a winner.
9+.
Can you get 5 singles on?
Yeah, I can give it.
Oh, can you? Yeah, right.
I thought a lot of the huffing and puffing and mumbling was...
How much you have, sir?
It was Padraig Parkinson when he was at the table, but no, it's Shanley.
1 paid 4 and the 3. 1 paid 7. 1 paid 7.
1-7.
Yeah.
Sure. I think it's okay, yeah. No, I actually saw.
I think I called Shanley Charlie accidentally a few minutes ago. So Loftus raising the hijack, getting a little loosey-goosey here with the queen-6 suited, but you're not going to get a ton of opportunities to raise with how active Ninh is being. So taking the opportunity here, asking for that count from Shanley in the big blind, recognizing he's going to have to call off for this 6-bit big blind stack size, trying to find little spots he can acquire chips, and I think this is a decent one. You know, you hate it when Shanley does go all in if he has something here like an ace-10, but you're also can be pretty live with something like a queen-6. So you're sort of balancing the fact that you're going to have to call it off against decent hands versus the times he just folds and you make chips. And well calculated from Loftus. Not every player is going to take that raise spot, having to get through 4 players.
I'm not folding.
I know that.
Well, he gets 4-2 might be alive.
That'd be true. 4 weights on the place.
Guy Murphy asking, each person has a pay jump now. No, I think 11th and 10th pay the same, 29.5 grand. Then we get to the point where there is a pay jump with every single elimination.
At least
And we merge at how many for final?
King 4 last time.
You can't say that because
How many do we merge for final table? Is it 9?
Correct.
Okay.
So 2 more eliminations, final redraw, reset, short break, come back with the FT, congratulate those 9 players, play down to a winner.
You know, you do get paid the same for 11th or 10th, but I would say that you could sort of round up and say if you got 10th that you made the final table. You can't do that with 11th.
You're not at the final table if there are 10.
I know, but I'm just saying.
2 tables of 5.
Not
Say to your final 10, you round up.
Only 150.
No, that's
the
not
last
how
time
it
was
works.
fixed 750. You know.
That's true.
So.
1,250,000.
Anything good possible.
Yeah.
Don't give up.
Yeah.
As long as it's 3 in tournament, you got a chance.
Yeah. Happy enough.
Chip in a chair, you might say.
You have like 4 big blinds. You see someone come back with 1 big blind.
You
and
keep
won
playing
the
those 4
tournament.
bigs.
The big one tournament, not the small one.
Yeah.
Big one.
So we've got ace queen under the gun, and we have got Boyce all in for 5.1.
About 17 big blinds here from Boyce. Could certainly just min raise this, but the ICM pressure doesn't want to complicate things, just going to put the stack in there.
Let's see.
Round to the big blind. So Loftus folds.
You said 9-4. Like I said 9-4, and I had 9-4.
So Fan Fox says plot reveal. Did Griffin actually finish first in those tournaments he claims to have won recently, or is he just rounding up? Can Joe round up from 4th and say he won the 6 max?
I will say I am friends with that the cameraman who keeps taking those photos, so, you know.
Just let me.
No one else was there. None of you guys were there. I just show up with a.
Just let me hold the trophy for a second. Yeah, can I have lots of chips in front of me? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Over to the other table, and we join this hand on the river. Oh my word! Look at the pot. Stephen Groom has bet 600K into a pot of $1 million. David 2 has raised to 2.7 million, and Groom has now shoved for 15 million. 2 has 10 million behind. It's all in to call.
Jeez.
Massive pot.
I thought we were saving those purples for the final table.
And 2 has already been thinking for a couple of minutes.
I mean, of course. You know, it's tough without seeing all of the action, but
yeah,
think about how small this pot appears to have been going into this river, right? A bet of 600K, that's, you know, not even 3 big blinds. That's actually 2 big blinds. It went from 2 big blinds to 9 big blinds.
Show one black.
To about 55. I mean, just would love to see the holdings there.
Well, the board was ace, king, queen, 7-5 with 3 diamonds.
Hot raise, very different.
So now all of a sudden now you want to speak, yeah?
I always like to speak.
And back to the feature table, and I'm hearing that David 2 has just revealed to the table that he folded 10 deuce of diamonds. He had the third nuts.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that, you know, certainly your opponent Groom there could have a better flush, but he could also just have the blocker have been value betting with the top pair on the river, gotten raised, and realized, hey, he's not going to be able to call 15 million here. And that's a ballsy move to make. We don't know what the truth is.
Well, Stephen Groom must have a massive stack right now. Still maintain it probably won't be too long before we're down to 9 and every player is on the main stage. Not at the feature table, but at the final table.
$600?
600.
Shane Considine watching on YouTube says, folding third nut flush, well played, I think. Heapneen back in action. Was raised from the cutoff with Jack 10 of spades. Saloftis on the button with Queen 7. Finally folds. And I think this is going to be a very simple raise and take it hand. Eventually.
Getting faster.
And there's the fold.
No, wait, it's actually faster. That was that one hand in particular was slow, and that's why I said to you earlier. If it happens, I'm going to call it out. Thanks.
No.
We're one hand ahead of the other table. They must be playing really slow then. They had a couple of all-ins and just slowed it all down. So he's watching.
They also count the hand playing as well?
He's counting where the button is, so he knows from the button, when the button started, how far ahead of them.
Right.
So I saying to him that we're not getting enough hands in on this table. It's a bit slow because the earpiece. So he's been counting the hands with the button, and we're actually a hand ahead.
So we're quick. We're quick then.
We're actually quick enough. Yeah. It's just sometimes that.
Yeah, I know.
Both tables are playing pretty slow right now. Because
you're all playing slow. Let's not...
It's not a criticism, by the way. The players are taking their times over their decisions. It's a big moment in the tournament.
Someone goes all in and you have 7-3 off, you got to think about it.
That count. Yes.
So Shanley gets the hand. This is a great under-the-gun hand with 4 big blinds. King 8 suited.
Oh, you're going to be up like yesterday. That's going to happen.
Robert Shanley makes his move. Just as the blinds to get through, we have Adrian Thorne with Queen Jack in the small blind.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably good enough. You know, whether you want to play it as a call or a shove.
Next you'll be singing Joe Dolan.
Yeah.
Just your equity's going to be pretty
That's
good
not
here.
asking for a
Put me
count.
out of my misery.
I think I might lean call just to not run the risk of running into it in the big blind here.
You could. Any information?
Don't think you're going to get a lot of bluff raising from the big blind.
I wanted him to call there. Yeah. It is clean.
I guess maybe also a bit of alarm bells in your head, like, Shanley's been so tight.
Yeah.
Am I just putting this in dead? And, like, I think that's what's in the head.
Oh, wow, but Sarah's with ace-king in the big blind. Good fold by Thorne. And Shanley at risk and way behind.
That was way too much. That was even too much.
I'm one of them.
Oh!
I don't believe it. Well done, man. Well done. Those gonna have. I'm allowed to say it one time.
No, you got your one time yesterday even.
Oh, you win the aces.
No, I didn't say it one time though.
It's one time per day, isn't that how it works?
No.
No, it's bad or nothing.
No.
Shanley looking for an 8. Close.
Not getting easy.
An 8 on the river, or we're down to 10. Frankly, Mr. Shanley, you will have to make do with an 11th place finish, 29,560 euros.
The last 2 days to be with you?
No
I'll probably see more events.
Hopefully, yeah, with a bit of luck.
He did a fair job at laddering, Griffin, considering where he was at last night.
Absolutely. Got some nice pay jumps today. Just bubbled the round-up final table of 10.
We actually equal handfuls.
So we will stay at 2 tables of 5 on the final table bubble.
I didn't even see the ace. I just saw the king.
Now, king is good enough.
That king is good enough. Yeah, exactly. That's it.
He only like too big. What you can do? Any 2 cards.
Basically, it's in the 2. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe a 4-3.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
For these locals to come out to an event like this, rip out 24, 28, whatever, $1,000 out of an event so prestigious as the Irish
If
Open.
you fold, right? I don't even look my card.
Go celebrate at the pub.
What?
If you fold, if you didn't call, oh, I fold before you. No?
Oh, no, you fold before.
Oh, you
I'm
fold.
big blind.
Oh, yeah. Don't even know what I'm talking about.
And Suloftis pushing the edges right now, taking every opportunity, raising such a large percentage of his range, actually folding out the better hand here in Boyce's Queen Jack. The cutoff, a hand that probably would have otherwise opened an opportunity for Boyce to get some chips. I guess my hesitation in making a loose open like this would be having to deal with Nin in the big blind. So sticky, so prepared to battle for pots. So
Yeah.
I don't think I like this open as much as I have some of Suloftis' previous
Give him the
ones.
respect your time.
Robert Rosen asks, why
Actually,
not
yeah.
10-handed? Robert, find me any poker player on the planet who wants to play 10-handed.
That is not good.
Huh?
The other card not good.
Another card?
You have king. The other card not good.
Oh, yeah.
We've come a long way since the dog
It's okay,
days of
but
10-handed poker.
I don't want to say another.
We actually keep going lower. We're at 8-handed now.
If I'm not too
Well,
sure.
that's the thing. But as
Keep going.
Again, in an 8-handed event, you would merge at 9 in the same way as at 6
I
max you
understand
merge at
that.
7.
I know. But I remember
really
back in like
matters sometimes,
2014,
you know,
15, we were 10-handed sometimes in EPTs. Now, we've come a long way. It's great. Really, players really appreciate it.
Sometimes I'll be, I mean, with my stack as well, you know.
Do how you wish.
Yeah.
Raise.
Oliver Boyce opening under the gun with King Queen. Eights for Konstantinos Vatseris. Could we be off to the races here?
No, I think it's going to be too many chips for Boyce to be getting in 16 big blinds. I also think there's a chance Vatseris doesn't necessarily shove. I think he has every right to if he wants. We're playing five-handed. This is a cutoff, you know, button scenario. It's 20 big blinds for Vatseris. He just has to worry about the other two waking up. I think I would prefer a shove, but I think that you can also make an argument for calling. But you can absolutely not fold, not a hand strength like this. Boyce is still going to have some raise folds like a king queen off. I'm a little bit surprised. I think this is probably a bit of a mistake from Vatseris.
Started with 6.
This is almost like a raise to see where you're at type of thing.
Raising for information.
Yeah, what's your plan if Boyce goes all in, right? So I think, yeah, I think call or shove is going to be a lot better.
I'm all in.
Yeah, and so you've induced the shove now. What was your plan? You know, why not just do this with an ace blocker if you're going to do it with eights? So we've seen a lot of great hands from Vatseris, and now we've seen a mistake. I'm pretty surprised Boyce is just caution to the wind shoving king queen here for 17 big blinds, because this should probably be pretty strong, but I guess it is. It also is telegraphed a little bit as a sort of like see where I'm at kind of raise, maybe from a hand like an ace 10 or in this case pocket eights. Nice. Okay, so he does decide to call.
So we are.
This is massive.
We are off to the races. We are going to flip that coin. It is the pocket pair of Konstantinos Vatseris against the king queen of Oliver Boyce.
If you're prepared, yeah, if you're prepared to call, it's great.
Eights hold.
Yeah.
We've reached the final table. Boyce is at risk here. Oh, king in the window. And that will see Boyce take the lead. He is now set for a double up, unless Vatseris spikes an 8 on the turn or river. It's a deuce on the turn. 2 outs for Vatseris, who'll be left super short, by the way.
Yeah, 3 big blinds short.
I like
Boyce
that call.
Doubles up. Says, I like that call. Unnecessary. Now has 11 million chips, and Vatseris fewer than 3 big blinds.
Yeah, you got to take the luck out of it there. You know, 3-bet calling off with 8s there is just not the way to go. Of course, easy to say in retrospect when you lose the flip, but when you just shove there for your 17 effective of Boyce, you're just going to get that through. He's not raised calling, right?
Yeah, and Oliver Boyce becomes the second biggest stack at the table behind Hiep Ninh, who has the table chip lead with a 55 big blind stack. And yeah, 2 bigs and a bit for Konstantinos Vatseris. We are still at the 150K, 300K blind level.
Maybe a median, maybe a little bit over, around median. How much have you got, let's say?
Less than 900.
Okay, thanks.
The cream has risen to the Irish top here on this feature table. A lot of Irish flags getting the chips. And, part of it feels right. Thorne now with 16 big blinds and pocket eights. I think you got to enter this pot, but to what capacity is up for debate.
I would be very hesitant to play any hands right now, Griffin. We're on the final table bubble. One more elimination, and you know there's a guy sat just across from you who's got fewer than 3 bigs.
Yeah.
One more elimination, you're guaranteed a seat at the final table, plus you get the money jump. I'm probably folding everything here. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, a pay jump of what I assume is like 5, 6, 7,000 is nice. You're still trying to get to that real life-changing money, and hand like pocket eights is pretty strong. Like, it's not even necessarily about raising and then, I mean, you can fold if you want to,
Sure,
if someone
sure.
shoves on you, but
I'm not
you know,
taking-
there is value in like getting some chips in the pot, potentially eliminating the player who might put in their 3 bigs, getting a flat from the big blind and seeing a
course.
flop against their Jack 10 that comes, you know, like there are ways to use this hand to acquire chips. But I appreciate that, like, it's nice to just know you're going to get to that final table. Let's let this guy get knocked out.
Correct plays to put you all in, you know? Without even looking. Has to be aces. Eights.
Shows the
You wish
8s.
someone shove.
I wouldn't be raising that with the end of the table. Different so. You fold to a push then. I'm not calling it 8, so I consider it. Get half the. Cost you 10 grand. Money. I'm here to win.
Thank you. Here to win.
That's it. That's a mentality.
Here to make the money jump. Here to make the final table. With one away, people.
Yeah, and by the way, he didn't risk anything more than 2 big blinds by raising. So, you know, it's like everyone's talking a big game about this spot, but it's not like you put him in.
It just gets annoying, doesn't it?
Okay,
No,
so
you can't even imagine.
Vatsaris has just folded under the gun. That means he is going to be pretty much committed on the next hand because he has to post the big blind and the big blind ante. That's more than 2/3 of his chips.
Whoa, I don't like this fold at all from Nin. What are you doing, buddy? You have king 8. We're just talking about this bubble. You can't let Zoloftis get these pots. Just giving it to Zoloftis. Come on.
Nine and a half.
Were you at the match yesterday?
I have to go.
Good game? Phony war?
Oh, it's in the hand, yeah?
I can't wait for the championship.
Huh?
I'm trying for 12.
No, there you go.
Yeah, I
better.
can't do.
But I still think that'll
I
be a good run
can't
to the
wait.
qualifiers.
I want to go like an hour early. I'm at
Ulster
45
killed
minutes
them
ago,
both
but just another half an hour.
How did you get on? How did the week go? It's either one or the other, isn't it?
Seven.
Okay, so this is it. This could be do or die time for Konstantinos Vatsaris. The Greek qualifier will pretty much be forced all in here.
Why are you staring at me for? I'm not trying to steal your chip.
Is
I want to call him.
Dominated.
Oh no, gets it in and does not even have live cards. Does have the live suit, has diamonds working for him, and of course, sometimes it's always coming 7. But as things stand, this could be the hand that takes us down to 9 and takes us to the Irish Open final table. The flop is King, Queen 8, all hearts. Yes, it could be chop chop, and everyone would love that.
Everybody loves a chop chop.
Everyone loves a chop pot, boys. God.
9,000 pay jump. Give a chop.
8, 5, or a 7 gives Vatsaris life.
The river is a 6, and Konstantinos Vatsaris, who qualified to be here, final table bubbles, goes out in 10th place, gets 29,560 euros, and the remaining 9 players advance to the final table of this year's Irish Open.
One of my favorite players over the course of this event. Just such a joy to watch. Played super well. You know, you can question that pocket 8's hand, but we would all be calling him a hero if he won that flip.
So we have hit the final redraw of the tournament. The 9 remaining players will draw for seats around the 9-handed final table, and when we come back, we will introduce that final table and play down to a winner here in Dublin at the 2024 Irish Open. Back soon.
Seconds under the gun, 4 deuce suited. Nay. Water's out.
Nay. Stop horsing around.
Folds the 5 high on the button.
See, I still have jokes.
Ace 8 in the small for Rice. Andy Black, the shortest stack.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to just shove.
And you had it out for a reason.
No, this is a limp trap.
Oh my God.
8 million.
No.
It's feeling like a limp trap.
Oh no. Oh no, Andy. Doesn't think that Rice has a limp trap, but this is...
I mean, it's obviously not a limp trap, but doesn't think he has a very strong limping range, I guess, is the better way of putting it.
Oh, please don't fold Rice. You have to punish this shove here. This is reckless. This is
There's
not
the call,
the
flicks
card.
in the white chip.
This is not the hand to do
and
this
he may
with.
feel like this is a bit of a slow roll.
This is really...
Yeah, have the 6 deuce. Against an 8-8.
He's got live cards.
It's not the way to go. I mean, we're only at 3-6 here. You can just make this 1.9 million if you want. You know, like it accomplishes the same thing. This is just, you got to think these hands through. You got to think these. This is a really bad blow up here from Andy. But he knows it. But this is the great thing about poker. Anything can happen, and there's something.
Wow.
Just a heck of a sweat now.
The world.
Andy does catch a pair, is technically in front, but is behind statistically.
I mean, if anyone could get away with it, it's that man right there. And a picture, he asked for a picture, and a picture came.
Queen on the turn.
17 million chip pot. This is insane. The scenes here at the Irish Open.
River card. Is a 5. That's the straight for Rice. Retakes the lead on the river. Ace 8 somehow holds up against 6 deuce.
Cover, right? Yeah.
Declan Rice.
Yeah. Well done.
With some just dice.
Do nothing else.
Andy Black's going to get congratulations all around. A legend of the Irish poker scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Extinguished in 5th place for $95,500.
And honestly, a legendary exit. I mean, to just go out falling on your face like that. I mean, just really entertaining, amazing stuff. Always has been so entertaining over the course of this week. So, wow, 6 deuce. Crazy stuff.
Pocket jacks for Rice.
Back just in time, Joe. Just in time to find the Jables. Uh-oh.
What?
Wait, what?
So there's...
Wait, there's 4 jacks in a deck?
Jack, black, jack.
Joe and James and jam jars?
Oh, yeah, we do have the Joe and James. That one belongs to Rice.
Interesting dynamic here, though. Does Rice ever push and force black out of the pot here for fear of busting this tournament? Or does he just flat, is the question.
I am...
So does not look confident this thing?
Rooting for there to be an outright winner here, whether it's pre-flop or...
What about the other
post.
5 players?
Doesn't matter.
They're all folded.
Oh, good.
What are you behind?
I started a hand with about 10-6.
Call. Was it 2-1?
Okay, we're going to a flop.
Yeah.
2. So what do you need now?
8, 9, 10, 3 spades.
How many sickos, are out there rooting for a monotone board?
Just kidding, Andy. I'm not rooting against you, buddy. just very difficult for this to go any other way than the Chopperino.
2 diamonds favors Andy Black slightly.
All in.
Yeah, the Joe and James.
All in.
All in says Andy, which also slightly favors Andy winning this pot outright.
It doesn't show very well, does it? Yes or no?
Uh-oh. No coaching, please.
Call.
Oh.
2 jacks.
2 jacks?
Fuck me, please.
Oh my God.
Oh, 2 diamonds. Come on, diamonds.
Free roll for Andy Black.
He's calling for the diamonds too.
Hey, he free rolled a royal
Come on,
flush
make it
earlier
exciting for the crowd.
against Connor Beresford to exit him from the tournament.
Make it exciting. Ramona, make it exciting.
Oh, wow.
It is exciting
No,
now.
surely not.
Very exciting.
Don't do
Very
it.
exciting. Oh, now let's just be gentle about this. Gentle, gentle. Let's all chill. Let's be gentle.
River is not a diamond. These two are going to chop it up. It is a chop pot. And you know what they say, Nick? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yeah, a little wind up for 2 jacks. A little wind up. A little wind up with the 2 jacks. And then I thought, ooh, what's it?
Declan Rice definitely loves a chop pot.
Sorry. I keep forgetting. It's like so. We're both just so tired. I think. Yeah.
Fatigue is real, and just to
Especially with
highlight
this
once
every
again,
hand,
these
you know.
guys played until about 3 a.m.
Might
this
take longer that
morning,
way.
or should I say yesterday morning, because it's now officially Tuesday.
But also, they can end it whenever they want.
All in.
All in and a call.
Here we go. Welcome to Flipsville. Like Kip versus Yoke. One of these two things in Ireland has a slight mathematical advantage.
Clubs, 7 of diamonds, and David has pocket 2s, 2 red 2s. David, let's see the flop.
Deuces ahead for now, and if deuces hold, it's over. King 10-5 on the flop.
10-5 rainbow. And the turn.
Turn card is a 3.
It's a 3 of hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, Declan must hit the ace or the 7 to remain in the Irish Open. If not, David Doherty will be crowned Irish Open champion.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance to save Declan Rice and give Declan the chip lead. Gets the double up through Doherty. It is close. 37 million plays 36 million, but Rice now has the slight chip advantage as this heads-up battle continues.
I don't know. I feel like that one, we might see that one nominated for a Global Poker Award. The Irish Poker Open Trophy. Now, to be fair, there are like 35 nominations, but...
Oh, you mean the trophy for best trophy?
Yeah, the best trophy.
Trophyception.
The question is, the award that was presented to best trophy last
Dude,
year...
I agree with you on so many things, but this one, I'm not with you on this one.
So, obviously, there is a Global Poker Award for best trophy, which was presented this year.
At the Global Poker Awards.
Correct. So is that trophy that was presented now eligible for best trophy at next year's awards.
Oh, this one I am on board. Sorry, I thought you were going to say the other thing.
I suppose so.
Yeah, sure, why not?
I mean, what are the criteria?
It's actually not a tournament poker
right,
trophy, though.
Right, exactly. That's what I was going to say. What's the criteria? Any trophy associated with anything to do with poker? Wait a minute. Look at this, guys. Both players, top pair.
Yep, 10-7, 7 deuce on a 7-3-3 board. Rice moves all in, and Doherty wants a count.
David Doherty has the worst hand in poker.
What did you say? Yeah. I think it's the same as what we started. It's roughly about 21 million, I think. You want one stack, yeah? Okay. Yeah, and this.
Oh, man, this is gross. What a horrible spot for 7 deuce off.
What is Rice shoving with here that you're beating?
4-5 or 5-6. Those might be candidates. I'm not sure that's really Rice's style, though. I don't.
No.
We have
pocket fives, pocket sixes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Potentially.
I call.
He makes the call.
Doherty calls as an underdog here.
There's lots of ways to chop, though, guys.
Absolutely, plenty of chop opportunities here. But as things stand, Declan Rice is a 7-3 favorite to double up through David Doherty.
The board is 7-3-3. Declan has 10-7. David has 7-2.
Turn card is an 8. And the river is a 3. That is a full house for both players. And David Doherty fades the situation where Rice doubles up.
Everyone loves a
Everyone
chop
loves a chop pot.
Let's go.
We don't need to do it when the players are doing it for us. Jack deuce. He's going to go for it.
Well, Jack is higher than a 10.
I mean, that was.
Ooh.
The chips went forward in 2 motions, but no one's bothered about that anymore.
King 10 suited.
Rice getting it in with Jack deuce. Doherty ahead with King 10. A 68% favorite to hold. A 68% favorite to win the Irish Open.
This could be it, guys. Doherty could pull it off.
2 in the window.
8-6 deuce.
Deuce.
And that pair of deuces sees Declan Rice become a 71% favorite to double up and stay in this game.
No.
Wow.
Could get counterfeited now.
That never happens.
The river card.
Oh!
It's the counterfeit!
The counterfeit does it.
8s and 6s with the king kicker, and David Doherty becomes the Irish Open champion, winning €365,000.
Look at that genuine smile. He almost can't believe it.
Let's go. What a run out. What a way to do it.
Oh, that's adorable.
So that's how it went down in 2023. Who is going to win this year's event? It is the 2024 Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. The final day of the main event. It is the final table of the main event. Just before the break, we got down to the last 9. And that means we have had the redraw, and very soon the 9 players will take their seats on the main stage and play down to a winner. It's James Hartigan alongside a former Irish Open champ, Griffin Benja.
That's me. What's up, guys?
And Griffin, exciting times. At this point, I'm going to ask you to try to remember back 7 years ago to 2017 when you made the final table of this event. Did it happen the day before? Did you come back for the final day with the last table?
Yes, the final day was a final table. This really sort of over-the-top kid wore this green suit. It was a whole spectacle. I knocked him out as soon as I could. I don't know whatever happened to that guy. His name was like Fanto. I think it was Fanto Arm. Fanto Arm, something like that.
So I guess you had the advantage, in inverted commas, of knowing the seat draw overnight, kind of being able to understand who you were going to have position on, who you were worried about, etc. These guys are coming straight into it, but at least they will have some knowledge about their opponents based on playing against them over the course of today and the previous 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about when you get deep in a live poker tournament. It's many days. It's quite an intimate experience. I mean, you're really getting into these interpersonal relationships. You're in these, like, incredibly tense moments with these people that were otherwise strangers before. It really brings you all together, and you know, you make a lot of sort of assumptions and judgments about how they're going to read certain situations. You're a little scared of some people. Other ones you think you have the edge on and can really take advantage of. So there's so many interesting dynamics going on, and all we can do is watch and see and sort of infer as to what those are.
Yeah, we will introduce those 9 finalists in just a moment. We just saw the sums of money they are playing for, and crucially, we have reached the stage of the tournament. Every time we cover a final table, we say this, where now there is a money jump with every single elimination, and that is something that the shorter stacked players have to be very mindful of.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and not just the shorter ones, but especially the stacks that are in the middle.
Yes.
It's really important not to, you know, get too involved with an ace-jack or get into a raising war with the chip leader. You know, it's your job at this stage to try to finish in that top 3, top 4, top 5. You know, just disastrous to come into the final table as, say, the 3rd chip stack and bust in 7th through 9th.
We have got a lot of very excited Finns watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, waiting to see their guy Tepi, who has not yet taken a seat on the main stage, but will finally be in the spotlight because he has made the final table. Of course, while we are covering the FT, while we are playing down to a winner, we do have that special low buy-in tournament running on Stars with $2,000 in added value, and it is starting in just under half an hour's time. It's the Irish Open live stream tournament. You'll find it in the lobby, assuming it's available in your part of the world. If you search for it with all the filters off and can't find it, chances are it's not available in your part of the world. It costs $1.10 to play. $2K in Sunday Million Anniversary tickets added to the prize pool. Those tickets will be distributed to the top 130 finishers. Registration opened yesterday. I know a lot of people have signed up already. You've still got half an hour before it starts, and of course there will be a late registration period as well. But a bit of fun, a low buy-in tournament for you to play while you are watching this final table play down to a winner. And joining us right now to watch that final table alongside me, James Hartigan, and him, Griffin Bencher, is Irish pro David Lappin. Welcome back, David.
Thank you so much, guys. Delighted to be here. Very excited for this final day and final table. Wonderful to see Ollie Boyce in the mix. I see also that Nin has built up quite a big stack, it looks like, for this final table. I haven't been watching, I'll confess. Was obviously rooting for Padraig to make it through to this phase. Clearly he must have bust out recently.
He did. He was 13th place finisher. You yourself, again, we should highlight, made the top 40, made the top 35. So congratulations once again on your deep run in this tournament, which means that not only do you know some of these players as members of the Irish poker community or as regs on the live circuit, but also you will have played against many of them in this exact event.
Yeah, I played with Ollie Boyce for quite a bit of day 2, actually, and a very short spell on day 3. Also played with Nin too, so yeah, a little bit of experience with these guys, and yeah, lots of familiar faces. Although, as usual with the Irish Open, an international field as well. You know, lots of people from all over coming here, and yeah, a lot of them have made the final table too. Have to start with the confession though. Okay, so I went last night. I'm walking home. I walk home because, you know, I'm a physical specimen these days. I try and get an extra. So 45-minute walk when I leave the venue last night. I look back on the coverage of the first frame. I have a confession. Griffin Banger was right. I did misclick. However, I couldn't let the table know
That's
that.
fair,
Because
that's fair.
the only way I can salvage anything from that misclick is to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
them think I'm flatting stronger and can maybe get my
That's-
flats
I should've-
protected. So the only thing I could think of in the moment was I can salvage something from this mistake.
That's very. I like that. I wish I'd just doubled down and suggested that's what you were doing, but that's nice. That's nice to hear. That's
Smart. Here is a man who's been around the block a few times.
yeah. You fooled me, man. That's great.
I even had to double down on the lie because Dara O'Carney came over to me and went, Griffin Benger said you misplayed a hand like a fool. What were you doing? What happened? Were you drinking too much last night? What's going on? And I was like, no, I did that on purpose because they were all within earshot. He'd walked over to the table, so I had to keep the story going.
That's grand.
So we now see the stacks of our 9 finalists, and we can see that it's Stephen Groom, who is pretty much tied for the chip lead with Hiep Ninh. 18 million each, which equates to just shy of 60 big blinds. We're still at the 150k, 300k blind level. David 2, Georgios Saloftis and Oliver Boyce, all with reasonably healthy stacks. Then we get into the bottom end of the leaderboard. And Adrian Thorne, the shortest stack, 15 big blinds. And yeah, players like Beliauskas, Laurila and Johnston have to tread carefully. The superbly professional Danny Maxwell taking the official final table photo right now, and then we'll go down to the floor and Phil Baker will introduce the players to this year's final table, and we'll find out who is going to make history and become the latest champion in the Irish Open main event. Could take a while. By no means is this going to be done in a couple of hours. And you mentioned Oliver Boyce, David. Oliver showing his frustration to a certain degree with Hiep Ninh. Not a big fan of his verbals. I know some of it was gamesmanship, Griffin, to kind of goad him into a call there. But also I did get the sense that he wasn't enjoying Nin's antics.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty eventful first 2 levels, to be honest with you. I mean, I was very pleasantly surprised by the quality of battle and play that sort of Ninh was displaying and really controlling the table. I thought, you know, a couple of the comments that he made were maybe going a little too far in the pots against Viserys. And then Boyce, maybe a bit of an overreaction to Nin's observation about sort of the old school play style of Padraig Parkinson. As we get on the mic here, I'm sure there's going to be an announcement for this epic final table.
Yeah, Phil Baker just getting himself into position, making sure all the finalists are good to go, making sure all the chip counts are verified before we restart the action. One thing I should highlight, of course, is that the Irish Open will be part of the UK IPT 2024 leaderboard. A couple of days ago, stops were announced for the UK Ireland Poker Tour 2024. Pretty short tour, taking in London and Nottingham and Malaga. That's right, a summer stop in Spain. So London is going to be in August. Nottingham will be in November. But in the month of June, from the 10th to the 16th of June, the UK IPT joins forces with the Estrellas Poker Tour in Malaga, and that season-long leaderboard has already started because the Irish Open is going to be part of that. And I think it's worth highlighting that it was last year's Irish Open champion, David Doherty, who ended up topping that UK IPT leaderboard.
Yeah, he smashed it. I don't think anyone was even in contention. Sort of wire-to-wire performance from David, one of the best we have here in the UK and Ireland. He's just one of those super talented guys who's really got his just rewards in the last couple of years. Always was thereabouts, one of the best guys around, but just never quite had those marquee results. Well, he's turned it around completely, and he just seems to pick up a marquee result once a year now.
Yeah. Just before we came back from the break, we saw the final hand of last year's tournament. We saw David clutching victory and genuinely thrilled, genuinely happy. You know, sometimes someone wins a tournament and it's like water off a duck's back. No, that you could see what it meant to him.
David wears a heart in his sleeve, and actually there's a BBC documentary coming out in the very near future featuring him and Neil. Nice. And I have to be honest, I have a little sneak peek of this. I've actually seen it already, and without doing any spoilers, what I would say is that from the Neil Farrell perspective, you get that sort of professionalism and, you know, how well he's run. And, you know, Neil obviously enjoys himself as well, so you get kind of both sides of it. You get his family life, but with the David Doherty part of the story, you really get a sort of hard on the sleeve what it's been like for him struggling in the game and how tough it was to break through and have those results that even like family and friends around him would sort of understand his life choices.
Yeah.
And it's actually a really good part of that story. And yeah, look, a big fan of Dave's.
Yeah, I had a nice chat actually with Neil about that when he was telling me about it. It sounds great. I'm really looking forward to watching it.
I remember that being filmed in Monte Carlo back in 2022. So it's been in production for some time, and that's what a good documentary takes, right? It takes years of filming, years of post-production. Really looking forward to that hitting the screen. Anyone know when it's going to premiere? Anyone know when we're actually all going to get to see it?
So the latest I've heard, actually originally it was going to premiere this week, and I know it's been pushed back by maybe a month or two, so I think probably early summertime would be my best guess. I spoke to Greg Clark, the documentarian who made it, obviously BAFTA-winning documentarian, absolutely amazing guy. He had a bit of a health scare last year, which is why it took so long to come out. But great to see him back on his feet and healthy and really wanting to push this and, you know, make a star out of these Scottish boys.
Absolutely. Well, looks like we are almost ready to get the final table started. At this point, we'll hand down to the floor and let our Master of Ceremonies, Phil Baker, do his thing.
Well, you're the youngest, you can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and good afternoon, and welcome along to the Irish Open final table of 2024. We are down to our final 9 players who will share unequally the remaining 1.3 million euros up for grabs. Before I introduce the finalists onto the table, I just want to give a big shout out to so many people who made this event happen this week. First of all, to all the floor staff, to all the dealers, the TDs and the tournament directors, thank you for your tremendous work. Top quality job as always. Second of all, I want to thank very much indeed on behalf of JP and Paul. We want to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, this event couldn't be what it is, with over 700 players qualified, with Paddy Power and also with PokerStars. Thank you to our sponsors, and may this connection with the Irish Open continue in the near future and far beyond. Thank you to PokerStars. Thank you, Paddy Power, for over 700 qualifiers this week. Records have been smashed this week, ladies and gentlemen, with 3.2 million in the main event pot. We had the Hen the Mob game with nearly 600 runners, 50% up on last year, and the biggest record that was broken this week, Paul O'Reilly bought a round of drink this week, which he hasn't done since 1984, so that's a fantastic record. Let's make sure that the Irish Open gets bigger and better each and every year. Are you ready for me to introduce the finalists? Ladies and gentlemen, our final table in the 2024 Irish Open. In seat number 1, representing Northern Ireland with 9,375,000 in chips. Will you please put your hands together for Mark Johnston? In seat number 2, representing Andorra with a stack of 11,925,000, please welcome Davidos Rosic. In seat number 3, with a stack of 17,675,000, representing Ireland, please welcome Hiep van Ning. Representing the United Kingdom, with a stack of 17,725,000, please welcome Tero Lorilla. In seat number 5, I nearly forgot about him. In seat number 5 with 10,200,000, a local boy. Let's get crazy for Ollie Boyce. In seat number 7 with a stack of 6,675,000, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto the table Vidmantas Bilouskas. In seat number 8 with 10,250,000, representing Cyprus, Georgios Solofos. And last but not least, our final competitor in the top 9 for the Irish Open 2024. And as mentioned, slightly under 1.2 million still up for grabs. Ladies and gentlemen, another local boy representing Ireland with 4,650,000. Please welcome Adrian Thorne. We have one of the world's greatest TDs looking after this event, and what a great job he's done here all week. Not only a great TD, but what a presenter of the main raffle here, where a big 24 grand was won yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, our TD for the final table, and indeed for all events this week, Sean Lytle. That's it, 9 players. Lots of money still up for grabs. A lot of play still to happen here today. It's going to happen. If you want to come along and support your favourites, your friends, a family member, or just support the country, we welcome you all to join us at our very special viewing areas on the left and right hand side of the stage. The dealer is ready, the players are ready, the audience is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, who will end up on the board outside as the newest member of the winners of the Irish Open in 2024? We will find out over the next few hours. Ladies and gentlemen, let's shuffle up and play. Let's see who's going to be the winner of the 2024 Irish Open.
To misquote Eric Morecambe, I'm saying all of the right names, just not necessarily in the right order.
Yeah, for those of you who tuned in for the Irish Open, we apologise. It's about an hour later that we're finally going to get to actually watch some poker. That might be the longest intro to a final table I ever. I love Phil Baker, but my God, he loves the stage.
I like the way he was. I like the way he was rolling his R's. I'll say that was nice. That was a nice flair.
Now, fair play to Phil. Obviously, a bombastic MC here for us as we highly anticipate what I think is going to be an amazing day of poker. I want to pick up on a point you made there about maybe this clash, and I love these like little small stories that can come out of a final table like this one. Ollie Boyce, I said yesterday on commentary, is a real, he brings a sort of sportsman's attitude to the game. He's a very fair guy, and I think he would perceive the antics of Nin, dare I say a little Kassouf-esque, as being brushing up against etiquette, brushing up against what's right. Now, I'm not saying for a moment that Nin's doing anything wrong. People approach the game differently. Some people like to get inside people's heads, and that is part of it. But I think he would perceive that type of warfare as a little, maybe spicy.
I think that's a very fair point, David. And I think we should highlight that what happened preceding the hand between Boyce and Nin is Nin made a big hero call against Konstantinos Vatseris, who bubbled the final table. And I don't want to say berated him, Griffin, but it kind of stepped over the line from being a celebration to being like a poker lesson.
Yeah, you know, just saying, just everything he was thinking in his head, he was pretty much saying out loud. Oh, I saw you all day yesterday doing this and that. And like I was thinking, I was waking up in the middle of the night, and I was thinking I was studying you all night. Like,
but it was also 2.5 million. You should have bet more. You should have bet more.
You should have bet more. You should have bet 4. Folded to 4. I can't fold to 2. You know, that kind of. But it was actually a pretty incredible hand and really nice call. So it was an interesting situation as we jump right into the Cowboys.
So here he is, the man, the myth, the legend that they call Tepi.
Oh, and for future reference, Lappin, the name you invoked in that thing, the WK, it's in my contract that it's he who must not be named if we ever refer to.
Well, not only do I name him, I often write about him, so I hope that's not in mine.
So, a very small 3-bet here from Larilla.
Come on, Griff, you can't discount the clickbait value in having Kassouf's name in the headline.
So Tao's getting a great price here, but boy, does this look strong and isn't going to take the 2.4x bait.
So, of course, it was Tepi who came into the final day as chip leader, is now one of the shorter stacks, but so much support, and I'm being advised by our correspondents all over Finland that this is Tepi's year.
Everybody wanted that.
There is actually a decent number of people on the rail right now. I would expect over the course of the day, as people bust the mini and as people realize, it's past 3 o'clock, so it's definitely drinking time, we might see that rail grow, David.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think putting the rail there either side is great. I don't think it was there that year. Everyone who was watching sort of had to watch from where the cameras were nearly. This is a much more intimate setting. You mentioned there, Lorilla, it being his year perhaps this year. He had a pretty good year last year. He won the 888 Live in Barcelona for 64K, so that was probably a nice bankroll booster.
Well, Theo Blomqvist wants you to know that in the Finnish calendar, this is the year of the Tepi.
Okay.
So Dara told us some great stories about Vidmantas Beliauskas yesterday and his experience, shall we say, working alongside the Soviet armed forces in Afghanistan.
Yep. So Loftus with the pocket tens here. I think he's going to enjoy a little hand funeral here with the 2 tens. You know, the 22 big blind stack of Beliauskas, the raise under the gun +1, some ICM to consider. They're just not doing particularly well against Beliauskas' value range here, and I think it's just going to find those tens into the muck.
Yeah, frankly, queens would be a sort of an ugly holding right now. You'd be feeling very uneasy. ICM, very much the name of the game with 9 left. It is absolutely peaking right now. Risk premiums, very large.
Yeah, it's like 10s will give you 20 seconds, jacks will give you 40, and then you're allowed to, you know, take a minute plus with queens, but probably all of them are going to end up in the muck.
Spotted
Queens
on
can
the
be very
rail,
difficult, though.
Irish poker legend and one of last year's finalists, Andy Black. He was there earlier on when Padraig was at the feature table, and now he's back for more.
We're not having the break after this.
Signal of intent there, Griffin, the 6-7 suited open from one of our chip leaders there in early position. Obviously looking to lean into these guys, all pondering the significance of the ICM on this situation. And I like it as an adjustment. I'd probably prefer a hand that had a blocker, but, you know, clearly showing a willingness to mix it up here.
Yeah, I think that we're going to, just from looking at him, that he has a lot of chips, and, you know, seeing that, I guess sort of the hand history, the size of the pot that developed on the river against, I believe it was Toos on the outer table. I don't know if you're familiar with this hand, but effectively it was a 3-diamond, ace-king, queen, brick board by the river. As Groom is, as you mentioned, the intent going to keep that up. Anyways, there was effectively a million chips in the pot. He bet 600K on the river against Toos. And then Toos made it 2.7 million, so 3 diamonds on the board. And then he shoved for 15 million effective.
Wow.
So a pot that was 1 million grew to 15x the size. And you have to wonder, you know, did Groom just have the nut flush in that spot, or was he using a blocker knowing that, and apparently Toos folded a 10 high flush. So I think that indicates to me that, you know, Groom is going to be aware of how a lot of these things work and is going to be opening up quite wide.
Ace-7 of diamonds for the aforementioned David Toos.
And just leading right into it, I almost teed them up here. Toos considers maybe trying to strike at the heart of his British rival, maybe putting out two and a quarter million or something here.
Yeah, here we go. Nailing the sizing as well, Griff.
Nin folds the big, it's back on Groom.
Just loving this, recognizing how light Groom's prepared to open, trying to find some spots.
Yeah, that's a really interesting hand already. Remember that open coming from under the gun. Normally a fairly strong range. You might decide to just toss away the ace-7 suited in a lot of situations there, but clearly dynamics afoot.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we talked about as we teed up this final table. I mean, these people have relationships with each other. Like, you know, it's just, you're only spending a couple days, but it's concentrated time, right? You're just sitting there, you're looking at each other every moment. You know, it's really quality time that you spend with these people, and they're trying to take what's yours, and you're trying to take what's theirs. It's going to create some really, really interesting dynamics. There's so much history between these players. Ooh, kings and then aces.
Well, Jimmy Hall was messaging us on Twitch earlier on, said he'd be back on the rail, and there he is, headphones on. And yep, it is pocket aces for Tepi, and he has opened to 700,000. Thorn in the hijack with King 3.
Quite happy for Thorn, having made this final table. He's retreated a bit into his hoodie today after being a bit more out there yesterday. Has been really balancing his timing. Was a big sigh of relief when he won those 7 stays 4. So, you know, I'm really happy that he's made. I think he's played quite well in the last few days.
A disappointing raise and take it for Lorilla here. Obviously hoping for something a little more with those aces.
Oh, he went to tell his mate what happened, and his mate's not even paying attention. Corey Desmond says, could we possibly see a recording of Lappin's karaoke performance during the next break?
Oh, there must be one.
I've not seen any. I think you've done a great job at suppressing it, David.
Yeah, my PR people are experts in catch and kill. We're like the National Enquirer of Irish karaoke performances.
Think basically 34th place prize money has gone towards incentivizing people to delete videos from their phone. Okay, King, Queen suited for Johnston. A few people asking about Johnston's flag. That is the flag of Northern Ireland, and Johnston was very keen to represent Northern Ireland at this final table, so asked for the flag to be changed from the Union Jack.
Well, we saw Chus with the light 3-bet a moment ago. Looks like he's going to go again.
Yeah, I think this is a bit too much. I think you're coloring outside the lines a little ambitiously, but maybe that's part of the plan for Chus. You know, as much as I love the A7, I think this is pushing your luck a little bit. Johnston's not going to be raising particularly light, I think, from the hijack, having to get through 4 players. You know, you're going to be up against a lot of dominating hands. Sure, you might be up against the portion of the range that might be prepared to fold, maybe, you know, something like an ace-9 suited or, you know, a king-queen off maybe folds. I'd love to see Johnston, like, make a stand here and shove.
Yeah, with those dynamics, king-queen suited, sort of a really nice hand to just stick it in his eye here.
I will say, though, he has a little bit more chips than I thought with 8 million. Putting in the 30 big blinds with these shorter stacks, a bit difficult, so is going to call, and we're keeping in the dominated hand. I don't mind this as well.
Yeah. So much ICM pressure on these middling stacks right now, and wow!
Oh my God, just flops the nuts. And why not?
Oh, baby doll.
Of course, Chus has the 10 of hearts in his hand. So
dream scenario here for Johnson here. His opponent actually has the kind of hand that will barrel.
Yeah.
All the back doors, the flush draw. It's, yeah, I think this is going to go very nicely for Johnson and Chus. Obviously, the check mark's already done. We're done with this hand.
Well, Fan Fox has a question for you, Griffin. Is it strawberry jam time?
Johnson will be aware that a lot of the top and bottom of the raising range will contain an ace. His opponent is going to be in here with some weak aces and some strong ones too. No reason to raise at this point, I don't think anyway. Down bet of 900k.
Well, of course, some sickos out there want real carnage. Kai says, one more strawberry, please.
Another strawberry could slow things down, actually.
Yeah.
So, it's so many people now, behind the rail. Is it okay I leave my back here? Or
So, from Tusa's point of view, his opponent likely has some sort of ace-10, ace-jack in most worlds. He's hanging on there. He might have a heart, he might not.
Your ace-10s, your ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited, maybe some ace-jack offs. Not a ton of other ace combos. I don't think the ace-8 of clubs is going to be calling this 3-bet, really. So, is going to expect those. I mean, all those aces are still dominated by the perceived ace-king, ace-queen types that Tus would have, and 3-bet and then barrel off. So the turn card's quite bad, I think, for Tus in a way, in that if he wants to tell this story, he could continue doing so. But yeah, he is going to go for it.
Yeah, he can target hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s with the heart.
Too, yeah, these need to be played as folds, I would say, on the turn.
Oh, Johnson just in dreamland here. Obviously, pocket aces has overtaken him, but if that happens, that happens. I suppose a 6 or an ace would be an unfortunate river, but at the moment he's just got to play it like a trap here. Showing the right amount of reluctance here. Don't want to oversell these Hollywood stories either. I'm always very conscious of wanting to seem reluctant but not seem too reluctant.
Kyle is asking if there's a bounty on my head in the live stream tournament, the $1.10 event that's just started. There is not, Kyle. To be brutally honest, I naively expected Joe to do most of the heavy lifting today so I could play this poker tournament, but he's still sick. So I will probably rarely play a hand. I'll be sat out for most of it. And if I play a hand, chances are it's a premium, so fold.
And there is the call. So this pot ballooned to over 9 million chips. Just 4.375 million effective for Johnson. And the board double pairs on the river.
Is it possible he triples off here?
I mean, yes.
I think it is.
I mean, that's the design of this. Maybe in his head. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that's definitely the design of the turn size, but if maybe it was just a 1.65 million. This is gonna fold up the 8s and 9s with a heart, in my opinion. I'm gonna try this.
So now we were looking at the ace jacks.
Yeah.
Now it's the ace jacks of clubs or whatever that we're targeting. Here we go. Quick double glance. Gotcha.
Got him.
That is a huge pot that is going to go in Johnston's favor.
And caught speeding. That's really what it is. I mean, we were so impressed by that early 3-bet from Taus, and then just pushed the envelope a little too much. Hijack cut off, the queen 10 off, wanting to establish yourself even further, and got the kind of board and situation that you couldn't help yourself. And that's the way it goes sometimes, right?
Yeah.
The play styles like that are going to win tournaments.
It doesn't matter tournament, much that you have to call. Good loser.
So just verify the stacks. And Tu's looking, I think it's fair to say, David, a tad frustrated.
So Northern Ireland's Mark Johnson will have increased the stack up to approximately 18 to 19 million. And Davidas Rustic is the opponent who lost that amount of chips.
Some of that information was accurate.
Yeah, not Rosick. Wow. Obviously, we know here that it is Tus who, in fact, has kind of gone for a chip stack switcheroo with Johnston after that hand.
Oh, that's even better.
But a great situation for Mark Johnson at the start of this 9-handed final table at the 2024 Irish Open. Griffin Benja has stepped out, but we are now joined by a recent Irish champion, an Irish EPT winner. Padraig O'Neill, welcome.
Hey guys, glad to be here doing commentating for the first time.
Just a smidge.
Yeah.
Delighted to welcome you to the booth, Padraig. Obviously, we have spoken on the chip race together, so you're familiar to the airwaves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be doing my first commentating with you guys, experienced commentators.
I'm just relieved you're here so that people aren't leaning into my analysis now. We can lean into your analysis. I can just say silly stuff.
This is the toughest time to come in to do it, like on the final table. It's going to be tough, some ICM situations for these guys. Playing for a lot of money.
Yeah, huge jumps with every single elimination. And looks like Johnston is now chip leader after that hand. 18 million chips. Ninh second on the leaderboard with 16.9. And Toos is now the low man at the table. 4.3 million, around 14 big blinds. And I think the blinds are going to be going up relatively soon.
Yeah, 13 bigs now. I think we have another player with 15 bigs. So 2 short stacks. Lots of players in or around that sort of 25 to 35 zone, which is awkward enough to play with all these ICM considerations. That 3-bet really leverages all those stacks. So big stacks have an advantage there. They can really push these guys around if they want to.
Yeah, all the mid stacks are in an awkward situation. Even these 8s, if you do get 3-bet, you're putting them in. I don't think you can continue. So it's an okay open. It's fine to open, but you're not going to be happy facing a 3-bet.
No, and a hand like 6s, you might even just
fold
yes. That one away.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's really is bottom of the range. Yeah.
I wish I could actually wave geography, not my.
Yeah, we often discuss on chip race strategy segments sort of the value of those blocker hands, a suited ace-8, much more useful in a way than the pocket 8s in that situation. You want to open those kind of hands that have blocker value and sort of, protect you a little bit against the 3-betting range.
Absolutely, blocker heavy hands, but I'd open the 8s if no one's showing resistance. I'm just hopped in cold here. You can tell me if guys are 3-betting them, but I would be happy to open until I was told otherwise.
Yeah, we've had some light 3-bets and we've had some legit 3-bets already, and we're only about 4 hands into this. Okay. So it's been a dynamic-filled final table already. We've had one huge hand.
Just like that. I just seen as a way to get in, like, wow, big hand, big switch.
That's quick.
So Padraig, at that EPT final table in Prague not too many months ago, obviously you came into that relatively short. You'd had quite a big stack through the tournament, but then took a few body blows right before the final table, and then had to go into that sort of short stack ninja mode, looking to ladder. Things went very well later on, but at this particular phase of the tournament, how did you sort of size it up from your stack position?
You don't want to make any big mistakes. You're going to wait other people out. Hopefully they'll make the mistakes. You're a bit more experienced, and just hope things go right. And if the deck goes against you, it goes against you. Just hopefully not your own decision that goes against you.
Yeah, composure is so important in these situations. I thought you showed a tremendous amount of that. But it is hard when the lights are on and the pressure's on and it's really life-changing money at stake.
Absolutely. I say some of these guys are very nervous, but they're not showing it.
Well, here's one man who shows absolutely no nerves. Ninh, he is our most sort of talkative, bombastic, vociferous player here, and I imagine we're going to be treated to something now that he's 3-bet.
See, this is what I love to see, especially when you've got like some short stacks clinging onto ladder. The 3 biggest stacks at the table start getting into it.
Yeah.
Oh, Groom folded.
Ace queen off, folded. Yeah, he could have took the cold 4-bet. I think I would have liked to see it. But it's okay to fold as well.
Yeah, that's 3 open folds from Groom, who has looked to get after, but immediately facing resistance has backed off. Obviously not the start to this final table he would have wanted, but the previous 2 opens were suited connectors in early position, so he is sort of trying to use that chip lead to get after. It's just not working right now.
Yeah, he's trying. And I like the 3-bet from King 10 suited. Good play.
So still 9-handed at the final table, and Tepi has been stood up away from the table for most of the time, chatting on the rail. He's now finally going to come back and maybe play a hand.
Good man, Phil.
Bit of vigorish on that coffee.
Ace-4, the hand for Adrian Thorne. It gets folded. Mark Johnston with Jack-5. That goes in the muck. David Toos, 6-5. So round to Hiep Ninh, Ace-9.
He's going to keep putting on the pressure here.
I love the way Phil's just chilling with the coffee. Like, yeah, if there's an all-in, I'll be there. But otherwise, you know, just going to hang. Chat to the rail.
Yeah, very
okay. Folded. Yeah, I would have opened there.
Very surprised.
It's been working really well for him, and it's a good blocker hand. You don't want to open 7-8 suit. You'd rather open Ace-9-0. But I would have opened 7-8 suit in his shoes as well. I'd start to apply the pressure here if I was him.
So round to the blinds, and it is Beliauskas completing with King-6, and Saloftas can elect to see a free flop with 8-3.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of commentary on Loftus at the Merit venue, which of course you had a great EPT there last year. I do their Carmen series and their Gangster series and their Vintage series and all their in-house stuff. And he's very much a man who likes to battle in that particular room.
So I need to know, what is the USP of the Gangster series?
It's mostly a sort of a costume-driven theme.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Costumes. I like costumes in poker.
Dealers are always in costume, which is great.
Need to see more players in costume.
Some players mix it up as well, in fairness. It is a good atmosphere. We're speaking, of course, about the Merit Resort and Casino in Corinion, North Cyprus, where EPT took their first visit, and I believe going back there, it was so popular.
Indeed. Back in October of this year, penultimate stop of EPT 2024.
It shows he's an experienced player. He put on the pressure with the 8-3-0.
Yeah,
so
very nice.
Very good.
Very nice. Yeah, coming back to Phil Baker there on the rail, it's just so great year after year, coming back to Irish Opens. Laura Cornelius doing the sideline reporting, Phil Baker. Obviously, we have Rod doing the blogging, Christian Zetch is back this year. There's just a sort of a team of people who've come to this tournament, wherever it was, City West, Burlington years ago as well, and keep coming back. And it gives a real sense of familiarity. Danny Maxwell obviously taking his phenomenal photos too. I think he told me last night, looking at the wall of all the photographs, which ones were his of the Wall of Champions. It's just great to have that sort of community feel when people come back here, that sense of familiarity.
Straight into the action here with this Queen O.
So Toos is the shortest stack at the table, as we highlighted, 14 bigs. Opens here to 600,000. King, Queen suited for Stephen Groom, who starts the hand with 15 million chips.
Yeah, it's a tricky one here because his 3-bet would commit him to Toos's stack. A flat just sort of opens the door for the guys behind. It's a very tricky hand in this seat.
Yeah, so early in the tournament, I probably would have jammed Ace Queen, but under ICM, I do like the min raise.
I do too.
I might have put on the pressure. It depends how the Ace Queen, is he opening wide enough?
He is probably our loosest player, to be honest.
I would have 3-bet the King Queen, get a lot of folds from Ace X. The Ace X we said were good blockers.
Yeah.
I think the King Queen works pretty well. Flatting, yeah, it's a nice hand. Earlier in the tournament, I definitely would as well.
Yeah, and on the button, you'd love it, but
yeah,
with all the sort of row of players who could wake up behind and how it opens up that squeezable spot.
And this King Jack is just a great opportunity to squeeze, I think. He might elect to flash, see the... Yeah, I wouldn't mind a 3-bet here as well.
And will Toos have to go with this hand? Ace Queen is very strong, but it shrivels up in these spots.
It does, especially against the squeeze. If King Queen suited had 3-bet him, I think he might have had to go then, but against the squeeze, it's dodgy.
So Padraig, David's talked about the players that he knows, either having played against them in this event or knows them from the community or has commentated on them. In the case of Saloftas, anyone at this table you're familiar with? Anyone you've come up against?
Unfortunately not. Oliver, I have played in the past with him, but it's been a long time. He's been around since I was around 10 years ago, and I believe he was playing big when I first started. But I remember him, whenever I played with him, he's been very aggressive, good player. Other than that, no, I'm unfamiliar. Going in, yeah, unknown to me anyway.
Well, this is a spicy move.
Yeah, what do we think of this sizing here, Smidge?
I have to say, you're going to have to tell me the size and pop up.
Looks to me around about the... Help us out, graphics.
Yes. I'm so far out of this tournament, I don't know what any of these chips are.
Did you ever get any of those orange ones?
No, nowhere near. I didn't make day 2.
Well, actually, it's the lowest denomination chips, right? It's the 25K, so it was a call from Saloftus.
Okay.
It looked like a lot of chips. It looked like a re-raise, but no, just a call.
I don't blame him. It's a very nice hand.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly the other way to play this hand was flat.
Well, David Rasavita on YouTube says, I do not like this cold call from the small blind.
Certainly now that we can see the hands, I don't.
I
But,
was going to say, I don't like it because of the other hands. I don't like it because of this board, but now he's going to lead.
This is really interesting here, clearly recognizing that 2 legit ranges are going to hate this board.
Yes.
And he does have backdoor stuff going on with diamonds, but much more importantly, you know, unless you have an overpair in Tusa's shoes, you're basically folding everything now.
You're in the bin. I really like this. I probably would have 3-bet pre, but he's found another way to win the hand, and just shows there's lots of ways to play poker.
Yeah, keep an eye on this man, Suloftus. I really do rate him very highly. Already he's shown the type of caliber right out of the gate at this final table, making moves, trying to build a big stack, trying to be the table captain, be the boss. Players like that will sometimes fall on their sword. We saw that happen with Tusa a moment ago, but they will put themselves in contention for a top 3 spot.
Yes, he's not going to fold into it, is he? He's playing really well. The lights are affecting him.
Thank you.
Cheers. And this run will stand to all these players going forward. They might be nervous this time, but the next time they're going to be a lot more comfortable playing under the cameras.
Well, you might be looking at a few empty tables in the room, but I will tell you something. This is an enormous venue, and what normally happens on the last day of festivals is you see virtually no tables in the room. This massive arena is half full right now, and still an incredible atmosphere here on a Monday.
That 200 event was a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
500k guarantee, smash the guarantee, and keeps the room full every single day. And 80,000 for the winner for 200 euros.
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Okay, blinds are up. We're playing 2, 4, and 4 now.
So you heard the dealer, blinds are up. We have hit the next level, 200k, 400k blinds, 400k big blind ante. That means we now have 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. Both Adrian Thorne and David Toos playing 9 bigs.
Yeah, significantly, that is the biggest percentage jump we're likely to see of blinds on this final table. It is quite a leap up, and it has immediately put guys from a sort of a 30 zone into a low 20 zone, guys who are 15 bigs now, sub 10. It's actually going to be really tricky for these guys now.
You're going to see them open jamming a lot more now.
Yeah.
So Queen Jack O, he did fold the Ace 9 earlier, but again, I hope he opens here.
In our preview to this final table, we talked about the dynamic between Ninh and Boyce coming up to this final table.
So like he passed, I don't mind it that much, but with his chip stack,
Yeah.
with 30 bigs, I'd definitely be folding, but just he has a decent chip stack at this point in the tournament, and I don't think he's going to get that much resistance.
Pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Yeah, well, here we go.
Naamalle. Kerran päästiin flopille, otin 3 veen flopilla. Sieltä tulee
Simple spot for Thorne here.
ja kylkee, ja sit on mun actioni. Eli kaikki kädet, mitä avasin, niin hävisin. Ja sitten kerran
Won't be any trapping with the ICM here.
No, I don't think so. Again, earlier in the tournament, yeah, you could trap, but no, not at this point. I think all in, get the 1 overcard to fold. It's just a great result.
All in.
Yeah, and maybe even get some 2 overcard hands to fold too, which is a great result as well.
Absolutely.
We see now no decision for Johnston, who will be keen to preserve his stack situation, virtually level pegging with Ninh at the top.
Can you reach the button for me, please? Thank you.
Your EPT Prague final table, Porrick, was certainly one of the more epic ones. The heads up was a particularly long affair. I remember railing it virtually, listening to the commentary of James, of course. From the win, actually, myself and Darragh were over in Vegas, and we had the phones up. We were watching it all the way through. We managed to go down and play our day 3, I want to say, and then still come back, and you were still playing heads up.
It was grueling.
Yeah.
It took too long, really. I should have finished him off far sooner. But it was grueling. And John, yes, good competitor. It's very, very tough to play against.
I mean, you never like to call the result before a final table's played out, but considering the advantage that John had going in, we were really concerned that it was going to be a short final table. We were actually panicking that, oh God, it's going to be done by like 3 p.m. and then what? You know, we can't. We'll have to find something else to cover. And obviously, it didn't go that way. In fact, it went on longer than we would have liked it to go on. But, you know, you never can tell.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I took great pleasure in writing up a review of that one. Obviously, Padraig and I go way back. And I suppose the piece I wrote had a bit of romance to it. Maybe a little bit at John's expense. I want to go on record and I say that, you know, John, who I have a huge amount of time for, great player. And yes, he does have a very swashbuckling style of poker, which can sometimes get him in trouble, but also wins him some tournaments very often. But with the greatest respect to the way he performed, he did put you in the bin in a couple of spots and got some bluffs through. He tested you out, Padraig.
Yeah.
I need to know which complicated, awkward metaphor you forced into the opening paragraph of this particular blog, David.
I think I called him punch drunk, and he, after Padraig had sort of reeled back, and he was like, what's this punch drunk business? And I said, sorry, I meant just drunk.
I had to back away from that conversation, not get into trouble. Johnson putting on the pressure here.
Seat 1 raised 1.1 million.
Okay, it's not going to work this occasion.
No.
Seat 2 all in.
So Tooth's about to get a few of those chips back.
So I like the aggressive play with the 8-3, although you did say Tooth was the most aggressive player at the table, or opening a lot, so maybe not against that player.
But it really was a special day in Prague, Padraig. You gave the Irish poker community a galvanizing moment, a moment that we've been waiting for a long time on EPTs. I know people talk about Steve O'Dwyer's Irishness, but I think we'd all agree that, you know, you are the first Irishman to win an EPT, and that's a very special thing for the community here in Ireland, because there's so many poker players who've tried their luck in EPTs down the years to no avail.
Yeah, we've got quite a few seconds in WSOP since Smarty won. I know we had a few online bracelets, but they're not quite the same. So it'd be nice to see us do something in Vegas. I'm not going to go for long myself, but I think we lack mixed game players is the problem. We've lots of hold'em players.
Registration, by the way, for that $1.10 tournament is open for another 5 minutes or so. I did my best to go broke, guys, so I could focus on the live stream, and I just kept doubling up. Either that or they keep folding to my shove. So I'm just like, I'll just minimize it and sit out for a while.
Well, one man that's not going to sit out this hand is Lorila here for the second time on this final table. He's woken up with aces, got no action the first time. I think from the same seat, actually, one orbit later. Will he get it?
I mean, it's amazing. You just every orbit pick up aces, steal the blinds and antes. Your stack just never, ever goes down.
That's it. Well, no luck so far unless somebody gets very out of line here.
Just no one waking up with anything, unfortunately, for him.
Just the big blind, and it's going to be another raise and take it.
Thank you.
I like the pause here to think about, but I wouldn't defend.
No, I wouldn't defend, and I wonder, and I hope for his sake he's not considering
maybe
making
with
a move here.
A king 5 off, maybe a 3-bet, but maybe not an 8-5 off. But he's open folded ace 9, queen jack, and he's going to. Yeah, I think that's a good fold.
So, a little bit bittersweet here for Lorila, who is going to have to send his aces into the muck once again, tell his rail what just happened. You won't believe it, guys, twice now.
So unfair, Mum.
But the blinds are so big right now. He's keeping ahead of these 10 big blind stacks. It's still a good result. He didn't lose the pot. Lucky for him, he can pick up aces 2 more times maybe before this is out.
happens again in the next stall bit, I think he just limps.
Well, 5, pass.
So Oliver Boyce has folded. Oh, just queens now.
Wow. Okay. You need this run good to win tournaments as well. Well, we'll see what happens behind.
Now, bearing in mind, and I'm basing this, by the way, on
950,000.
the live chat on YouTube, bearing in mind that 70% of our audience appears to be Finnish and appears to be fans of Tepi, I'm intrigued to know what are the little balls that he has on the table as his good luck talisman, as his card protectors.
It's here. I think it's going to be a flat.
Seat
Yeah.
1,
Sounds
call.
right.
Sounds right.
Seat 2, pass.
Adam McCullough is watching on YouTube. He says, let's go. I know he's going to be rooting for Oliver Boyce. Big fan of Oliver Boyce.
Well, little does Groom know how much trouble he's in here.
Wow. Yeah.
He does have clubs working. Little cheeky 9-10 jack, perhaps, but for his sake, let's hope there isn't a queen or 8 on this board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ace 7-3 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, a little bit pesky for Lorela here, who I think has to c-bet anyway. You know, you don't have to go very large here. I think probably something around a maybe 1-6 pot would have been fine. He's decided to check though, Padraig.
I don't mind a check. I don't think you have to auto c-bet here. But yeah, it is his board. But yeah, he's in early position. He could have put out a small bet for sure. This is an interesting bet. I'm going to fold out some broadways and protect his hand. Queens, wow, it's big fold. Big fold in the flop. With a heart in your hand, you have a bit of backup. I would have called, I think 8 just most likely checks it down. So it's a bit missed opportunity, but look, there's an ace on board. It's a big final table. Like.
Okay, let's talk strategy of that spot, because I think already we've a very interesting, albeit small hand. I advocated for just firing out that tiny little range bet there, which you said you wouldn't always do.
No.
But you wouldn't always do it because you would actually back up that check with a call and at least test your opponent out, certainly to that sizing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be checking to fold. Yeah, if you had kings, even better, you'd have less even to protect against.
Does it simplify matters to just throw out that 1.5 big blind bet?
You can just do that, David. And it might flick in a call for 1.5 big blinds. Maybe he bluffs there with the 8s. I'm not sure what type of player he is, but yeah, it's unfortunate, that hand.
Loftus in relatively early position with 6-3 suited folds. Ace-9 of hearts for Adrian Thorne. Thorne playing 12 bigs near enough right now.
I'd probably min-raise here. I think it's a bit too much to shove from this position. If you're on the button, yeah, shove it in, like, but he's too many players behind. If you min-raise and get 2 players putting in a lot of chips, it's a great one to just fold. Might be thinking of passing or shoving all in, maybe. But yeah, I'd like to see. I think he's going to get a lot of respect for 800k as well.
Yeah, I really like the open here. A suited blocker hand, perfect. Plays very well if you do get called by the big blind. Can easily let it go against resistance. Just one of those short stack min raises. He has gone for the shove though.
Mr. Thorne has been triangled.
Going to cross my fingers for him. Hopefully he doesn't run into anything.
No, he hasn't. Oh, we still got the big blind, Oliver Boyce. Queen Jack.
So, one thing about shoving here, if he had min raise, Oliver would have defended and he would have had to take it to the streets post. But yeah, it worked out great.
Here's another way of looking at it, Padraig. You avoid him calling with Queen Jack and hitting a queen or a jack.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Take the guessing out of it.
Yeah. And I think if it was 1 or 2 seats over, I would have preferred a shove. So I think it can't be that bad.
So next player out's going to get just over 38 grand. Of course, there's more than 415k up top for the winner. And we will play down to a champion today. 9-handed at the final table of this year's Irish Open.
Have we found out what the balls are about?
I asked a question and then promptly stopped looking at the chat, which was a bit stupid of me, wasn't it?
I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to say they're the shriveled up testicles of his vanquished opponent in Barcelona.
Do you know what?
He got to bring them home with him as well.
I like that as an answer.
What did he win in Barcelona, Dave?
He won the 8-8 live in Barcelona last May for a nice little score, actually, 64k.
Seat 7 raised
Nothing wrong with that.
800,000.
Again, you're opening the 8s, hoping no one comes after you with a 3-bet, and if they do, yeah, you hate life and you probably end up folding. But no one really has shown a tendency to get after it so far since I've got in. But I've seen some epic hands in the bar last night, so we know these guys can do things.
Nin posturing a bit like he's going to make a move, but hasn't actually pulled the trigger yet on this final table. One wonders if he's sort of decided to adopt a more subdued personality.
Yeah, maybe he's looking at them payouts thinking I don't have to do a lot here. I can play a little tighter and lock up 6 figures, which is a lot of money.
Absolutely.
Maybe he satellite in for 100 euros. It's wow, 100 euros into 100k. He can't blame him.
Certainly not. Lorela going to make the defend here. Lovely hand to see in the big blind.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. One big blind invested. Last act. C3.
Yeah, and it won't just be about a set mine here. He can board mine occasionally. He can maybe get sticky on some textures. Not that one.
No, not that one. And this is a spot I would like to see a bet on with the 8s. Like, you're going to clear out a lot of equity.
Seat 7, bet 1,025,000.
Might have gotten a little smaller.
Big sizing, yeah, I agree with you, Padraig. I think we like a sort of a quarter bet there rather than half, but it got the job done.
10 jacks. I see a lucky jack against you. I want to play it. I want to do something. I'm not calling.
Wow, very honest talk. Yeah, he wants to do something, yeah. Might have kept that to myself. But I like it. We're going to see some stuff later, maybe.
Going to say that the balls that Tepi has on the table do look spiky, and if you were to carry those around in your trouser pocket, you'd feel them. You'd definitely feel them.
Is your big blind, sir? 4 and 4.
Keeping an eye on the live stream, but should I be looking at the free roll as well, James?
It's not a free roll. I spent $1.10 of my meager bankroll to play this, Padraig.
I actually like the €1 buy-in rather than a free roll. My brother is starting to play free rolls, and I'm encouraging him to play €1 games instead. Instead of having 3,000 players, it's more manageable.
Yes, it is.
You have to put in the euro.
Are you sticking him in those games?
No, he's absolutely not.
His markup is like $5.50 at this point.
He won't listen to my advice either. He wants to limp. He's probably listening now. I'm telling him, don't limp. I like this from Johnson. The other chip leaders haven't gone after it. He should.
Seat 2, pass.
There isn't really a John Keita going after in this final table so far. Someone might emerge.
Do you know, I think we would have had exactly that type of person in Toos had he not immediately suffered the setback.
Yeah.
I think he will go after it if he gets a stack, but you know, immediately got caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
That was Raylan deep, Connor B and Simon Wilson deep in it. Darren yourself, with some great names with a few tables left.
Just as a side note on this tournament, by the way, someone's sat down at the table who has a really bad photograph of Joe Stapleton as their avatar.
They do. Joe hungover.
No, that's actually Joe commentating.
Oh.
That's what he looks like in real life.
Well, he's had aces twice, he's had queens, and now he's had sixes twice. Lorela
awkward in small blinds
here.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Seat 6.
If I do your threes, I'm mucking them. It's tempting with sixes, but it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, now very tempting for threes to just flick in that one chip again.
I wouldn't call threes from the small blind, but yeah, you're closing action. These set over set situations, it's possible here. 3 pocket pairs.
Yeah,
Would you call here, David, with threes?
Oh, absolutely would.
Yeah.
I think you're getting amazing price
Yeah.
four ways. If you do
Absolutely.
hit bottom set and you get set over set it, that's life. If that happens today,
Yeah.
you know, it was not your day. But if you can get in there for one chip here, you're already getting the right price, and then
Fantastic,
the
yeah,
implied
yeah.
odds are astronomical.
Absolutely. I think from your sit and go days, you'd have a lot of knowledge on ICM. So I was just wondering.
Four players.
Four-way to the flop. Give us something spicy.
Oh, we did get spicy.
Yes, we do. Queen, Jack, 7.
Seat 6. Check.
Second pair for Johnston and a set of 7s for Groom because the 7 is always coming.
Always coming 7.
Yeah, interesting now when it gets
Seat
round
7, check.
to Johnston whether he fires a little proby one with the 10 of diamonds. Probably doesn't have to.
No, you're going 4 ways. You have second pair. I think it's very natural, I think, to just check,
Seat
yeah.
1, check.
But he's not going to be folding.
And Groom must be thinking to himself, surely someone has some of that Queen-Jack interactivity.
It's so great with the bottom set. You're unblocking lots of top pairs. I will go small here, 4 ways. You don't want to go big, especially under ICM.
Give me a sizing here, Smitchy. I like about 700k myself.
700, yeah, 800, 700. Yeah. I think
700 with a set of 7s.
There you go. You're right.
not.
Maybe we don't want to do
Maybe
that,
not.
Cal. Yeah, no, good point, James.
1.9, big bet. But look, there's a flush draw out. He's a bit worried. But 4 ways, you want to size down. And this could give Jack 10 the chance to get away.
Yep.
Yes. Wow. That's a great fold from Johnson. I think it helped with the bet sizing, but great discipline fold. And for 800k or 900k, I don't think he can fold. He wouldn't. He shouldn't.
Let's dive into a strategy point there. Why, when multi-way, can we go smaller?
There's so many hands that that can continue. You want to go smaller. You don't want to bet big. People can have good hands. Just because you have a set of 7s here doesn't mean that you're going to have a lot more hands you want to bet. So that's generally why. And you want to go really small and find in live events, if you do go small, people see it as weakness, but you do it with every time you are betting. So you're well protected when you have 7s, for instance.
Excellent analysis there from the champ.
Well,
did the moon end up on the stream? Did the moon end up on the stream?
Thorn
Seat 9.
folding under the gun.
Seat 1, pass. Seat 2, pass.
Round to Nin with 10-7 of hearts.
So I feel like from your earlier play, he's going to fold, and I would like a fold here, to be honest. But if he is folding ace 9-0 and queen jack, but he's tempted, isn't he? If he had 10-8 suited, he'd definitely open. Oh, he is opening. Okay. Okay.
Seat 3, raise 900,000.
James, I don't think it's even happened yet.
If no one's playing back, I actually don't even mind it that much. 10-7. You have a lot of chips. But again, I would have opened all them blocker hands instead.
Yeah,
ace
it's
9,
interesting that this is the
queen
one
jack.
he chooses.
Yeah, it looks prettier. You think you can flop more things. Oliver, yeah, he might be thinking of 3-betting. He's in the coffin though, so I don't mind a fold.
Yeah, 20 bigs is such a rotten stack and seat there.
I think it's discipline folds.
Seat 7, pass.
Oh.
Here we go. Well, wouldn't be surprised to see this hand played somewhat passively, given these are like, what, 1 and 3 in chips? Suloftus obviously has taken the more aggressive action.
He's looking at
in
his
a lot of
neighbour's
spots, but I like
stack. Yeah, he's looking at his neighbour's stack. He's very, very well aware.
I
30
like
bigs.
this. I like this flat. I think you do want to proceed a little cautiously here.
So I would have, with 30 bigs, I would have either went all in or called. I wouldn't have 3-bet small with jacks. Like, pretty tough spot.
King 10-9, so second pair for Nin. 1 heart on board as well. Obviously, Suloftus still nearly a 4-1 favourite with the jacks.
650. Seat 3.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Nin decides to c-bet this one. Possibly doesn't have to.
Seat 8, calls.
We do go very small and call.
Vai kommenteissa äijä?
650,000.
So you can go back to back.
Back to back putospari tästä.
So Oh no, sorry, it's a lead out, is it? Oh no, sorry, our graphics are on the fritz for a moment there.
What's going on?
Seat 8 checks.
So seat 8 did check. Option on Nin. And sorry, so we did go check bet, small bet call, and now we're on the turn with the 6 of diamonds.
I like to see bet from 10-7, and I like this check back. He's lots of equity here, 20%.
3 of hearts on the river. Jacks have a lock on this.
Do we blocker this one, Padraig?
Yeah, I think I like a block. Yeah, I think you're mostly going to be winning. Small, again, small, you're going to target 10x, and it's going to be a tough spot for Nin. It's going to be a tough spot.
Yeah, something around about the million mark. Looking for that ace-10 call.
I said one of them said that you can do that.
Any 10x, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you had led the turn, that would be a turn. If he has a 7-8-0, perhaps, and he could lead out. So I wouldn't have been that surprised, not with this hand.
$3.7 million in the middle.
Let's think about where our bluffs are coming from as well. So don't see, it's kind of hard to find a bluff. What bluffs are you finding here, David?
Jack 8, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, makes sense. Not too many though, so
no.
He can go small. So he's going quite chunky. What he's thinking about. Yeah, very big chunky bet.
Didn't expect this sizing, I must say.
Where the bluffs are coming for this sizing.
Yeah.
And like obviously Jack 8 makes sense, but it's only Jack 8 suited, so that's not too much.
Possibly a little bit concerned with this villain specifically, that if he did do a blocker that looked like a blocker, it might be pounced upon. This one harder to raise over the top of, although...
That's true. This would be absurd. This would be good to watch though, being put him to the test.
Yeah, Suloftus not capped at all.
1.7 is the bet.
I think he's going to... I don't think he's going to raise.
No, I think he's mulling over the value of this pocket tens.
Call. Yeah.
Oh.
3 calls.
Well, credit to Suloftus.
Yeah, well, good sizing. Yeah, he made another 700k that we wouldn't have. Nin, like the final table hasn't gone his way yet, but hopefully he gets back on the horse and keeps opening. But yeah, he feels hard done by probably at this point.
So no player at the final table has a 50 big blind stack. Mark Johnston is the chip leader with 42 bigs. Georgios Sisoflis just behind him, as is Stephen Groom. And David Toos remains the shorty with 11 bigs. Adrian Thorne, 14 bigs. And then Lorilla and Biliauskas, 17 bigs apiece.
It's anyone's game here. Imagine what one double up can do.
Yeah, I've never seen a spread of chips where it was more likely that anybody could just spring from this pack here. 4 people around the 40 big blind zone.
George is looking very very good at the moment. Like he's making great decisions, and yeah, Johnson as well. See what happens. Even the short stacks, they're far from out of it.
Johnston under the gun with ace-10.
I like taking your time here, and yeah, good decision.
Seat 1, raise 850,000.
850k, min plus raise. Round to Nin, who folds.
Seat 2 pass. Seat
Groom.
3 pass. Seat 4
Passes. Oliver Boyce not getting involved. Pocket pair for Tepe, no. King, queen of clubs.
Such a pretty hand, you don't want to fold it. But yeah, he's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so far on this final table, it's been fairly tippy-tappy from Tepe. One wonders now with King Queen suited if this is an opportunity to stick it in now.
No. I think you could just 3-bet small, and yeah, it's a lot of equity to give away though. But if you're going to fold it anyway, but yeah.
C8
I think it would have worked well. If he had played it, it would have been interesting to see. But I think it's just going to be a jam and a fold, most likely.
Yeah, 12 big blinds. One out there in the big, so maybe it's a 13 big blind situation. Johnson, yeah, can't make the call here if a shove comes.
No.
Obviously Thorne, a little bit worried that his opponent might have him in trouble, but you can't really pass up these tens.
No, absolutely not. And just have to, it's not your day if you lose here. Would you have played the king-queen suited, David? Or would have been disciplined and folded?
I think I would have folded as well.
You would have folded, wow. Okay.
But you know I'm in it, Padraig. You know
yes, you are.
Such a pretty hand.
It's a very pretty hand.
I think just my stack size would have been just, I felt like it was so awkward there with, what was it, maybe 17 bigs?
With 17 bigs,
yeah.
You could make it 4.5 bigs, 5 bigs, find the bluffs. But yeah, I can see it.
God, how roles have reversed, Padraig.
All in.
I used to take the piss out of you for being a nit, and now you, on live commentary, are telling me how tight I am.
Yeah, about 12, 13 years ago, you said you have to start bluffing, and I took it to heart. And now I'm going to get you to bluff some more. Don't fold king-queen suited, David. And someone's going to run a sim on this and say, oh, you're completely wrong. It's definitely a fold. But king-queen suited.
Yeah.
5,300,000.
Don't think Johnson can call. I think he, from what I've seen, I think he'll make the right decision again. It's.
What's the threshold here? If your opponent has like 8 bigs, it becomes very tempting.
Oh yes,
9 close, 10 you're probably folding.
10
well.
absolutely folding. Yeah. So
yeah, it's probably somewhere
much.
around the 9 big blinds, 8.5 big blinds is what you sort of cry off here.
Exactly. Like he's not going to jam ace-9. This is the problem.
Good discipline from Johnson. He's played very well, obviously getting the best of twos early on in that confrontation. Opened the king-queen suited, got 3-bet by the light queen, 10 of twos, flop gin. No tonic, just all gin.
Well, that is a not insignificant pickup for Adrian Thorne. It puts some separation between him and the other short stack. As we check on the payouts, and yes, we are in a situation where there is a decent prize money difference between 9th and 8th, more than 10,000 euros. And that is going to be weighing on the minds of both Thorne and Toos, who are the shorties at the table.
Yeah, bear in mind, 10,000 euros is buying into this tournament next year and the next year for 10 consecutive years, or if you're Ian Simpson, just like 8 bullets next year, which I presume he will do again.
Yeah, with a whole year of Ian Simpson bullets at the Irish Open, it's a big prize.
I was running a tier, so you know the way we've gone very digitized and everything's on computers now. I had this idea that when you cashed a tournament, you were told specifically whose buy-ins you won.
Oh, I like it.
And you were given it that, and then you could have like a needle list that you put into the app. So then the person that you knew would annoy them the most would be told that you got their money.
Fantastic, David.
Yeah.
Yeah, good needle, yeah.
Action's been folded to Beliauskas, not going to play. Saloftus with 7 deuce off on the button fold. So it's blind v blind. Thorne in the small. One of the big stacks. Mark Johnston in the big.
So this is interesting. Is the big stack going to put on pressure? Can you get away with a limp? I don't think you can go all in or anything. But do you think Johnston will allow a limp here? That'd be the question for me, whether I play this or not. And yeah, I can see a fold. I can see a fold, and it wouldn't have worked, the limp.
Yeah, it's so difficult. These hands that are snap, limped in, play a pot, probably get checked back a lot when we're deeper. Just completely different situation now. High ICM environment.
It's a tough spot. I don't mind that fold at all.
No, we can get behind that one for sure.
These are tough spots, and if you're watching, yeah, it's tough when you're out there on the final table. Like, you might think it's easy to raise or limp here, but it's tough when the big stack is in the big blind. And 10K for the next, if you ladder once, pretty nice.
C3 raise 900,000.
Neen opening under the gun with King Jack.
And poor old Ollie boys, poor card distribution so far on this final table has meant that he has not played a hand yet.
That's okay. You have to be patient here. You're going to be carried dead at times. But yeah, the blinds are so big that you do eat up your stack.
9 pass.
Well, this is going to be folded to the big blind, and the big blind is the shortest stack at the table. David Toos, 12 big blinds, ace 10.
Very interesting spot.
It really is.
Yes. Yes. The,
Seat 2, all in. Seat 3, call.
Wow, snap calls.
Wow. Very, very quick. I think we'll had big decisions there, whether to call or jam with ace 10, and the king jack call is, yeah.
That was snap all in, snap call.
Yes.
I would argue both slightly petulant decisions. I would have given some time on these ones. Certainly the king jack call seems a little wild.
I look at your stack and then whatever you do.
Yifan Ning has king jack and ace 10 for David Russick.
Well, Toos, he was one of the chip leaders coming into this final table. Is he going to come
King of
ninth?
hearts, jack of clubs. Dealer.
No nyt avasi pojakin ja viimeistä
All in player is David.
And he's got it in good, but live cards are live cards.
And the flop is 10 of clubs, 4 of clubs, 5 of hearts.
Phil just checking whose hand is whose. Toos is ahead right now, but has to fade kings and jacks.
Yeah, I'm never thinking when I bet 1 million, it's almost.
9 of diamonds on the turn. At the moment, David has to leave with the ace 10. It's a 10-9-5-4 flop. And Pete has king jack. So any paint will change.
Queen of the river.
He hits the gutter ball for the straight. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing in 9th place in the Irish Open, will you please put your hands together for Davidos Rosick.
He does. Go out.
I look at his stack, and then I
never folding flop there where we had.
If I'm wrong, I'll still have like 10 million.
All in with ace 10, a 10 high flop, but runner straight, and I believe that Heath Van Ning has a further 4.5 million added to his stack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 8 players now on the main event feature table.
Can I pay later?
That hand is
You're not a blind, he'll be a solo big blind.
Sorry, thank you.
No problem.
I think you didn't get that king because I have king 7 of clubs.
I don't mind, but like, I look at his stack.
So there he goes, first man out, cashing for 38,420 euros, and then there were 8.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I think that call, maybe was a little,
I don't mind the flag.
yeah, he hadn't opened a few hands. He had tried with the 10-7. It hadn't worked, and it wasn't going his way. He didn't want to raise fold, and he had good equity. He met the call, he put in his money, and it's unlucky for 9th place finisher. Great run. Yeah, that's all I can say about that, I think. And he gave it. He let everyone at home know his reasoning. He gave it there. He had put in $1 million and he wasn't going to fold.
Yeah, hand on heart, I don't love the call. I really think he should take some time over it and probably land on fold. But what this has done is protect a lot of his opens now. People will not play back at him willy-nilly anymore. If they think he could get snapped off with a king jack or a king queen, that type of situation, guys with pocket pairs will be a bit dicey about reshoving now.
You're correct. It does protect his opens. And yeah, if you're going to play this final table a few times, it will be helpful.
So Neen is now chip leader again with close to 19 million. Meanwhile, it's Zaloftis opening here with Queen Jack of Spades.
16 and change.
This could be a huge pot, maybe. Is anyone at home on Carnage?
Of course they do. They live for it.
Seat 1, call.
Gonna look to take a flop in position here, Johnson, with the small pair.
Two of the strongest players here so far. Oh.
What?
He's yeah.
Okay, well,
live
taking the streets now.
Love it. He came to play.
He did come to play, and yeah.
45 million chips.
3 players.
The 3 big stacks. 7, 3 and 5.
Oh, I guess there's a 3 for Nin, the 5s of Johnston.
If you call with 7-3 offsuit and you hit a 3, let's go. 1.5. Wow.
Yeah, recognizing that the board favors his range, given that he is sort of splashing now and has probably got the widest range of all of these guys. Obviously, out of the small, you're supposed to have a more condensed range, but he probably doesn't.
I don't mind to lead with some parts of your range here.
Yeah.
Maybe not with a 3.
Also, we're witnessing one of the most underrated things in poker. Positive tilt. You just won a massive hand. You just caught runners make a straight. Play every hand until you lose one.
We could find out pretty quickly if he will lose one.
Yeah, Johnson getting sticky here with effective second pair and gutter ball.
Oh, I would never fold here. Come on, David.
No.
Why didn't he fold?
No.
Amazing.
Not suggesting he should have folded whatsoever, just saying he's getting sticky here. He's not taking any of this messing.
As N4 says on Twitch, you got to be nin it to win it.
Nice.
3.5.
Well, feeling much better about his hand now, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
No diamond. I think 5s. What can you do here? What can you do? I don't think you can continue anymore.
No, the bluffy portion of Nin's range were the diamonds, so he's got there maybe on the turn on you.
4x and 5x, which you do block, so, you know, I'd be happy enough to fold, but Nin is in here with 7-3-0. You could probably find enough bluffs at the same time, so I don't know.
By the way, 7-3 is a hand that now has a name. This is the Del Foco. Remember the Italian guy who basically just opened jam with 7-3 at the final table in EPT Paris?
See on TV.
Oh, wow. See on TV.
Good
I love it.
Good fold.
Are we looking at our next Irish Open champ here if he keeps running this like this?
Can't remember. So you'll be high.
Good answer, Chris.
Fold.
Well, he's closing in on the 20 million mark now.
Wow.
Does that mean raise so I can...
In fact, he might have moved over it. Let's just update the chip stacks at the end of this hand and see what Nin has now. But he's putting some distance between himself and Stephen Groom, who's second on the leaderboard. Yeah. There you go, 22 million. He's moved over the 50 big blind mark.
Nin could put on a lot of pressure here if he wants, and I think he's feeling it. So we could start to see a chip leader emerge.
Yeah, after a sort of cagey opening by him where he turned down a couple of very legitimate light opens from different positions, it feels like his engines are roaring now.
That queen on the river is setting
I'm
up
not too
for
sure
the
about on the flop, but...
Not so sure on the pot. It's interesting, yeah.
Seat 6, pass.
Jack Beliauskas gets the chance to open a hand. Starts with around 18 bigs.
He has blockers. I'm not sure what I opened this, to be honest. He's just in a bit of a cage, but he does have, I'd much rather this than 8-9 suited.
Just...
He might get more respect than if I'd opened though at the same time, so people might give him respect here.
Yeah, it's definitely cuspy.
I think I'm the one ever hit 20 million mark.
C8 pass.
Did you hit it?
On 20? No.
Was on at 22 now, maybe more.
It's hard to have 20 million chips.
Pass. C1 pass.
I know, I don't realize.
$800?
800,000 is the bet.
Well, this would be very splashy indeed.
Wow.
Does pass the 10-6.
I'm here for it though, it would be fun.
18, 19, 20,
and
1.
Groom with the Robbie.
Great open.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice execution for Beliauskas. Trying to stay active here. It is very tempting to just sort of sit in your cage when you're in that sort of sub-20 big blind zone, and there are a few shorter stacks around. But, you know, if you want to kind of keep with the game here, keep your head above water, you know, taking a spot like this, you know, once in a while is pretty nice.
No one has shown a tendency to really get after it either, so yeah, I think these opens are going to work.
Scary board even for 3 pair.
Well, I don't think you have many like diamond draw.
Nin is given a lot of strategy talk at the table. It's nice to see on a final table. We get to hear what he thinks.
I have a stack I can bet 3 million and 4.
Oh, I got a request late last night from a lovely gentleman in the bar who said that he had been
And also
nicknamed
I can have
Uncle
so many
Albert,
straight
I
and
think,
so
by
many
one of you guys here in
Yes.
the booth. He wanted to correct the record. Something about his cap had been given to him by his lovely daughter, and he also wanted you to know that Moonshore is actually his nickname, which means teacher, and not actually Uncle Albert.
Uncle Albert, okay.
It's the modern school.
I was the one hammering the point that it was a NASA hat and not a USA hat. So
You were quite right about that
we
as
got
well.
that right, but yes. He was a good Uncle Albert lookalike, and it just got us
Of course, we're all happy.
thinking of classic moments from Only Fools and Horses.
Costs a lot when he wins this.
Yeah, he'll go up a lot.
I think I like an open here from Day 8 suit far more than a King Jack O. Took quite a long time to open. It's interesting. Hopefully he balances that.
Seat 9, raise 800,000.
Easy win. 3K even.
When I won?
Yeah, was it easy?
It was, they had a good player.
Seat 3, pass.
Not all. There's some good players.
Seat 4, pass.
Nice little steal here by Thorne. Probably going to get through Ollie Boyce's 9-6 suited here. Always tempting to call with these suited hands. Maybe a bit more connectivity. He'd be tempted 9-8 suited, 9-6.
9-7.
Mitch, what do you think?
I could see him defending. Yeah, he has him slightly covered. I guess you wouldn't defend David in this spot.
I think I need the 9-7.
9-7. So it's cuspy. You wouldn't blame him. Maybe he can. Maybe Torn doesn't bluff him off enough. He can realise. Yeah, it is cuspy, of course. I think he's going to find the call for one big blind. Bit of action for everyone at home.
Yeah, Ollie looking to get his engine started.
Boy.
He's been a
He's
pedestrian
disciplined.
so far at this.
You know what? It's not a bad fold, is it?
I don't think it's a bad fold at all. In fact, I advocate for it. And yeah, biding his time, conserving his stack as it is now. You know, the cards will hopefully be kinder.
I'm just optimistic. When you win tournaments, you get more
Oh,
optimistic
stop
about
it.
9-6 suited.
I don't know who you are anymore.
Encouraging action, that's what I'm doing.
Is this just an advertising? You just came in here to advertise how you don't play?
Like, I don't really want to see anyone keep folding, so it's, but yeah, it probably is a good fold. We have seen carnage since I've come though, so it's good. At least something happened.
Seat 7, pass.
Tempted he was with this 7.
Seat 8, pass.
We've got about 10 minutes on this level, by the way, and then we will take a break. Players actually haven't had a break for an extended period of time because in the run-up to the final table, they were getting their new seat assignments, getting into position for the announcements.
Nin, I love the gangster limp with the 3-2 suited.
Seat 4, pass.
You liking this?
Well, you know, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it myself, but yeah, we'll see if it works out.
Option?
I don't think it's going to work. At least you didn't put in 800k. Yeah, I think he's looking for these suited connectors a little bit too much.
Any spookiness around the limp that could put off Lorella from sticking this one in?
No, don't think about that. Like, yes,
There
you
we
could
go.
overthink this. Don't overthink these final tables.
Yeah.
I know it's a lot of money, but
his 6th pocket pair of the final table, Lorella, with the 7s.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
yeah, Nin was just, he was feeling it, wasn't he?
It is a big day.
Yeah, interesting to see how these players react to an emboldened Min now. Who's
They're going to go on break and they're going to find out some of these hands. Interesting. I think he's more of a field player. He's folding some of the hands I would have opened, and he's playing some hands I wouldn't, in my opinion.
On this level. After this level, we will be on a 20-minute break, and then please rejoin us for the final players at the feature table to see who will become Irish Open champion for 2024.
Thanks, Phil. I'm all over it, buddy. It's all good. I have been informed, and I'm very excited about this because I've not seen these since France. They're introducing plaques for the next level.
Oh.
100,000 chip plaques.
James Bond type plaques.
Absolutely. We're talking
Lovely.
baccarat table. We're talking pass the shoe.
So we have a 500k chip, and now we're going to have a...
Sorry, 1
million chip.
1 million chip, not 100k. Of course, they're already in play, David. You're absolutely right. The 1 million plaques.
You bet $1 million by throwing in a plaque. The dream.
You can yang it with a plaque. Brilliant.
C4, pass.
Nothing happened for Oliver so far, so unfortunately.
Yeah, he's just been dragged into that sub-20 zone, and he had been a bit more buoyant at earlier
He was on
points.
Daniel Wilson, well, I'm going to say Steve O'Dwyer's final table as well, wasn't he, Oliver?
No.
No?
No, he made a deep run here in either 2018 or 2019, I can't remember.
Oh,
He came
final table.
around the 30th mark, somewhere
Okay,
around there. So this is his deepest finish. Lorilla, a pocket pair machine.
Honestly.
It's very hard to have cards that match in this game.
All in.
All in, straight, no
All
messing.
in.
What do you think of this shove, David? It's
I
quite
think
chunky.
I think I might induce this one. You want that one big card, one small card to maybe go for it.
Yeah.
Or also you don't want like the pocket 2s and 3s to fold. You want
No,
them to go for it.
exactly. They would fold to that. Like, it's a bit scary if you get flatted, a bit annoying, but yeah, maybe not an all in. But if you're going to get a lot more pocket pairs, I like it.
Yeah, he's probably looking at going only 8s.
Only 8s, yeah.
Thorne first to act with Jack 9.
Seat 9, pass.
Round to Johnston with 3s.
This is the type of hand I let go ordinarily. Porrick, what do you think?
I wouldn't be slagging you for being in it with this fold, no. I like it.
Thanks, Porrick.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
No problem,
A
Dave.
little bit of image restoration. Well, here's a man with an altogether very different image, and he actually has a real hand this time, and he's limped again.
Okay, now I didn't realise he had this in his game. He limped the 3 deuce, he's limped ace queen, he's well aware of his image, and it's going to work.
Wow.
It's going to work.
Groom taking the bait.
Yeah, he would have folded to an open. Fantastic.
Seat 4, raise.
Now, still a little awkward for Nin, just in the sense that he's going to be out of position. Does he go for a limp raise fold off these stacks? Does he go for a limp call? Does he stick it in his eye? I don't know what to
I'm
think here.
completely out of my depth here facing the after limping, because I've never done it at this stage. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get it in here. I'd probably end up flatting now, but
yeah,
I would have just raised. So.
This is like first and third in chips, and obviously Nin with a decent lead, but they can do damage.
What's happening here?
16.
Beliauskas says 1.2 million to call. I think he's let go his hand already. Yes, he has, and Sulaftas has ace 10.
I think he could 3-bet, and ace queen could end up putting it in the bin if he does. What can you do with ace queen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable.
Sulaftas, recognizing that Groom might pounce on Nin, has decided to use this ace 10 as a 3-bet. Groom will obviously have to fold when it gets back to him, but the question is now Nin facing a lot of action, actually limp folds the ace queen suited, which wouldn't have been part of the plan.
I think the whole hand is completely changed with the limp. He would have raised, ace 4 would have folded, ace 10 would have defended, and this could change the final table. Maybe he's in no mood to fold, but such a good hand, ace queen as well. If he sticks it in, he is such a commanding chip lead. If he manages, Willie David.
I'm not going to make any predictions about Nin's play today. I've just decided that there's a random number generator at work.
Stick it in their eyes. All of them.
Wow. Limping is pimping, I hear.
8 million.
Oh, wow, he's found it.
10 million.
What a play.
8 million, excuse me. 8 million.
Would he have
How long did he think about that? 3
8
seconds?
million.
4 seconds?
But this is effectively an all-in. I'm assuming maybe if both of them went all-in, he'd fold. Maybe that was his plan. 8 million. Yeah, fantastic. Nin is not going to be bossed around. And look at this chip lead. He's going to have 27 million after this hand. A new boss in town.
Already chip leader, and he's going to put a lot of distance between himself and the rest of the final table. So Loftus has to kind of make this look good and then side-fold.
Yeah, I like his play.
I mean it when I lean for second time. Don't come and mess around. What? Well, I mean it when I lean the second time, because last time I lean and he shoved.
I love it.
So I mean it, to let him raise and then you re-raise.
Goading his man here, but every time he's got chirpy, he's had it.
He can't do anything but fold the ace-10, and he can't continue. It's this, yeah. I've been nice about some of the plays here, but you can't get in ace-10. Yeah,
no,
good
not
fold.
at all.
Good fold.
He never called that.
Gotta see the bluff.
I have a new hero.
Gotta see the bluff.
Well, you see on TV, but not a bluff. You want to see now?
Shows it.
No, not a bluff.
What a hand.
You make a move, he make a move, I knew it.
Taking it to the streets now.
Well, I'm ready to all in, I don't mind.
He's ready.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
Come at
think
me,
I'm
bro.
forward Eminem when he shoved? No, absolutely not.
I think a lot of
For
people
sure
in
he
the,
make a
in the
move.
comments are going to love
I'm
this
not too sure about
man.
you, but-
He's a boss, isn't he? Could be a nightmare to play against, wouldn't he?
Very, very tricky, and I think he's made life very miserable for a
And
lot of
the
people.
second time, I'm
Ollie
not
Boyce
and he-
trying to cover his ears now. They've had a little infraction on the last two tables.
Oh, wow.
Ollie not impressed by the chatty
No, not
antics
what I have,
of
so I can't.
Nin.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, it would be very enjoyable. gonna be
I'm
honest.
loving it. I'm loving it.
Oh, it's great for us, the spectators, but
So you always
Oh, if I was at the table, I'd be hating it.
Yeah.
But I'm just watching, and I'm loving it.
yeah, absolutely. It's great. It's great to commentate on.
Seat one raise 800,000.
Go on. I don't care
mind
your
taking
cards.
5 million for nothing. It's good. Every point I'll take
27 million. Wow.
Yeah, he's pulled so far away now in a
love it.
very short space of time.
Yeah.
Really
Get
is
in
table
there.
captain now. Really can't boss these guys about for a while. Quarter of the chips in play.
One thing for the mid stacks is that he's going to be putting on so much pressure.
I know you make a move.
He's kind of
I
have to
leave
wait.
again, and then they all move.
Oh, yeah.
You can't mess with me.
Well, the players getting up for their break, but we still have a hand in progress. Johnston's open under the gun with Jack 10. We're round to Thorn in the big blind with Queen 5 of clubs.
One big blind.
Is Thorn very short to stack? I don't think he is. I think there's two shorter than him, and for that
Correct.
reason, I probably bin this one.
So Beliauskas is bottom of the leaderboard right now. 18 big blinds at the current level, but of course blinds will be up on the other side of the break.
Fascinating first couple of hours of this Irish Open final table. I'm loving it.
Fantastic. Huge thanks to both Padraig O'Neill and to David Lappin. On the other side of the break, Vincent Hand will be here as the action continues from the final table of the Irish Open. David, congratulations once again for your result in the tournament.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was nice to have a deep run in this one.
And thank you, of course, for your efforts over the last couple of days helping us out with the live stream.
Oh, more than happy to do it. It's the best seat in the house.
We will be back inside of 20 minutes.
My name's Ed Kilworth. I moderate on YouTube. I've come down for the Poker in the Ears 300 recording of the podcast, and I somehow won the whole tournament for an IPO Silver Pass. Where normally, during the live streams, I'm tapping away, chatting to people on YouTube, and keeping people in order. And now I won't be able to do that. It might be terrible. It might be Joe Stapes picking up the slack, and then everyone's in trouble. But hopefully, Tom or Raksha will do the job. It's going to be nerve-wracking to think that you're going to be playing with some of the best in the world. It's like, well, it's going to be just a different experience. This is by far the height of my poker achievement. I've never played a main event of anything above like $400, so this is going to be way up there.
Quite a busy feature table now. One of nice conversations. I think the World Series is still the topic. Well, keep their eye on the gold chain here today because the money is astronomical. Each leg on Series 3 of the European Poker Tour has got a higher payout than any before. Ace-9 for Thorson. And he hasn't been involved at all, has he, really? So it's nice to see him in another hand.
Surprised he didn't raise it with ace-9.
All in. There's middle suited connectors.
He's going to call the 1500 in the small blind to see a flop.
Very much worth doing that.
Oh, Andy Black's got 4-5 of hearts. Okay, so here comes the flop. Deuce, 3 deuce. That's a nice flop for Andy's hand.
That's right, Black's got the open-ended straight draw.
Okay, William still thinks his ace-9 is good. And it is.
He's right. Let's have a look at this. The diamonds aren't going to come into play. Yeah, that 7, it might be attractive, but it doesn't really, you know, it worsens the situation for Black. He's got one less card to hit it. Doesn't matter how high the straight is, he'll win either way with it. And he doesn't get it, so it's ace high, but how's it going to be bet?
Well, William induced the bluff on the turn there by checking behind him. I think he'll call here. I think he's going to call with ace high.
Well, it's...
Yes.
He is going to call it. There you go, the difference between professional players and you and I. As in you at home and me sitting here, not you, John. You're one of the pros. You said call, I would have folded and went and got myself a drink.
Yeah. Look, I think the theory behind that really is if Andy had had a deuce, he'd have probably bet on the turn to get out any flush draws.
The button is on Adrian in the 1 seat. Andy has the small blind. Owen has the big blind.
Willie Tan, so anxious to look at his cards, he's not going to stack over. Well, maybe that's the chips he's just going to throw in. Maybe that's a sign.
He's got a big hand, definitely. I know Willie well enough to know he's got a big hand here. He's raising under the gun, first to act.
Willie says 77. That is 7,700.
Okay, so that's a moderately big hand. It's certainly a hand to steal up front with.
He's in a decent position with it. Just blind to worry him now.
So it's 4,700 to Owen Olin.
All in. Go all in. All in.
Looks like he's not thinking of raising, is he? No, he's just calling. So suited connectors.
Sometimes it's a case of, you know, the thing is, the Willie Tan raised so early that he must put him in a big hand. I suppose it's one of those. He'll know where he is when the flop comes down, Owen.
Well, he's got a good hand to crack a big pair with.
Oh, he's going to like that. He's going to like that. It's opened up the straight draw for him. 2, 3, 4, 5. But of course, top pair for Willie Tan. But the problem is here, Owen might quite like this flop. If he's going to put Tan on a high pocket pair and he's going to put him in ace king or whatever, he's going to like that.
Well, it's a sort of flop that somebody could play aggressively. I don't think Willie's going to check here. I think he's going to bet. He'll probably bet just under the pot.
He's thinking, look, if this Irish lad's got any part of this flop, I'm going to make him pay to see the next card. I've got top pair here with an ace kicker. And if All-In wants to go all-in, he can be his guess, because Willie probably knows he's at least slightly in the lead.
Willie bet 17,000.
Okay, so Willie's slightly just bet about the pot size.
Let me check how much I've got first.
Don't be wooed by Willie Tan here, Owen. Play your own game. Don't let him get to you. The mild-mannered Willie is lethal in situations like this.
Do you want me to show you my cards, Willie?
There's a lot of banter going on at the table here.
But Willie's just stripping him of every bit of information he needs.
Okay, I'm all in.
Oh, he has said it. He has announced all in. He's got a call. He's put him on a flush or a straight draw. I'm afraid Owen fell right into Willie's trap there. Willie doesn't like his hand, but he's got one of the aces. He's got one of Olin's out.
Owen's definitely been trapped by Willie. Let's see how the rest of the flop works. Here we go, here's the turn. Will it help? We're talking. Oh, the 5 is not going to help him.
That gives Owen 2 more outs because he can get another 5 if he gets the 4. Then Willie will have a straight.
Really doesn't help. With 1 card left, he's got less chance of winning than he did before the turn, regardless of the 5. And that's exactly how it's worked out. Owen all-in was seduced by Willie Tan. You don't want to put that image in your head for too long. In a poker sense, he was seduced. And then he's been ditched at the altar. He's off. Another Irishman drops. And put that one down to experience, son. Owen all in, went all in, and he's gone.
Willie really, Willie induced that all-in move there in many ways. It was a very. If you'd had like the 4-5 of hearts, then it would have been much. You can understand doing that because you've got so many more outs.
You know, Willie, if Jimmy Carter were Chinese, he'd look just like you.
Right. There's a smile on his face now. Let's see some of these cards. Right. King 5, get rid of those, son. Don't be stupid. Billy, don't be a hero. Another fold.
No, this is the first time I'm going to raise. The first time I'm raising your blind.
I'm just telling you before you raise. If you raise, I'm going to call. If you limp, I'm going to check. Yeah. I haven't looked. If you limp, I check.
I better raise. 77. It's a good number. Go on.
77.
Willie says 77.
Okay.
Don't call.
That will do it.
You didn't call.
I have a 3. Everything in over a
William
3
had said he was going to call, but then he changed his mind when he knows he had a 3.
Hey!
Ninja! You see that card?
My first raise, Billy.
How you raise me with the deuce?
Pocket users.
You Santa.
Pocket deuces.
Okay, now it's a war, Willie. Willie. No more white flag.
No.
I'd pay to see this at a comedy club.
I don't want any trouble. Pocket users.
No, you don't want any trouble and you raise with the deuce?
Well, pocket users, a pair.
You don't think that's trouble?
No, you pass it. Pocket users.
Yeah, it's a good pair. I mean, you're a favorite against any single hand in the deck, right?
Well, if you re-raise, I pass in it.
Oh, you're going to raise me deuce?
Pocket users, isn't that to do?
He's a bit of a fibber.
William has a small blind.
You know what? It's nice to have that to break the tension. So much money involved here, you know? Hundreds and thousands upon thousands of millions of euros, and they can afford to have a good laugh about it.
Well, they play they play a lot together. These guys, they know each other very well.
I'll take a Willie Tan or a Ramfaswani over any player who comes with the headphones on and the glasses and doesn't interact and doesn't want to do anything, you know? Now, William Thorson's having a horrible day. He's only 8 pocket kings here. And his chip leader, he must think it's his birthday today.
Wow. Oh dear. Andy knows. As soon as William called there, he knew he was dead.
We'd hardly said all in before the call was made. I mean, it was that quick. Thorson doesn't have to think about this one. He's going to add to his stack unless Black can hit one of his 9s or indeed freak a few. I was just going to say, unless he can freak some hearts. He's got 2 out of the 4 he needs. But there's nothing else to involve this. There's the 3.
And it gives Thorson a set as well, though. The 3rd heart.
Well, it won't matter at all, obviously, if the heart comes out. As long as it's not a 2 of hearts. And it does! Well, there it is!
Oh, my word.
I don't think in the history of the EPT I have ever said, or if he freaks 4 hearts, and it happens.
Well played, sir. Very well played. I played like an absolute muppet.
Good Irish phrase.
90. 9,100.
Count it and weep.
I haven't re-raised you one time. You shoved it in with 90,000. I was just playing bad. I was sitting there thinking I'm not playing well. I'm sitting there not playing well. How come you when I was sticking 40,000 in the pot? I know, I played worse. I played really bad. The poker gods were with me.
They were, as they've been with Thorson all day. It was a bad beat.
For that kind of crap play for me. It's just bad play with it.
Well, Johnny Lodden from Norway, known more as an internet player, still to win an EPT, in fact, still to make a final table. Luca Pagano, wearing exactly the same glasses as me now, it's good to see. He's also in this featured table, and we know all about Luca. Always a threat. In fact, you could say this is his lucky tournament.
Do you think he saw you wearing those glasses and then decided that he wanted a pair?
Has happened before.
Yeah.
Nick Slade from the UK, pocket sevens.
So Rob Young has got the ace 3 of spades.
Take a flop.
What did he say? I'll take a flop. Bit of a dubious call. Oh, hello.
Hello.
I don't think he's going to see a flop.
Well, he's got 2 players involved. He's going to raise.
He's going to go all in. Look, he's got 50-odd thousand.
Sarasilta pushes all in, 61,000. A double up at this stage puts him in a lovely situation. There's an ace-6. It might be a playable hand, but not when someone's pushed 61,000 chips into the middle. All of these have got to go. Luca Pagano will not be involved. Thank you very much. Now Nick Slade, pocket sevens, should be thinking about throwing these away.
Yeah, I think he's got to throw these away. I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to take an even if he's up against ace king or ace queen. It's more likely to be ace king. It's more likely to be pocket jacks. Chuck him away. That's really what he should do.
A bit nervous, sir, fella.
Now this is interesting because Nick is telling Sarasilta that he looks a bit nervous.
Of course he looks nervous. All his money's on the line.
Exactly.
Anybody would be. He's not going to call, is he? Oh, he is. Wow.
Timber. No, you see, here's the face of experience. It doesn't matter what language you speak watching this, the face says, I'm not getting involved. And he won't get involved.
Has anyone got an ace?
The action's on Rob now. Go on, youngster.
I just got an ace.
He's not going to call it, of course he's not.
No, there's no way he's going to call. He knows he's not going to call.
Well, a wonderful experience, I'm sure, for Nick Slade to be here. Whether or not he's going to last another hand. Well, I mean, I don't know what the look of surprise is in your face. He obviously had a monster, Nick.
Both of Nicholas's kings are black. Nick has the minor sevens, the club and diamond.
Well, let's see if we can get some beginner's luck here in EPT. And stay in this hand.
He was kind of hoping that he had 2 overcards and at least get a chance.
It's a very bizarre call to make. A second name Slade and the phrase "Mama, we're all crazy now" comes into my head.
Oh, he's picked up a diamond draw.
Well, we've seen this before today. Last time it was 4 running hearts. Let's see if the kings get beat again by the flush.
That would be cruel.
Well.
Oh no! Oh no! No, that's such. I feel so sorry for Sarasilta. It's such a bad beat. That's horrible.
Well, he made the right play. It is kings. He pushed in. He thought he'd hooked in Slade. But come on, feel the noise.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't have called him if he hadn't looked like he was absolutely terrified.
Of course, you always look when you're terrified with pocket kings. I look terrified with pocket aces.
You look terrified with a hammer. Do you know what the thing is when you win in a hand like that? When you win in pocket sevens over pocket kings, if that happens if I get lucky like that in poker, I feel embarrassed at the table. I don't kind of smile and pretend I knew what I was doing, because you don't.
I think he felt a little bit embarrassed, but anyway, Pat White's raised here with ace jack.
Luca Pagano, the glasses have given more sense. I remember days when Luca Pagano would play anything when he was a young buck at EPT 1.
No, I don't ever remember that. He's as solid as a rock. But when I look at him now, all I see is you with those glasses.
I wish when I looked at my bank account, all I saw was Lucas.
Loddon will move all in here. I think he's only got about 50,000.
Yeah.
If that. What, 10? Yeah, about 50,000 he's got.
It's definitely. I would imagine he's going to throw the lot in.
And he's in very good shape against with pocket queens against ace jack.
58.
There it goes.
Well, it's always squeaky bum time when you're all in, but Johnny Loddon, a nice favourite here. If White called, the New Yorker Flew in especially for the EPT. That's the type of drag this event has now. It's the type of pull. Such money to play for. It's worth travelling halfway across the world to play.
He shouldn't call with this hand. I mean,
John kiss of death, doth he? It's been called now, so it's ace jack. Johnny Loudon is feeling very happy in this situation.
he's in good shape. The good old faithful. Yes, he won't like being called old, but behind Johnny Loudon we had Tony Holden, the writer of Big Deal, famous poker book.
Well, this might be a big deal for Johnny Loudon, who'll put himself back in a situation where he can get himself into serious contention to win this event.
Yep. Doesn't want to see an ace at the moment.
Turn is a 7 of diamonds. That also.
Okay, also look out for the 8 as well, because the 8 will make a straight for Mr. White. Oh, that hasn't happened. So, well, the best hand pre-flop is the best hand after the river. Something that most poker players watching at home like to see. And Johnny Loudon doubles up.
Welcome back to Dublin in the year 2024, where it is the Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Day 4 of the main event, final table day, and we are at the final table. 8 players remain from a starting field of 3,233. One of them today will be crowned Irish Open champion and will receive the trophy and more than €415,000. James Hartigan joined by Fintan Hand from Team PokerStars Pro.
Hello, delighted to be here, delighted to watch the final table play out. I'm hoping for a few spicy plays like I got last night. That was one of the best busts I've ever seen from Adrian Torn.
Fintan, it's been 7 years since your final table appearance in this tournament. Does it feel that long?
Do you know what? It does. I'm not sure if I've ever told you the story, but after I bust the main event, I got out of there rapid. I was super upset with how I busted the event. My dad picked me up and I was in the car and he turns around to me and he wasn't trying to make me feel worse. He's like, do you know, if you had won that, you might have got that PokerStars sponsorship. Because I always wanted it. And I was like, Dad, not now. But,
wow.
So it was pre-PokerStars days and I feel like I've been with PokerStars for such a long time now. So it almost feels like a different lifetime ago.
I would point out that even though he works for us, Benja, who won that year, still not sponsored.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I wouldn't sponsor Griffin either.
He wants to sell it as a technical issue.
So, coming back from break, and slight discrepancy with the chip counts there, I can tell you that the chip leader, Hiep Ninh, has significantly more than 22 million. It's closer to 28 million. And I think it's fair to say that he is very much in command of this final table right now.
Griffin mentions the Irish Open final table every time I see him. Like, every time I see him.
Oh, he loves a needle.
Main event players, please come back to
No, he's not C2. Van Hiep is in C2 right now.
So the only elimination so far, David Toos, who went out in 9th place, cashing for €38,420. Next player out gets the better part of 50 grand. Once we hit the top 5, we're looking at 6-figure scores, including that 415 grand for the winner.
Doesn't matter if I agree. No.
It's 1 million.
I know.
It wouldn't be a popular decision with anyone else, but I'd like to pay 85 less people, or whatever, 70 less people and just have $500,000. I know that's not how it works, and you guys, PokerStars, are great with keeping it fair and not just moving structures around to get those big prizes, but I just would love it.
So that's confirmation that Hiep Ninh actually has 26 million, which will be 52 big blinds at the new blind level. Everyone else, 30 big blinds or fewer, with, let's count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 players in the danger zone.
Wow, that is an incredibly close set of stacks. Of course, chip leader might think with 52 big blinds, going to start running away with this, but if he loses the pot to anyone as far down as 4th, they become the chip leader.
Yeah, Thorne 13 bigs, Beliauskas 14, Boyce 14. Tepe 16. I mean, it's getting shallow now. We've hit the 250k, 500k blind level.
How many players do you remember how many players came back with today?
14.
14. So not actually a million miles from the FT, but it was always going to be a tough slog.
And we got to the final table within the first session. And we played 9-handed for a decent amount of time. But yes, having lost 2, you've got to think that during this next 2 hours, because we'll play through this level and the level after that before we take the next break, I'd imagine in that 2-hour session, we will lose at least 1, if not 2 or 3 more players.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of carnage. At this point with these stacks, especially with players who are potentially a little bit less experienced, they might get it in a little bit wider than possible, which for me, I love to watch.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the players back in the main event. Seat 1, Mark Johnson, has a little over 15 million in chips. Seat number 3, and that is Heapning, has 26 million plus. Stephen Groom, 14 million plus. We have in seat 5, Ollie Boyce has 7 million plus. Tero Lorella has 8 million, 7 million for seat 7, and that is Vidamantos. Seat 8, we have Georgius with over 11 million, and seat number 9, Adrian Thorne with 6 million plus. Ladies and gentlemen, we've re-kicked off with the 38 level with blinds at $250,000, $500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, feature table is the main event.
Thanks, Phil.
Shuffle up a deal. Have you ever emceed at an event like that? I guess you did. I remember you
Yes.
emceeing at an event. And
Yes.
Very good. Really enjoyed it. Would Phil have been doing the presentation anyway, even if Mr. Stapleton was...
Absolutely. I mean, this is Phil's event. He is the MC of the Irish Open, and obviously he's here to call the all-ins and, crucially, congratulate and interview the winner, because we are going to crown a champion in a few hours' time. Had David Doherty with us yesterday and said, it's your last 24 hours, David, as the reigning champion.
I took that title away from him on day 1 when he re-entered.
It's not how it works, Vincent.
He was eliminated from the event.
6 times, 7 times.
Sorry, that is... I won't laugh at you.
Now, one thing I would say, and I think probably the reason why David's taking it quite well, is those 7 bullets were all satellite entries. He won 7 tickets to the Irish Open main event on Stars.
That is crazy.
He's good at the old satellites, our boy David Doherty.
Just good at the poker, full stop. Torn with a pretty easy shove, depending on what his opponent has been up to. When people raise off these 12 big blind stacks, it can be a little bit scary, but... Sorry, it's big blind 5 blinds, sorry. So a little bit more. 14 big blinds, 15 big blinds. Yeah, Adrian and Torn pulling the trigger here, as he should.
How much would you roughly plan at this?
C3. He's cheering C3. That guy in the Manchester United. I think he's a fan of C3.
Final?
Fan? Okay, man. I don't know how to... Yeah. I shut up.
No. Keep talking.
Especially like hearing the Finnish accent. So interesting.
7 plus.
James, I'm just going to ask. I waited to see if I might hear you say that lovely Lithuanian second name, and I just didn't have the bottle to go for it in the first 10 minutes of the stream.
Vidmantas Beliauskas.
Niin.
Have we seen anything to suggest that any of these players might be a little bit on the tighter side, a little bit caught up in the occasion, or has everyone been sort of gunning for the win as this so far?
I think most players are very conscious of the pay jumps. I think most players are very conscious of ICM considerations. I guess you could argue the exception that proves the rule is Heapning, who has not yet returned from break. has the monster chip lead.
Sorry.
1 million.
8 raise 1 million.
And we have got the 1 million chip plaques at the table as we see the raise from Georgios Saloftas. Ace-5 of diamonds for Adrian Thorne.
And then it's all in.
The hand that you so very often see people putting on max pressure. Given what we've seen, my feeling is that Adrian may pull the trigger here. And I gotta be honest, if I was playing the hand, I would too.
Niin, jos haluaa nähdä striimistä käden. Sä haluat varmaan nähdä ton käden, just kun se katsoo tuolla. Kukaan ei ole kertomassa
Some arguments for potentially raising but not going all in. What if he was to shove? I would not be one to criticize.
Hey, there.
He's back with a drink and a meal. Oh, there is the shove. Thorne all in with ace-5, and I imagine he'll get called.
Yeah, he's unfortunately going to be getting the bad news very momentarily. Ace-King not going to be going anywhere.
Here we go, domination situation.
Number 8, we have Georgios Saloftas, who is all in with Adrian Thorne from Ireland in seat number 9. So the all-in player has ace-5, and we have Georgios with ace-king, ace-5 suited for Adrian, and ace-king for Georgios. All-in player has ace-5 of diamonds, Georgios with ace-king, ace of hearts, king of clubs.
Huge spot for both players. Adrian, of course, the one at risk.
Didn't use it. Didn't hit. I use it this time, though.
Arcadia says, I want to see diamonds. Just the one.
King, 10-5, 2 hearts. Both players have hit one player.
Queen or a jack of diamonds, probably the best we can see on the turn outside of the 5.
The turn card is a 2 of clubs.
A 5 and a 5 only, or Adrian Thorne is going to be out in 8th place.
Just a 5 and only a 5. 7. We'll save our all-in player. And the river is. It's 3 o'clock.
Good game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a double up by George. But will you please put your hands together for finishing in 8th place in the 2024 Irish Open. Let's hear for Ireland's Adrian Thorne. Adrian wins €49,960. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Thorne is our 8th place finisher at the Irish Open main event.
Domination situation seals the fate of Adrian Thorne, taking us down to 7 players.
Heartbreaking to get so close, but to be still so far. But at the end of the day, winning €50,000 from a €1,000 buy-in is an exceptional run. His biggest ever live score before was about €2,000. Not a man who's been out there too often playing live tournaments, so he'll be happy in a few days.
He was cut off as well. So
We've lost David Toos, we've lost Adrian Thorne, 7 remain, and now we've got Oliver Boyce and Vidmantas Beliauskas as the 2 short stacks. They have laddered. With 7 players remaining, everyone has locked up at least 65 grand.
Yeah, but if you're not here, he doesn't go broke. Missing big blind? No, he's talking about previous hand. For sure? Yeah, I know. Now he's missing the big one.
Let's play, guys, let's play. No, I don't mind missing two hands, and then I just try to find out what you have that hand. 6+. For me, that's more important than a million.
Oh, no, that.
He's being escalated.
It wouldn't have happened.
Do you mind me asking what you had?
Huh?
Do you mind me asking?
Sorry?
Do you mind me asking what you had?
8-10. 8-10 off. If you ship, I snap.
Yes,
He's 8-10. We have 8-10. I ace queen the club.
Oh, that hand.
That hand, yeah. That's limb hand, yeah.
Small blind versus big blind.
Okay, let's see.
Spot typically where when you've got this monstrous chip lead, for the most part, you might want to be raising or even shoving a lot. But, wow, that's quite the flop, especially in a limp pot.
I was going to say, blind versus blind, unraised prey, top pair versus flush draw.
I really like the check from Groom. It's not a board where he's likely to be able to get 3 streets of value. It's a good spot to keep in a lot of bluffs. Just quickly call the turn, which obviously not.
Ninh has a habit of getting there. Not on this occasion, though.
He's got a bluff. You've got 5 high.
Check. 3 check.
Okay, fair enough. You don't have to bluff. You never have to do anything, James. But what I will say is he would have never got a fold, so maybe he's got the spidey senses tingling. Maybe he saw something. Or maybe he's got some real bad
not believe
intentions.
what you're up again.
And 3, 4. Do you know I got a marked card here?
Do you not know what you're up again?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They
asking for new card. Yeah.
Just on the side.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah.
Quite a high value card as well.
Is it?
Oh, break out. No turn, no.
How are you no bet? How are you no bluff?
Why do I need to bet? Why do I need to bluff?
Yes, they ask, yes.
I don't mind small, losing a small pot and then catch a big one, you know? That's my
Do you know what? I absolutely love that strategy.
So far for
Just
me
lose
the
the
whole
small ones with the big ones.
Yeah, all right. Was that your plan when you come in, was it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Lose the small pots, win the big ones.
Every time I go down like 1 or 2 million, I pick up like 6, 7 million. Asking day 3, day 2 is
Let's go, boys. It was needed one. It was nice.
So the next time I keep borrowing, I have it.
Sit here. Good, play here.
Nothing much on the pot. Why do I need to?
Lalo, do you make less ones, Lalo?
There's no value.
You make less ones. It bricht it, was
I would love to see the opposite 3. Not the club.
Oh, you don't win much.
In a shocking turn of events, gentlemen would have loved to
I
make
assume
the
I might get a 1.1 million, 1.2.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to bet on the real hit. Because you don't have much as well.
Yeah.
So I can do that with it from try high.
No.
Dermot watching on YouTube says, you know, this Ninh fellow could do with a bit more confidence.
He does seem to be a little bit short.
Thank you. 6 bucks.
Are you being sponsored? Like Coca-Cola?
Other soft drinks are available, James. Every time that I've been in here, Johnson's had aces.
Because I don't see that well.
I have not seen any other player in this tournament have aces.
Give me a second. I got to check with the guys to make sure that it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
And quite naturally wants to raise up those aces. As the chip leader, Ninh might be tempted to put a little bit of pressure on with this hand. A little bit better than his previous 5 high.
15, yeah.
Interesting to see if it's worth a little re-raise. The way he's eyeing up stacks, he might be considered shoving, which
17.5, maybe.
would be a lot of chips to put in. With a not so good hand. I would be shocked after this tank and this posturing and this looking around of stacks if we don't see any chips going down.
Yeah.
And I like putting some chips in here. I like this guy. He's looking. I like the people that look in the wide of the eyes of their opponent and they get their reads. Look, he looked at him for long enough and he knew that he had a good hand, James. I'm impressed. Unfortunately for Johnston, those aces are not going to be getting any further action.
Well, it happened to Tepe not once but twice at this final table. Opening with aces and everyone else folding.
If I'm not here playing tournament, even they give me this food for free, I'm not gonna take it.
Yeah.
You got food for free?
It's like cardboard.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Garbage.
I work in the Chinese for like 20 years. I'm chef myself.
Really?
Yes.
Cool.
So this is garbage. I need something in. Fight.
He didn't just wipe his opponent there, did he? He didn't just wipe his opponent there, did he? Was that just a weird angle? He didn't just wipe it on his jumper, did he?
It did look like he just sneezed in his hands, then wiped it on the back of the other player. Yes,
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, James. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's a nice guy. I've played with him before. He's a nice guy.
But not being funny, the fact that both of us saw that. We need to clip that. We need to go back on the over the footage.
All right, Nin's not the kind of guy who's going to fold Jack 9 of hearts. Queen Jack off, you might get a fold. Jack 9 of hearts, that is way too pretty. It matches his jersey. You can make sneaky straights. Good read.
I think it was a blink and you'll miss it moment or a trick of the angle. He wiped his own arm, apparently. It would be hilarious, though. And there's nothing you can do about it because that guy fought in the Soviet army in Afghanistan. I'm not getting into it. You want to sneeze in your hands and wipe it all over me? Knock yourself out.
All right, we see it offend with the king and queen of clubs. And it is going to be a hand that is very tough to win.
Who had Jack 9 of hearts?
I told you you shouldn't have folded that hand. I told you we shouldn't.
Exactly the same.
It was Nin.
Oh, Nin.
No, just a different order. I think the same.
Yeah. Come on, we're not going to have like 100 million in one shot.
506 plus. I folded Jack 9 of hearts.
Yeah, there we go.
Serious?
Yeah.
Jack 9 of hearts, I fold. Seen on TV. I'm not lying. I never lying. Why be lying and then people see on TV?
You should get a t-shirt that says you'll see on TV.
No, I fold Jack 9 serious.
Sure.
I told them I popped the first. I fold Jack 9 of hearts, but they don't believe.
No, I believe you.
Why I'm lying and then you want to see if I on the TV?
I have to keep the card on box.
Like,
I believe you haven't told a lie yet. So.
Like I told you I two pair and then see.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was the reason why.
So why lying when people can find out what?
Okay, we've got the clip from Tom. I'm just going to go back and review the sneeze and white.
He doesn't seem like
that's why we were asking.
But that's good.
Well, I was going to say that this was the seat that was,
I don't like it.
this was the seat that we always kept empty.
Yeah. Grand.
I mean, already this is better, especially if you move those chips left.
Okay. Cleared on second viewing.
It does look like he's wiping on his back.
So can I put my card over here? Is better?
No, they have to move the mics and all.
Oh, they put the mic because I seen that guy here.
Johnston with a hand that he will be getting in the mix here. My favorite hand.
I'm right-handed.
Snowman.
This is better.
The Snowman, my favorite hand. And we have another hand that will be wagering every single betting disc remaining. Boyce with the red kings.
Is this going to be the first hand Oliver Boyce has played at the final table? I believe so. Been sitting there patiently and quietly, but obviously has to play kings and is all in for 12 big blinds.
Quick fold by the 10s, very disciplined. It is a fold, but sometimes You're sitting there with 10, 11, 12 big blinds. You get a hand as strong as 10s, and you might him and Haw and eventually fold, but that was a quick fold. Same for the ace-10. It should go in the bin, but sometimes people start seeing themselves with a short stack. They find a pretty hand that they would have loved to put chips in, and despite what goes down in front of them, they put the chips anyway. I do think we will see a fold here.
Okay, please.
Johnston not loving life.
No.
Pocket eights, having raised an early position and seen a shove for 12 big blinds at this stage. It is a huge, huge amount of chips. You're probably meant to put the eights in the bin, but it's hard. It's 12 big blinds. Johnston does, right now, have the third biggest stack. If he calls and wins, it'll only get him up very close to second. If he calls and loses, he'll be down in the depths of it, fighting it out with the bottom three players. The upside is not that big, the downside is pretty catastrophic.
6 million. 6,400,000.
But if he was to call, I would not be criticizing.
I would remind you, this is the first hand Oliver Boyce has played at the final table. But he does make the call. It's a domination situation.
Johnson had raised up to 1.1 million. Oliver Boyce went all in for 6.2 million. We had a call. Mark Johnson has pocket eights, and our all-in player, Ollie Boyce, has pocket kings. All-in player, pocket kings. Mark Johnston with pocket eights.
14 million chip pot. Huge moment on this final table.
And the flop, it's Queen, 5, 3, rainbow.
Johnston needs an 8. 2 cards for Boyce to fade.
The turn. It's a king of clubs.
It's all over on the turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, a king of clubs on the turn. Jack of spades on the river, and our all-in player, Oliver Boyce, gets a double up here. 6.2 million, massive double up for Oliver Boyce.
So Boyce doubles up. He now has 14 million. Johnston drops down to 15 million.
Still big call. He never shot like, even though like probably flipping.
I know.
You want me to move?
Yes, sir. We're going to slide him over to this spot, and we're going to slide him over to the next spot. I don't think.
What?
I don't. This way. Yep.
If you're not raised, I call him, and I will win.
Where's the match? One is in the same position. C3 goes in a C2 right now.
Where's Batchon? So I can play my hand?
I am now
Yes.
on
For me.
small blind.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
Batchon?
Okay, C2.
Yeah, I defend your raise, A6 deuce.
Yeah, it's all good now. Perfect.
After that was this hand.
And C6 moving in C7. C7
Yeah.
moving in C8. And
If you're
C9 is
not
the
raised,
same.
you go in, I call. And they win.
Oh, he does. He folded ace-10 suited after a long tank and
If
ran
you
out
don't
king,
raise, I
queen,
call.
and jack.
Everyone.
I have tens.
I fold.
I have tens.
You tens.
What'd you have?
Ace 10.
It's a great fold.
River Jack.
You know what?
Blackjack shred.
Black Jack, yeah, river straight.
Perfect.
Oh, shit.
Bimban is 9. Exactly.
Not up if, right?
Yeah, but he's not call, yeah.
Johnston immediately after that pot picking up a hand he is going to have to play here. Oh. I keep saying have to. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. Take a hand off. Take a breather.
Sure, the eagle-eyed among you have spotted already that Mark Johnston's twin brother Owen
That's for a lot of money.
is on the rail, standing right behind him.
Yeah.
1.2.
Money doesn't bother me.
Identical twins?
Yes.
4 plus. 5 plus. Yeah.
I know of twins who both drive a little recklessly, and they have taken turns at putting points on licenses to extend their ability to not get a ban. Not friends of mine, James, now. Just before you think that I'm hanging around with any sort of crowd like that.
I've seen the people you hang around with. They're probably worse.
I mean, fair, Spraggy, Tonga.
Yeah, it's hot under them lights, isn't it? Cheers, bud.
Heads up.
Is that an insulated tux? Is that an insulated tux?
9 chip.
Aye.
Still feels like they're on top of each other.
Yeah, but it's because you have stack on that
Last
side.
time Nin had a 5 high hand, he had no interest in bluffing. Will that change with the 6 high?
Yeah, but it's this here, you see.
Having raised, it is a board that you would generally just bet small. But when it's massive stack versus massive stack, occasionally you might not want to bet.
Hopefully, we will stay here until the end. Me and you.
I don't mind once I'm here at the end.
Nin holding on to that chip lead.
Be selfish.
Holding on to that 26 million chip stack.
Long way to go, yeah.
Very long, very long.
Good fold at 10s.
What you do?
Probably not the greatest feeling for Johnston when he calls it with 8s and someone saying they fold the 10s. But of course, it's not the same. Having seen the raise and the shove, it's a different spot for the 10s to the 8s.
Of course.
Exactly. And okay. And oh, perfect. Like this is okay. Perfect.
Oh, they want a better angle, is it?
No problem.
And first to act, Queen 7 offsuit. Folds. Round to Oliver Boyce. Pocket 4s.
It'll be interesting if he wants to get in the mix here. You previously kind of mentioned that he'd been quite tight on this final table. It could have been just the cards that he was getting. Might not have had many good hands. But now he has newfound riches and looks like he wants to splash around a little bit with the 4s. Not saying he should be opening.
What I'm going to do with Queen Jack here. Should I hold? Should I raise?
It is an interesting strategy when we cover up the mount and the neck, but a lot of people with their reads, you know, it's the neck pulsing. I just don't care enough. If people see a neck pulse and they can work out what it means when I don't even know when it's going to go off, then fair play to them.
7 plus.
Spiky balls come off the cards. They get folded.
We're definitely going to be seeing it. Sorry, excuse me. I thought that 9-6 suited was the big blind. Johnson, another kind of tricky spot against the player he lost with the 8s to.
This is a cursed hand. Good fold.
Get the Spraggy in the bin.
So Boyce hovering around the 30 big blind mark. That's where Groom's at right now. Soloftus is in second place with 43 bigs. Nin still chip leader with 52 big blinds. And should highlight that Vidamantas Beliauskas has dropped below the 10 big blind mark.
The danger zone. Was that okay? Was that acceptable?
That was acceptable.
No, it's because my voice is a little bit raspy. I think I've done it a little bit better than when it just comes out with my natural voice. That was a program that Joe recommended to me many, many years ago, and I really, really enjoyed it for about
Archer?
3 or 4 seasons. Yeah.
it's a weird one. You have to get through the middle seasons that are a bit, and then it gets good again.
That happened to me with The Wire. Everyone was like, you need to watch The Wire. I watched the first season. I thought it was spectacular. I watched the second season, and I just couldn't get through. I bought the full DVD box set back in the day.
I disagree. I know your take. Oh, look at this. A walk for Nin, and he had ace-jack in the big blind. But yeah, most people say, oh yeah, I didn't like the second. I loved the second season of The Wire. I actually thought it just got better and better with each season, up to season 4, where it peaked, and season 5 was a major step down.
Is there 6 total or 5?
5.
5 total.
The last season I felt was a bit weak. It was a satisfying conclusion, like the final episode, but the whole homeless plot and also the whole kind of journalism storyline, it wasn't as good as anything they'd done previously.
Maybe I'll go back to it. It was a long time ago, but I found it so slow. And
yeah, 4 is undoubtedly the best season. It's the strongest.
Is The Wire up there with some of your favorite?
Yes. I mean, I've only ever watched it all the way through once. It's not a show which I would necessarily want to keep watching again and again because it's quite tough going in some places.
Yeah. There's some long episodes.
Yeah. So it's definitely, I think, one of the greatest TV shows of all time. Is it one of my personal favorites? I would probably choose The West Wing and The Sopranos over The Wire, even though objectively The Wire is probably better TV.
A lot of my friends are big West Wing fans. And in shocking developments, I've never got around to it.
I've watched the whole, there's 150 odd episodes, and I've watched the whole thing like 4 times.
Do you like The Office?
Which one?
American.
Never seen an episode.
Is that because you just enjoy the UK?
No, it's just I've never got round to it. At the time when they did it, I'm like, why would they do a remake of this? So I never bothered. By the way, I actually think the original, the UK one, has dated pretty horribly. And I tried to rewatch it recently and was just kind of like,
What I will say, I watched The Office whilst my wife was pregnant. We watched it together every night.
Two pairs for Groom.
Got interesting as well. But
open-ended straight draw.
We got a bit going on here. The Office can wait. Groom is going to come out betting here.
You've no idea how hard it is for me to say Stephen Groom because every fibre in my body wants to say Simon Groom, who was one of the hosts of Blue Peter when I was growing up.
I used to watch Blue Peter. Art Attack and Blue Peter on a Saturday morning. Great times.
Simon Groom had a dog called Goldie.
I don't want to hear if the dog died. I hope the dog's still alive 40 years later.
1.5 million apiece, all-important river card.
Any card above a jack or a diamond is going to be problematic.
That is the straight for Soloftus. And it is a very straighty board. You don't love this if you got 2 pair.
No. There's some situations where you'll still want to value bet your 2 pair on these boards, but given that we're on a final table, given that the flop was checked, I don't reckon you get the value bet 2 pair. Maybe if you had Queen 10 or Queen 9 that decided to bet the turn, which is a little unlikely, especially in the Queen 9, you might, but 9-5 way too wide. So now, how greedy do we get with our straight? I do. Oh, wow. That was a very quick call. It is very, very tough to think of any natural bluffs here when the flop gets checked through. Maybe something like pocket sevens, maybe turned diamonds, but you're not going to really have that many of them that aren't a straight or a pair that doesn't need to bluff. The ace deuce, ace three of the world are probably just going to bet the flop, so it's not easy to fold 2 pair, especially against a chip leader who's, you know, putting the pressure on, but maybe you take a little bit longer.
And that will see Georgios Soloftus take the chip lead. Pretty much tied at the top with Hiep Nin. And then a big drop-off before we get to Oliver Boyce with just shy of 30 big blinds. And then sub 20 big blind stacks for Groom, Johnston, and Deppy, with Vidmantas Peliauskas bringing up the rear with fewer than 10 big blinds.
Oh.
There's definitely a lot of jokes in the office that would not be allowed to put on TV today, is what I was going to say. Yeah.
I mean, I loved it at the time, and I've got the DVD box set of both seasons and the Christmas specials. It was just rewatching it recently. I'm like, I'm not enjoying this the way I used to.
At Poker Nears 300 in London, listening to Victoria Corn chat, it was interesting that she was saying that Ricky Gervais was a guest on, what was it called, Late Night Poker?
Yeah, it was the celebrity special they did back in 1999, 2000. And no one really knew who he was back then. He was just kind of starting his career really on TV. I actually met Ricky Gervais back in 1997 when XFM first got its London license, the radio station, and he'd been appointed head of speech programming there.
What would speech programming mean?
Well, news and speech. So anything that wasn't music programming. And he clearly didn't have a clue what he was doing.
Just absolutely blanked his way in.
I will throw exactly the same spot. That's what you want, right?
You were working for that radio station?
Yeah.
No, I went in to have a conversation about potentially working there. Nothing happened.
I want to keep these so
You could have been Ricky Gervais.
Make it easy for the
It could have been you. If you had taken that job, it could have been
No,
you.
no. I went in to talk to Ricky Gervais about opportunities at XFM, and I'm saying he didn't know what, and I just basically got a weird vibe. I'm like, why is this guy in charge of news and speech?
I stand by it. It could have been you.
Yeah, wrong profession. Can't even nail it. I nail it to a wall.
Hey, for those out there who are not capable of putting a nail in the wall, that's okay, because I can't do it either. I'm tempted to buy a Vision Pro just for that reason. Apparently, absolutely fantastic, helping you around the house. I could become the handyman hand, James. That could be me. That could be my future. It could. I don't know why you're laughing. You think my movie knowledge is bad? You should see me trying to do anything around the house. Groom raising with the King Jack off. Wow. I reckon that we're going to see a fold. Do you know what? I haven't got a clue about any of these hands. I'm going to stop trying to guess, and I'm just going to commentate on the action with you as it happens. I'm not going to try and speculate.
Don't think you should predict anything because it's impossible to predict. And understandably, people playing a little bit gun-shy. Look at the payouts, the money jumps, 20K difference between 7th and 6th. Then we hit the 6-figure scores. Big jumps with every single elimination. It does become a survival game.
Yeah, zero criticism for me. Looking at the stacks, like you mentioned, smallest stack, less than 10 big blinds. 6th, 12.5. 5th, 15.4. 4th, 18. It is anybody's game. Every pot at this point worth tens of thousands of euro. As we see Johnston with 2 9s. It's a somewhat interesting one. It's a hand that he will want to put chips in with, most likely, but it is a lot of chips to shove. And if he raises, he could find himself in a tricky spot like he did with the 8s. But I do think it is the better of the two options. Shoving here would be quite a lot of chips, given the stacks. Does Boyce want to use that image? Not this time. Oh my god, this is so sick for the 9s. It's less than 10 big blinds.
Oh.
This is so sick. After having the 8s up against the 12 big blinds, I'm running into the kings. People don't generally shove very wide from the big blind. This is such a very tough spot.
And he got burnt with the 8s, remember? I think this is an HTC situation, Vincent. And this time, at least he'll be racing rather than dominated.
4 million. 4 million.
4,150,000.
I do think we're going to see the reluctant call.
There it goes. And we're off to the races.
All we have Vermantis, Berluscus is all in, and Mark Johnston has called his all in. Who's got who, lads? Who's on
He's all in.
Nines.
It's a big flip.
Flip again.
Vermantis
Second hand.
Berluscus has ace 10 of hearts, and Mark Johnson has called with pocket nines.
This flip
Ace 10
is
of
worth
hearts
a lot of money.
against pocket nines. All in player with ace 10 of hearts. Nine on the flop. 9 on the flop. It's Jack 9-3 Rainbow.
Some pretty scary
Mark
turn
Johnson
cards.
has taken a huge lead here with the pocket nines. The turn.
Nice.
It's a Jack of hearts, ladies and gentlemen. He's just housed up.
River's irrelevant.
Oh, quads.
And a Jack
Good
on
game.
the river. Ladies
Well
and
played.
gentlemen, we lose in 7th place. Will you please put your hands together for Vidmantos Berluscus?
Well done.
Vidmantos takes home a very nice 64,960. Vidmantos, well done. Congratulations on a great performance. Let me shake your hand, my friend. Top job. Well done to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 6 players now in the main event. 6 players remaining in the main event, and we'll be back in a couple of moments with the next hand.
The better part of 65 grand for Vidmantas Beliauskas. A 6-handed action gets underway at this final table.
Said you're going to hit the 9 this time because you hit it eventually.
The rail is far too quiet. We need people drinking here big time. Come on. Who are you here to support? Well, where was it? Don't stay.
Johnston.
65, 64, yeah.
Ace Jack suited, and as the table becomes more short-handed, Finton, these hands go up in value.
Yeah, Ace Jack suited just has to be raised. And we see Ninh with a hand. We know he will not be folding. Given what I've seen of him so far, my guess is we see a call. Not too often you see these early position clashes 6-handed, but Ninh got a lot of chips. Wants to see a flop with the pocket 8s.
6.3 on 6.3.
We're going to be heads up to the flop.
Nice to see a flop in a non-all-in pot.
No, the 5s.
No, that wasn't that.
Oh, was it?
Ace 7-7, Johnston flops best.
Johnson does still have to tread pretty carefully here. Obviously, we see he's miles out in front and almost a 90% favourite to win, but let's be careful against a player that covers him flatting in early position. Oh, that is a very quick call. I'm not saying you should fold 8s. It's not about the money for Ninh. It's about sending the message.
Huh.
Two flush draws now on the board. It's very hard for either player to have a 7, I think. We all know, most of us know. You know, again, raised in first position, flat in second position. Not too many 7s floating about. So Ninh somewhat trying to block the turn, somehow trying to get a little bit of value from maybe if there is a flush draw out there, or potentially trying to buy a cheap river. But the problem is when you have pocket 8s, there's not a huge amount of worse hands I can call you right now. Johnson definitely not going to be folding. I mean, if we see a diamond on the river and Ninh goes for it, it would be pretty nasty. My guess is we see a very, very quick check.
One check, two check.
Yes.
Good.
Huge turnaround from Johnston.
Absolutely. Two hands in a row, Finton, which have seen him chip up to 17 mil. So he's now third in chips behind Hiep Ninh. Georgios Saloftis still sits at the top of the leaderboard with more than 50 bigs. And it is Teppi who is the shorty right now, the Finn with 10 bigs.
Four, is it? 4.5, 6.
Are you still 12?
No, I'm at 14.
Ridiculous number of chips in play, but not many blinds. And those blinds are going to keep going up every 60 minutes. Earthquake?
One of my favorite things about living in Ireland is we don't have to worry about earthquakes. We don't have to worry about the crazes of weather. No animals can kill us. I'm very happy to have those gloomy grey skies, but not the fear spiders in my house.
4+.
I thought it was snakes you didn't have. There's still spiders here.
Yeah, but not many that will kill you.
True.
Like, it's not Australia. There's not.
7 and 9.
I don't know what spiders kill you, but.
Maybe?
I'm with you. I couldn't do Australia.
No.
Like, everything in nature in Australia is trying to kill you.
Yeah. Not for me.
Oh, good foul. Look at that. I never afraid to show
I really
my
like
hand.
Ninh.
Yeah.
You're going to find out later.
I never lie.
It'll
You
be
see it on TV.
It'll be on TV.
Absolutely.
Vigard says, go to New Zealand. It's everything awesome about Australia minus the death.
Once upon a time, I did nearly move to New Zealand, and I decided on Malta instead, so poor decisions have been made.
I'll be very honest.
He's right, the lie was.
Well, yeah, the lie, yeah.
That was a lie, you could remember.
That was just a wee white lie.
I actually like his,
That was just a wee white lie.
I like his proposal, no lying.
Yeah.
We're playing poker, gentlemen. The whole game is about lying.
No lying, no bluffing.
I don't think the rest of the table would agree with that.
Of course I lied, Phil.
I'm just an honest people. No one lying.
No, but on TV table, I mean, like.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
Are we about to see the all-in? We are indeed.
9+.
Oh, Johnston. Ace 10 suited in the small blind. Might be tempted.
Very close. I probably would not fold. Am I basing my opinion on the fact that I can see if he calls, he will be ahead? I cannot confirm or deny that. What I would do, though, is call and not go all in if we were going to play the hand.
5, 6 something? 5, 2 or 5, 2?
Queen 4 is not a call.
I can't call queen high. And 2+.
I have a tell on you.
I might play a hand. I might play a hand.
Oh, we had a laugh.
Yeah, I'm predictable. How do you say predict?
Predictable?
I'm unbelievable.
I can't speak any. I can't speak any other language anyway.
I know the word. But
It's so upsetting that
impossible
that
to
Finnish
say out.
man
Yeah.
speaks with a clearer
But they say
English accent than I do.
hardest language.
It's very sad.
I still struggle with it.
Well, this is how it's finished.
Still six-handed at the Irish Open final table. Final day of the tournament, playing down to a winner. crowning a champion, paying out that first prize of 415K.
I feel like we're about to see the jumper go on that mount.
Oh, interesting. So pocket fives for Boyce. The spiky balls have gone on top of Tepe's cards.
It seems to be catching on like a yawn in the background here.
1,050,000.
The raise is to 1,050,000.
Do we reckon they are?
Oh, he's got aces again.
7 goes on.
It's the third time he's had aces at the final table.
9 plus. 1 plus. So I can see how many oranges you have.
11 big blinds. What are you doing with fives, Vinci?
24 million.
I do think you got a fold.
It's a pretty
wide raise in the first place with the fives from first position. I know we're playing six-handed right now, but the stacks just don't really allow for these small pairs to be raised too often early position, I don't think. And I know it's 11 big blinds. It's not that many chips, but the problem is your opponent just doesn't get the shove super wide here.
Key flip.
And have you ever heard anyone in the pub say, flipping at best? We are absolutely flipping at best here.
6,500,000.
I wasn't too chuffed about having to potentially call with the eights earlier on, but the fives for me just have to be folded.
Vibing Heavy says, why all in? Because he has aces. He also has around 10 big blinds, and you can't really re-raise in this spot and it not look ludicrously suspicious.
Do you think the boys behind with the tops over their mouth are fellow Finns, or?
Yes, that is Tepe's crew.
Okay.
I guess the point that Vibing Heavy is making is you could just call with aces in this spot. But I can understand why you want to maximize value, and with Boyce opening under the gun, you probably think his range is stronger than fives.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Boyce lays it down.
Last time I think I would have called. You want to show?
No.
Well, if it's not obvious what it is when he smacks the table like that, I don't know.
I had a pair, but I think I'm in trouble.
Nice fold.
Kolmas kerta.
Oh, wobble.
You really do one more, you're gonna lose. You take the pot.
Good fold.
I couldn't call.
You had air ball.
No, I didn't. I think actually I had the same hand as you had earlier.
Oh my God. Back-to-back aces. What is going on here? Did he smile? Did he give it away a little bit there? Was there a cheeky grin?
This is
before
the
he covered his mouth?
fourth time he has had aces at the final table. Fourth time. And this is back-to-back hands.
1,100,000.
You have 7 million?
Oh, Saloftus. Tread carefully.
I think 7.8. More.
Oh. That was a hangover from the previous hand. The graphics had not refreshed. He actually has pocket eights.
Sit 9 call.
Saloftus with ace-queen calls. Said it earlier this week, I'm going to say it again. Hugh, I miss you. So the raise, the flat. Groom folds the small. Boyce with king 9 in the big.
Looks like we're going to be seeing a three-way pot here.
6.
Loftus definitely could have decided to re-raise here, but just electing the call has created a little bit of drama. Nobody flopping a pair.
6 check.
Pretty sad flop for pocket eights when you get called in 2 different spots. I like that Loftus is going to start betting here. He's not flatting a huge amount of hands in the first place, and once you see a jack and a 10 on the board, it doesn't get much worse than ace-queen for him.
The babies.
And does pick up a nice little 5 million chip pot to extend his chip lead.
Yeah, Loftus
You can see the orange.
in the catbird seat right now.
Yeah, close.
Okay, that's grand. Am I big?
I'm afraid he's gonna steal it, on his right hand.
I think he's just planning to take it.
That is the trophy that will be presented to one of these 6 players. That is the trophy that will be lifted by this year's Irish Open champion.
To take everyone chips. Am I right?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Not just mine.
It's not going very well, but that is the plan.
James.
Yes, Vincent.
Who was doing commentary that we have a card here that shows the hand values? Who did you have in here? Was that for Adam McCullough?
I don't know whether you know, but Joe has to have that whenever he's commentating. One day he says he will remember it, but he right now still has to have that as a prompt.
It's a little bit confusing because they do have little numbers, but I need glasses and those numbers are a bit small. And it goes royal flush and beside it is straight.
From the final table of the Irish Open. Oh, Vincent, you and your hilarious April Fool's prank.
Got him! Got him! Got him!
If I just flick this switch, everyone will run around in a blind panic and I'll just be chortling to myself. That's what he said to me. That's exactly what he said to me.
I gave him a little nudge, and let me tell you, everybody in the room's laughing. Everyone thought that was a funny joke. James thought it was the funniest.
Honestly, my sides have split.
Pull the wire out for April Fools. Listen, what I would say is when there's technical issues on a poker stream involved, the best thing to do is blame Finton because it probably was and is my fault.
Yeah, we asked Vincent to supply the internet because he's never had any internet problems ever with any live production he's ever been involved in.
I was pestering James for a few months to come over and do an interview with me in my house. And then eventually James had a bit of time, very busy man. He was like, let's do it for the Irish Open. I was like, James, my computer is not working. And it was supposed to get fixed today, and I cancelled on it. So,
oh, no.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Anywho, we have gone heads up to the flop. Pocket 4s against Queen 5. Tepe opened from the cutoff. Nin defended his big blind and has paired his 5.
This could get interesting.
Five's still good. Open-ended straight draw for Tepe.
I don't think Tepe needs to really turn his hand into a bluff now. Pretty sad situation if he was to bet 2 million and get shoved on, which is not impossible on a 7 in particular. So I'm not surprised to see a check here. Can get some delayed bluffs in as well. Min might be wondering if he has to bluff. I don't know whether you're meant to bluff 4s here. You've got worse hands. You got some queen jacks. You got jack 10s. But for me, I'm not checking 4s and potentially losing to a 5 or a 6. I can't help myself. I will be bluffing this 100% of the time.
One pair.
7 check.
Gets checked down and Nin wins the pot. Now yesterday, Finson, while you were with us, we saw the story of a player who won a silver pass and played the Irish Open courtesy of your good self. Now, he was not the only one. We have many silver pass winners in the field here at the Irish Open. Let's hear the story of Timothy Goodwin here in Dublin.
Oh, I did once. I made 2 pair and he was
My name is Tim Goodwin. I won the Team Ireland free roll. I was watching one of Finton's streams and he was talking about the home game that they were running for that, and he did a very not subtle hint that it was going to be insane value, so I made sure to jump in there and I was lucky enough to take it down, and that's what brought me here.
It is Hoyser Nuts from the UK who is going to be joining me at the Irish Open.
I played live just out of university in that 2005. I slowly backed down and played when I could, but never really had the opportunity. When I was watching Finton win the Scoop title where they had the power cut in Malta, he's the one that kind of hooked me back into poker a little bit, especially when he goes on his insane tirades. Those are always fun to watch.
Off.
And I feel for it a lot. I think the highlight so far has definitely been walking in to see the empty casino room today and all the feelings of before, what feels like a past life coming back.
That was a complete acting job that was done with those curse words. That was not taken from a live stream. I'm not a man that tilts a poker, and I will be sticking to that. But I will say that Tim is a lovely man. I had the pleasure of meeting him yesterday whilst we were in the bar watching the football.
Yeah, this is actually the first time.
And yeah, great guy. Love to hear anyone who qualifies through those silver passes. Just insane value on the pair pots.
Oh my word, another pocket pair for Tepe. This time it's 7s. The spiky balls are in place. How many chips is he going to commit?
Every single betting disc available will be in. He has made a 4 million in case every other player goes all in, I guess, but we're not going to be seeing any folds.
So how are you planning to spend my winnings? Taking 5,000 euros? Car's paper.
King Jack suited a very, very pretty hand.
Thanks, Nick.
What to do with King Jack of Diamonds?
It's such a pretty hand. And when you're the chip leader, maybe you decide you want to have a gamble here, but I do think it's a little bit too wide. Silly off this though, maybe feeling like putting some chips in. I never, ever want to have to fold King Jack of Diamonds. It's so pretty. I feel like certain hands fit certain suits. For me, King Queen of Hearts is the best variation of King Queen. King Jack of Diamonds is the winner. Jack 10 of spades. I can go on. 9-8 of hearts.
2 plus.
I don't know why, but 5-6 of clubs.
4 plus.
Ace king of spades. Would you like me to continue doing
that?
I'm enjoying it. I'm just like...
The king queen of hearts is the most important one. I don't know why. It's
Right.
superior.
King queen. You will see on the video.
When I'm playing
You
on a
think he
feature
four-way
table,
screen
I
there?
don't know if it's because
No, he didn't fold his queen there.
I'm used
He just
to
asked for
streaming.
I know, but did he just ask you for ace queen?
No, he didn't. He asked king queen.
Oh, king queen. Who's gonna fold ace queen? Mad stuff.
I see some agreement in the chat for my shouts.
1.2.
And we'll leave it with ace-5 of clubs.
1 plus.
The hand that everyone goes bananas with, the artisanal sourdough, and the clubs for the look of the Irish. That's what I'm going on.
4 plus.
All in.
6 raise all in.
Boy's shown that he can pull the trigger with the less than premium hands also.
How much is the stack? Okay, just to see.
Sanoin, että siinä kun mä sovasin näissä, että se varmaan tulee kohta. Mun oikea puoli avasi. Mä sanoin, että siellä on joku pikku pari.
It's been a long few days, so cut me off if I told this story yesterday. But I did have a situation in the 3K on the bubble where someone thought I slow rolled them because I'm so bad at...
Me!
Okay.
This woman. Where is any supporters of Heap? Any Heapning supporters?
No.
No? You have supporters, baby. Stephen Groom supporters, any Stephen Groom supporters? There they are now, all the way from Aspers and Newcastle, ladies and gentlemen.
The prison?
Let's get it on.
All I was going to say is sometimes it's not a bad idea to ask for a chip count if you're a little bit unsure. That's
Yeah,
all
of
I was
course,
going to say.
of course.
Even if you have a hand that's unlikely to be calling or most likely to be calling.
Number 2.
2 raise, 1.2.
Nin back in action, racing from the cutoff with King 9.
6 plus.
Ace 9 for Tepi.
Would imagine he is considering the options of call or show rather than fold. I do think...
All in.
7 raise all in.
Cow, please. I would love to take that man down.
That's fine, that's fine. This one's
Nin does strike me as the kind of player who might actually make a little bit of a spike call. I don't think he's joking when he says that.
6,825.
900.
900. Yes.
7 million. 11.5 big.
Can't call this, can he?
I would strongly recommend, if you are playing poker, to not make the call with the King 9 from here.
Okay.
But he did say he would really like to take his opponent down. So there's a little bit of spite equity going on here.
Let's it go.
Keep doing that all day.
Suami.
Thank you.
So
I'm rooting for your product.
I know you are. That's why I gave you a little love.
Thank you.
the blinds have gone up. That's one thing we should highlight. Blinds are now 300,000, 600,000, 600K big blind ante. And that means things have got a little bit shallower now.
Today. Tero Lorilla, any supporters? Oh, the Finnish boys are in the corner. And last but not least, Ollie Boyce, any supporters of Ollie Boyce here?
Oh my God. Was that a silent cheer? What was that?
So the chip leader has got 43 bigs. The chip leaders, I should say, 43 bigs apiece. A couple of shorties hovering around 12, 13 big blinds.
1.2.
2 raise, 1.2.
And Nin opening here with nines. Jacks for Stephen Groom.
4 raise.
He is all in, and with those chips, he's getting called by nines.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be... Oh, wow.
But...
Oh, wow. What an insane cooler on the final table.
And let me just check the stacks. I think Tepe has Groom covered, right? Groom is the shortest stack.
All in.
Nines, well, Queen's reshove.
Wow.
This helps Nin, right? Nines can get away now.
Well done. I need to count him and him as well, please.
Cheers.
I don't think Nin is going to call.
No.
But it's not unreasonable to ask for a count here. If it's 2 8 big blind stacks or something, he might end up flicking it in.
Could be a big lot of this.
Could be 2 gone.
He's about 7 million. About 7 million.
Did you hear that? Nin turned around to the crowd and says, it could be 2
gone
gone.
now.
Huh?
He might call. Would not.
No, before.
Try it at home. He might do it.
7.8.
The shove looks strong. The reshove looks stronger. Nines have shrunken in value massively.
I can see him calling these two. He has something.
There's still a player to act.
Now I need the help from the chat. Come on, guys. You can give me something.
9,025,000.
9,025,000, and he falls, ladies and gentlemen. We've 2 players in the middle here, and Stephen, the short stack, shows pocket jacks, and held by Tero Lorilla, who's got pocket queens. Jacks versus queens. The short stack has pocket jacks. Very close in chip count between the 2 boys, with just a little over $1 million in the difference. Gentlemen, the best of luck to you both here at the Irish Open.
No, this man reshove here more, so he's strong, you know. But I would love to see.
Not now!
I knew you were strong. I knew you had something.
I've got something, but they shove it. We shove it crazy strong.
Nin justifying his fold in the middle of this all-in.
You don't need to get involved.
As the UK crew cry, any jacks about?
Yeah.
And the flop.
She does.
Oh, this is going to be hard.
No. Any jacks in this deck, like?
The turn is a 7 of spades. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Irish Open, we lose our next player in 6th place. Great performance. The winner of 84,480. Please put your hands together for Stephen Groom.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky. Yeah, unlucky. I woke up.
If you not call, I call.
And then there were 5.
Alright,
Queens
time for a beer.
hits the
Cheers,
7
buddy.
on the flop. He needed big help on the turn. No help on the turn.
Thank you.
It was all over on that turn. And a big double up there. Nearly a double up here.
No, not my words, Dave.
Tero Lorilla, ladies and gentlemen, who gets that nice chip increase on his stack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 5 players in the Irish Open. The good news for everybody at the table, you are all guaranteed a minimum of over €100,000 here today. Will you give these guys a big round of applause? Our last 5 players, 1 player will become Irish Open champion 2024.
Every player now guaranteed over €100,000. Six-figure scores everywhere.
We have hit that pay jump. More than 100 grand for the next player out as Stephen Groom cashes for 84,480. Couldn't do anything there, Finton.
No, absolutely
Complete cooler.
not. Gets pocket jacks, has around 12 big blinds, does the right thing, gets it in, and unfortunately for him, the queens are behind, because if those queens weren't there, Nin would have called with the 9s. He was almost tempted to call both players, and we would have seen a whole different story from him, but very good result. 6th place out of over 3,000 players is absolutely insane. 1K in the 84K, fantastic score.
And could have any 8-10, he could have any 8-10. No, you just...
I'm not, listen, I don't want to be rooting for anyone to get upset, but it would have been quite funny if a 9 came on the flop. I think we would have heard a few fireworks.
I need to stop drinking water because I need to go every 20 minutes now.
Yeah. I'm the same you.
I need to go now.
Okay, I'll let you guys play.
7 plus.
Very kind.
So he have like 17, 18 now, or close to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Blind v blind.
Monet maksaa, niin mutta se on kuitenkin, se pitää kyllä jäädä omaa pinoon. Paljonhan mulla on läjä, ei varmaan 20.
Well, we're going to get Jack 10, 6. That's top pair for Saloftis.
Come on, George.
17.
Big moment for these 5 players, all now guaranteed at least 100K, playing for that 400K plus first prize and the trophy and the title. And Phil referenced it at the start of the final table, Finton. It is a big deal to join the ranks of Irish Open winners, a tournament that goes back more than 40 years.
Yeah, it's had some very huge names win the tournament. I obviously drawing very, very slim to ever add my name to that list, but it would be such a huge honor. It's the only final table that still haunts me, just because it was such a huge opportunity I had going in as chip leader. For the reasons you say, just a historic event.
Yeah.
You know, such a big field, not going to get too many opportunities.
14 million.
My good friend Kevin Clean got second year before I final tabled it, and that's, again, I think one of the few final tables that really haunts him as well. It's a pretty interesting spot we have here. So Boyce has raised off around 20 bigs from first position, and Nin has him well covered, and with a very strong hand in the big of ace queen. Obviously, we're not going to be seeing folds here.
2 raise, 3 million.
Re-raise. Now, there was a little bit of aggro between these two earlier on. It's calmed down since. Don't know what Boyce has, so we don't know how he's going to respond to this.
It doesn't look like he's going to fold to me. Keeps looking down at his chips.
4-bet you. You know what I'm going to show you if you fold?
Folds and Nin, good to his word. shows the ace-queen.
Behind, yeah?
Behind it. Gentlemen, just to remind you, in 40 minutes' time is going to be our next break. It's still a 20-minute break. The break for 2 hours after that will be your main break.
Okay.
Best of luck, guys.
So 40 minutes left on the level. Short break at the end of that. Then 2 more hours of poker before the dinner break. Should we get there, of course. Not beyond the realms of possibility that this thing is done in another 2 levels. Don't think it's likely, but it could happen.
Yeah, not impossible. I guess it depends who wins next couple of all-ins. If they're getting spread around evenly, not so likely. But if one player goes on a little bit of a heater, you never know. Johnston with the hand that caused him a little bit of heartache earlier on.
Raise 1.3.
Or was that pocket nines? Maybe that was pocket nines.
2 pass. 5 pass.
Just going to raise and take it.
Snowman's num-num.
I think I have to go after this hand. I can't stand anymore, man. Please, some action in it.
Choose your big blind.
Huh?
If you choose your big blind, somebody's going bust.
No, yeah.
What do you mean?
Go
wait
toilet
your big
when
blind.
it's your big blind, somebody's going bust. Because we fight for your big blind.
We go to war for your big blind.
Yeah. Choose the big blind. Like last time. You were not here.
I will stand on the row.
It's a pretty spicy open with king 4. We have 5 left or 6 left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
2 call. 5 pass.
There was a number in the top right of that screen that I could have looked at instead of doing a count.
About 23.
Well, as we discovered earlier in this tournament, you can't necessarily trust that number. Sometimes you have to count the players at the table.
Not
27, 28 maybe? Close.
Do you remember the rule that we discussed with Rory yesterday? No set.
Let it go.
Get out of here.
That's it.
Get out of there.
That's it. No set, get out of there. It's so counterintuitive to not rhyme.
9, 800. Call.
Double paired board.
9 check. 2 check.
Well, 4s are still good.
9 check.
Better 2 pair.
2 check.
I know I win. That's why I check. I let you bet and I call.
It's an interesting strategy. Playing in position. I know I win, so I check.
Nice comment.
I call 2, 3 million bet, maybe 5 if you want. You decide to book.
Good man.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I love about Ninh? He's speaking the truth every time. Like, I don't think he's trying to plant any seeds. I don't think he's trying to create any doubt. He's just telling the people the way he'd play his hands. He's having a good time. Trying to win €415,000.
One pass.
1.2.
2 raise 1.2.
Then back in action, raises from the cutoff with Jack 10, Ace 9 for Boyce. And is that a call?
Yeah, it's not the kind of hand that you would usually see called in these situations. But Boyce maybe feels like Ninh is getting a little out of line, wants to keep in some hands he dominates, doesn't want to shove and only get called by better.
Curious. Okay, 10-7-3.
1.5.
Ninh flops best, continues. And Boyce quickly calls.
You told me there was a little bit of spiciness earlier on between these two players, and I feel like this is why this is going down, and that is an interesting turn card. Boyce now with the open-ended straight draw. Ninh probably not feeling comfortable to bet all the chips, even with just over a pot to play. He hasn't been overly keen to commit too many chips.
3 million.
Oh, wow.
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 All in and a call. Did Boyce lose his mind?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an all-in on the featured table.
This is a 23 million chip
The
pot.
short stack player, Oliver Boyce, is all in with ace-9 on a 7-8-10-3 board. And our chip leader at the moment, and that is Heep, has called with 10 jack, so he has top pair. So Oliver needs that ace or the up and down to land to keep himself in the Irish Open for 2024. Let's see that river.
20%. Something like 20%.
Paddleboard. Yes!
It's a 3 of hearts, ladies and gentlemen. We lose another player on the feature table. Please put your hands together for Oliver Boyce representing Ireland here tonight. Oliver takes home a very cool 109,000 €. 820. Well done to you, Oliver. Oliver, well played. Well done. Well done. So that chip lead keeps on getting bigger for our chip leader at the moment.
Thank you.
And we are now down to our final 4 players, ladies and gentlemen. 4 players remaining. One of these 4 players will become the Irish Open champion for 2024.
I don't think that was an ICM approved move.
Listen, I think you said there's a little bit of heat there. Maybe it got a little bit personal. Boyce decided that he just wanted to make a little bit of move. Acted very quickly, and unfortunately he ran into it.
So Oliver Boyce, the first player to cash for 6 figures, 109,820 euros.
You all know how I play when I bet that.
Third will receive 185,600. Second will get 259,840. And the winner will take home a very cool
How long's left on the level?
15,000.
We might get it done before the end of the level, James.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Irish Open. Final 4 players.
You play so long, and then when I bet that big, I never fold, and then still come on top. Because I'm not bluffing on the phone when I bet that big, and then.
Again, I think he's telling the truth. I don't think he's trying to plant the seed for the big bluff later on.
The rule used to be you paid the looking price, lessons are extra, but Nin gives lessons for free.
Looks like we're going to see a little re-raise here. I love the plaques, by the way.
Yeah.
Big fan.
So down to the final 4 players.
One toss.
Ace Jack, a pretty strong hand, 4-handed, but never fun to put your tournament life on the line. If you know your opponent's going as wide as King 6,
All in.
it becomes a pretty easy shove, and he does take the spot. Nicely played.
About 10?
17.
17.
Can't wait.
Unless these graphics are wrong, this is just a little bit of Hollywooding.
Yeah.
No. I have to go. I drink too much water. Can I?
A little bit of heavy breathing and a little bit nervous here, maybe.
Meanwhile, Heep Nin running to the bathroom. He has 41 million chips. He nearly has the 2-1 chip lead over his nearest opponent. 68 bigs for the chip leader, 37 bigs for Tepi, 31 bigs for Georgios Soloftas, and the shortest stack at the final table right now is Mark Johnston playing 22 big blinds. Blinds going up in about 30 minutes time.
I do think Heep Nin actually was on the verge of going to the bathroom just before he got that Jack-10 hand. I think he was going to run and he decided to stay for one more.
Okay, dance, guys.
I'll take a walk.
It's a bit of a weird dynamic to have one player out of 4 sitting out with so much money on the line. Is it the big blind that he's missing as well?
Normally in these situations where a player needs to take a bathroom break, they normally ask the rest of the table if they're happy just to pause.
I think the break is so soon that the players will actually object.
Half an hour? That's not that soon. As someone who has a weak bladder, half an hour is a long time.
I try to be as accommodating as possible, but if a player asks for a bathroom break four-handed, 30 minutes away from break, I'm not having it.
You shit!
I'm telling you, no chance. Drink less liquids.
Got to stay hydrated, Vincent.
So how often do we have to accommodate for that? Is it if it's a one-off thing, and then if they do it the next break, you're allowed to say no? Got to manage your bladder. It's part of the game, James. As a PokerStars ambassador in a PokerStars event, I would not say no. If I was not wearing a patch, I would say no.
I love it. So basically, the patch masks the real arsehole that is Vincent Hand.
Yeah, 100%. Johnston decides to flat with ace-9 off. Given the big blind was sitting out, I probably would have just launched this one in myself, but you do get to keep in some hands that are dominated. Ranges are a little bit skewed because of the fact that the big blind was sitting out, and now you got a pretty tricky spot on the turn. Regardless of the bet size, I don't really see myself ever folding a 9 on the turn here. We don't know what we're up against. These cards are not available to us.
I think more than 30 minutes.
It does look like we are about to be on the receiving end of a substantial bet, though.
Better to win 3 million. I never fold. Huh? Again, what? No. Almost done.
Versus 1.5 million, we're not worried. Ace-9 does not mind the 1.5 million. We can still be ahead of some value. Our opponent, of course, can have plenty of bluffs. It doesn't look like he's shaping up to shove the river either. So Johnston going to be pretty happy to call this turn, would be my imagination. Johnston, even though pretty happy to call the turn, does not want to face the triple barrel. It will be a pretty tough spot, the diamonds brick. Is your opponent going to bet worse than a queen on this river? It's a little unlikely. Johnston looks like he might be tempted to put some chips in himself, but I'm not so sure about. Looks like he's going to attempt to just block the river. Stop his opponent from doing the betting.
3.2.
I've got to assume this is a value bet, that Johnston is trying to get called by a worse hand. So what worse hands can call? Well, your opponent could have bet the turn with 10-9 suited. Jack-9. Maybe something like ace-8 of diamonds to bet, but there's not a huge amount of hands that are going to call this bet, and our hand obviously does not work very well as a bluff. It does feel a little bit like, I don't want to face the all-in. I'm going to bet 3.2 million, set my own price for what I'm willing to put in with this hand. But maybe it works. Maybe we see the call. Given the small size on the turn, it's not impossible that we are up against a hand like 10-9. That was trying to buy a cheap river ourselves. I would love to know the hand. For me, given the shaping, the confusing look, I don't think we're going to see a raise.
That would be suspicious after all of this.
9 plus.
Johnston, pretty happy to see the fold probably, and not the shove. And Yeah, I mean, listen, it's an unusual hand. It's not often you're playing four-handed and the big blind is sitting out and you've got a weird dynamic, but he wins a very, very nice pot that is going to put him right up there.
What?
Stacks are getting pretty close except for Ninh, who's running away with it ever so slightly. With nearly a 2-1 chip lead on second
I'll
place.
tell you after. I'll tell you after. You'll see it on
Oh,
TV.
he's going to know that later, you know.
You'll see it on TV.
But I'm not showing anyone anymore.
That's the first time that that Ninh has lied.
But I don't want to give away.
He said he's not going to show his hands anymore. I can guarantee you that that man will not be able to help but show when he has a good hand. He's a lover of the game.
Four-handed action continues. Final table of the 2024 Irish Open. The champion will be crowned tonight.
We got Paul Carr there in the background, who's been winning plenty of tournaments around Ireland recently. Spotted him doing his own little vlog around the poker room.
So Loftus raising under the gun with 5-4 of diamonds. Johnston on the button with 9-8 of spades.
Looks like we're going to be seeing a re-raise. Putting a little bit of pressure on. The tables have turned after that last hand with the ace-9. So Loftus now the shortest stack at the table, the one who will be put at risk. And Johnston turning up the heat at the right moment. I like the size. Not going too big versus the short stack.
Get away for round 2. Cool.
And we see a call. 9-8 suited versus 5-4 suited. 7.5 million in the middle. We can see many, many, many flops where not either player picks up much here. Oh, wow. Johnston decides to re-raise and just flops it straight. In absolute dreamland, unfortunately, Loftus hasn't really got anything going on here, so we're most likely going to see a bet and a fold. Unless he gets real out of line.
Cool.
2.1. 9 plus.
Oh, if only it had been the Jack of Diamonds. That would have been a nice, spicy board that we're going to give loads of action through the streets.
I think that is going to put Johnston above 20 million for the first time, if I'm not mistaken.
2024. There's a big chunk of money up on top for the winner here. It's more than just money. This is the second oldest event in the world and the oldest event in European poker. Not only are they going to win lots of money, but they're going to become a legend on the Irish poker, if not European circuit. Let's get it going for these poker players. Come on, let's get going. Let's do it. Fuck this shit.
I should wash my hands. I should wash my hands. Now it's useless. So ekan kortin. Ekan kortti kun ei ole se.
We want cheers like that every time someone wins a pot.
What's
So I think we have another pot here where we have a dead hand.
Do you have like 10 million left?
11.
11?
Two pass.
Watch the hands turtle, yeah?
I should.
Should?
Yeah.
Anybody have a baby wife for turtle, no?
Potato.
So, four-handed action continuing. And Ninh first to act with ace-5. Berlin says how much those rectangles worth. The blacks are $1 million each.
1 million. So many chips. Crazy. Having 1 million chips in a poker tournament is always so much fun. These players have 40 million. 22 million, 21 million, and almost 13 million.
Yeah, remember the big blind is now 600K.
Just 20 starting stocks is the big blind, eh? It's quite something.
Just want to mute this and going. I'm going to the toilet just. Do you want to mute it? No. And just run to the toilet quickly.
Sounds like we have another player running to the toilet.
There's an amazing debate taking place right now in the live chat on YouTube about the pros and cons of wearing diapers at a final table instead of needing regular bathroom breaks.
Not for me. I think I'd be pretty upset if someone was wearing a diaper beside me and it was for that reason. If it was a medical reason, I'm not going to judge. But if someone has decided that they're just going to sit there and pee their pants, I don't think I can accept that.
Very much.
Now, this I think is a completely valid point from Dyslexic Potato. It's a final table. I'm sure someone will tank for you while you run to the toilet. Not Finton hand.
Absolutely not. Where do you draw the line?
You are the kind of person that's going to make diapers at the poker table a thing. Your behavior is going to result in people literally defecating whilst they're peeling in the big blind.
Listen, James, I just think we're all adults here. I think you should be able to manage your bathroom breaks so that you don't need to go more than once every 2 hours.
Side.
This is a pretty reckless open with the queen 6 off. Sullioftis at one point was the chip leader, got to put on a lot of pressure, but right now he is the shortest stack and feels a little bit like he's trying to force the issue.
All in.
7-3 is all in.
And a fold.
It can be sometimes difficult if you go from a larger stack to a shorter stack to switch gears, to take a seat back, to realize that you don't get to run over the table, but that is what needs to be done sometimes.
It's okay. It's okay.
And Norway quicker. Finland as well.
Kiitos. Kiitos.
Cheers.
That means thank you, not cheers.
Damn it. Kiitos. What's cheers?
Kipis.
Kipis. It's not far off. I lived with Finnish people for years and I don't remember anything.
It's a bloody hard language to learn. And as I was explaining to our friends watching on YouTube earlier, pointless, because everyone there speaks bloody good English.
They do.
Officially, the country has 2 languages, Finnish and Swedish. Unofficially has 3.
I remember all the curse words. It's just the classic, and I'm not going to start saying them on the stream. Moi. That's me. I'm done. That was impressive, though. I said hello in another language. You must be impressed. This is probably the highest you've ever taught of me, James.
I did that when I hit the queen on the river and not how the man hit a shred.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What a guy. He sees the king and he gives a woo.
A woo and a raise.
Niin, se sanoi. Tässä rouvan lasken sovetunkin. Tässä rouvan lasken sovetunkin. Rahalle, otta 11,5 miljoonaa.
Big blind defend from Mark Johnston. King 7 deuce on the flop, just the 1 diamond.
1.5.
Quick continuation bet. Ning doesn't hang about, does he?
No.
No tanking, no considering options and bet sizing, thinking through what's going to happen on later streets. Get your chips in.
40.
Johnston obviously has a very strong hand for four-handed play, and with the backdoor diamonds in the overcard, decides he's not going to get out of the way just yet.
Okay, well, Nin has now turned the flush draw to go with top pair. 95% equity. Bets again. That's a fold from Johnston. Nin increases his chip lead.
Now you learn something. I bet big on Tony.
I was weak. I didn't have much.
Said he wasn't going to show anymore. I told you it was the first bluff. Told you it was the first bluff of the evening.
Not that quick.
I've got it.
I like it, Kevin. Players should be given 1 break chip. They can request a 10-minute break at any time during the final table once.
James, would you like your commentary gig to be extended by 90 minutes whilst everyone uses that?
Okay, I was about to say, Finton, I'm going to workship it. 10 is too long. 2 minutes.
What if someone needs to go to the bathroom and it's not just to do a pee? So what really you're doing here is, I would be the one who might cause the occasional peeing of the pants, but you were the one who would be causing people to defecate.
No.
So I think we've really got to the bottom of who is the villain here. Do you know what, chat? I think it's a great idea. I think everyone should have a 15-minute time chip, and if everyone could use it towards the end of streams, maybe a long EBT stream when it's been live for 10, 11, 12 hours. We're getting into the early hours of the morning. I would love to get a camera on James as the 5th person in about, say, an hour and a half throws in a 15-minute chip. I'd love to see it.
11 million.
11 million, call.
It's a great idea. It's good for the game.
Now, one genuine idea, which I would like to implement, Vincent, having recently joined the Sunday Grinders playing the Sunday Million the other week, is for those of us in the European time zone who have to play through the evening hours, the lack of a dinner break is unacceptable. And I would like to see one of the 5 to the hour breaks become a 75-minute dinner break to allow us to enjoy a Sunday
Floor! Floor! You've been playing online poker tournaments for 2 weeks and you want to destroy a complete product.
Just think it would be a very civilized experience if you're going to be playing till midnight, if you're going to be firing off.
I reckon we get rid of the synchronized breaks.
Cool down.
We bring back the pee bottles and you get your food in the microwave in between hands, and if you miss a hand, you miss a hand. Do you realize how hard it is to keep someone's attention these days when you're competing against everything in the world, and you want people who are playing poker once a week to be like, you come back in 75 minutes. Everyone's playing on their tablet. They've got their on their phones. They just make the dinner while they're playing. Have you ever heard of a takeaway?
Oh, yeah.
Some of us would like to enjoy a fine meal, not just something they've ordered on an app from the Deliveroo.
From the Deliveroo. From the Deliveroo. Someone come and get their granddad.
Huh?
You're a bit.
You're lucky that you didn't have like Queen X, you bet the turn because you lose more. You don't see it that way? That you
The Sunday roast break is going to become a thing, Vincent, trust me.
Do you know what? Sunday roast is my absolute favorite meal. As a man who says he is Irish and not English, very proudly, do you enjoy a Yorkshire pudding with your Sunday roast? Because you do. You have an Irish passport, you say, do you?
What? Are you not allowed to be an Irish citizen and like Yorkshire pudding?
Absolutely not.
I'm also not one of those diehards who said it can only be served with beef.
No. I actually would probably have a roast more often with chicken than beef.
All in.
9 raise.
So Loftus shoving under the gun with Jack 10. He has become the shortest stack, by the way. Starts this hand with just shy of 16 big blinds.
I love them.
9.6? 9.6 million?
7.
9.9 million. 950.
9.95. Yeah. 9.6.
9.6, yeah? 9.6 is
I feel like we've gone back in time a little bit at this final table, and I'm a huge fan of it.
I love the first one. I like the first one.
Second one, not so much.
You're not gonna get the second one. I know you're not gonna get a second one, because I have one a good one as well. So I know you're gonna get a second one.
Vamos.
I fold ace 4 of club. I see that ace club first and then...
But always nice to have an ace on the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. So you more chance to...
Urban Army asks, have they done a deal? Nope. No deal discussions yet. Doesn't strike me as the kind of dynamic right now that would probably be able to reach a consensus.
No, I don't think we're going to be seeing any deals anytime soon.
2 raise, 1.2.
Ooh. It's been pretty snug. Not playing overly tight or anything like that, but this is the furthest and the widest we've seen him go with an open.
9
Loftus defending and hitting that flop pretty hard. So Loftus leading the turn.
1.4. 2 pots.
That's pretty impressive that Ninh has decided to just check back with 5-4 and get away from the turn. I'm not saying he like picked up something, but even though he's gone a little bit wider, he has to just recklessly put the chips in.
We are about 10 minutes from the next break.
I was at a Hockey World Championship in Finland once upon a time on my own. And I hung around a bunch of Finnish people that didn't speak English.
Okay.
And there was a chant, and you might know it and you might not because it's a sport thing in Finland. But it's something Suomi, and it means let's go Finland.
Uva Suomi?
Uva Suomi. I think that's what I just heard in the background there. Uva Suomi. Yeah, that was it.
Uva.
Uva. I went to see France versus Germany. That cost me €5 to get into that World Championship game. And then I went to see Latvia versus Finland, and that one was much more expensive and much higher quality. A little bit of something for both players on this flop. The bottom pair bet on this board, it feels a little bit ambitious. A lot of straight draws, a lot of flush draws, a lot of backdoor flush draws. You're not really going to find out a lot about what's going on here with the small bet. Find yourself in a tricky spot on a lot of turns versus anyone who's playing.
Shut down, cease, stop.
I think Johnston
1 bet, 9 bet, 1 million.
not going to be overly worried here.
No.
It's a pretty easy call, not a spot where you want to be raising.
I mean, obviously, if this were Rory Jennings, you'd be like, oh no, now there's another 9. That means I'm now losing to trip 9s rather than a pair of 9s.
Rory does get a little worried sometimes, but he's improving a lot. Now what are we going to do with our bottom pair?
Look over my shoulder, check fold, go on break, grab a sandwich, have a coffee.
I think on the King of Hearts, Johnson will not actually get the value bet. Wow. So we are now bluffing our hand, but if we are bluffing our hand, what is the worst hand we bet for value? Given that the King of Hearts has come,
I have 45.
the worst hand we bet for value is probably going to be a 9.
Yeah.
600k, this is going to get called. And I'm not really sure.
You say that, if this gets through, it looks like a genius play.
I just don't think we can fold a 7 here.
No.
4.
Johnston does not fold a 7 and wins the pot off Saloftis.
The pot was a couple of million bigger than ever should have been, most likely.
Yeah. And that is going to see Georgios Saloftis drop back down to around 20 bigs.
4. A 4.
4.
Bottom pair.
Bottom pair.
Yeah, you can see he's not overly happy with how that went down and immediately having some regrets.
Yeah, I do feel like he's trying to force the issue ever so slightly at the moment. Feeling a little bit frustrated that things haven't gone his way when at one point was a chip leader. Probably was hoping to be able to put on a clinic, put on the pressure, march towards his title. Sometimes you just got to take a little breather. There will be ups and downs in poker tournaments. Very rarely a linear journey all the way up to a win.
Yeah.
Even looking.
We are coming to the end of the level, Finton. I think we'll be able to squeeze in 1, maybe 2 hands at most. Players will take a 20-minute break, and on the other side of that break, guess what happens? The blinds go up. I think there is the plan, by the way, that when we get to 3 players, when we get short-handed, the blind levels will be reduced from 60 minutes to 40 minutes.
I think most players will be okay with that. Because you get short-handed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common practice now on the EPT. See the blind levels go from 90 minutes to 45 minutes when we go 3-handed, and it's been happening without complaint for a couple of years now.
Hopefully one day I'll be there. Maybe even in Monte Carlo in a few weeks.
2.5.
That is a fold.
Everything, man. Pair.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
pair,
now
float,
on a 20-minute break.
Draw,
Will you please
draw.
join us again in 20 minutes? We have over
Guys,
€1
we are
million
gonna race
still
off
up
the
for
white
grabs.
chips
This is
this
the Irish
time,
Open.
and I'm gonna
Let's
be
get
counting
excited
up
for
the
these
stock
guys.
to
See you
put
all in
on
20 minutes. Come on.
And it's not a bother. Come back a little bit early and get you wired up and get started.
So players told to come back a little bit early from break. They've got 20 minutes. We're going to take 20 minutes. four-handed in the Irish Open main event. Huge thanks to Fintan Hand.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Vincent, we will see you in Monte Carlo, and we will see all of you on the other side of this break as we play down to a winner here in Dublin.
I'm Jody, I'm 47 from South London. So I'm here in Dublin to play the Irish Open, and I'm playing it because I won a silver pass on PokerStars. This is actually my third silver pass. Before they had platinum passes, and I was lucky enough to win one of those the last time around. So I went to the Bahamas. It's amazing. It was like really the experience of my lifetime. And I was eventually knocked out in the first hour on day 2 by Leo Margetts. I'm actually here with a friend of mine, James. He was also a Platinum Pass winner, so in the year since the Bahamas, and we got to know each other. Now we've got like a quiz league going, and like we like travel about and play together. We both have a silver pass, so we both play in the main. But you know, yeah, it's just such a good value package that PokerStars put together, I think.
Right, Rob Young is raised. Creative raise with 7 deuce of hearts.
Now don't get confused, Rob. He's a big blackjack player. Don't get mixed up.
And Doyle is called with the queen 10 of hearts, so
Luca passes, Nick passes.
Rob isn't in very good shape.
2 players in the flop here.
Well, it's a nightmare hand, isn't it? Really, when you know even your hearts are no good. The worst thing could happen here is him to hit a floppy flush. He'd be in serious trouble.
Yeah, but he's completely missed it now. He shouldn't really lose any more chips on this.
He will not get involved.
Wow. That's the end of the hand.
So hold on. A straightforward. Your hand's been caught in the jar, son.
Yeah, exactly. He's just moved in. He's got top pair. And a straight draw, middle pin straight draw. He's just moved in on him, and Rob's exactly as you say, being caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
And Conor Doyle did not need a second look to know that was exactly what is happening. Listen, there's only 36 players left, so he can now really start narrowing it down and talking about who he thinks going to walk away with this crown. 32 get paid, close to that bubble as well. Jack 7. Good man, throw those away. Very sensible second feature table of today. Pocket 5s for Conor Doyle. Raises 11,000, probably about right in that position.
Pat O'Callaghan throws his hand away.
He's Jack suited, he'll get some action maybe. It's Luca. Oh, wow!
Luca goes all in.
They're going to credit him with a big hand here, Luca. But he hasn't got, he's under 50,000 now, so he's got to make a move with any, a suited ace like that. He called very quickly there.
Yeah. I think it might have been something to do with the speed of which Pagano pushed his chips all in. He's probably is putting them on 2 different cards, and that's all Doyle needs heads up to call this for a nice coin toss for 100,000 chips.
Wow, look at that flop. Look at it. He's dead to the 5 of hearts as well now. He's only got 1 out.
5 of diamonds is the only thing at this stage we think can save Conor Doyle from losing a big pot.
Conor has only 1 out, the 5 of diamonds.
And that's a nice little save for Luca Pagano. And that's exactly what it is. Well, he ends up picking up his trips.
1 time, Luca. 2 times.
And he's back in it.
He passes. Conor passes.
Well, Luca's on a bit of a roll. You don't want Pagano on a bit of a roll on the EPT. Am I right or wrong? Did Luca Pagano not used to be very hairy? If you go back to EPT 1, he had a very hairy chest. We used to call him Chewbacca.
I think you may be right. You may be right. Chewbacca. I think we need to get a research assistant to look into that. What's Rob Young got here? He looks like he's about to move in with something.
Johnny shows 10-3. Oh my goodness.
Rob Young obviously hadn't looked at his hand and then saw
He had pocket ace.
pocket aces. That's hilarious.
How can you not set me all in there?
Young literally hadn't looked at his hand. It was a battle of the small blind and the big blind, and Johnny Loddon was going to raise but didn't.
This guy's a superhuman read on the game. It's like, you never passed 10-3 before we were playing.
Maybe that's the type of luck Johnny Loddon needs. Still looking to make that big impression in the EPT.
What a game.
Long way to travel. You qualify online, just finish outside. At least if you finish in last place overall, you can, at least you've had a day of having a drink, maybe going out and seeing town.
No, it's never a good place to finish, but somebody has to get it.
All these players know as well that they're 1 or 2 places away from the money, and that always slows things down slightly. It also means we're coming close to the end of our day, John.
That's true.
Same strip club tonight, or? Oh, sorry, I forgot your wife listens. Same church tonight?
Yep, same book group.
Johnny Loddon still laughing at the pocket aces incident.
Johnny reaches for chips.
Well, Young is not.
Rob pushes all in.
His aces might not have paid, but he's going to try and do whatever he can with this. So Young pushes in. Do you know what, John?
It's not Rob's day. Everybody folds round to you on the big blind when you've got pocket aces, and then when you try and steal from the small blind, somebody else has got ace jack. But then he can still hit a queen or a 5. He may get lucky.
Well, I hope he does. I very much hope he does. He says, okay, flop please, put it out there. Let me see it. The 6 is no good. The 5 is.
That puts Rob in front. Pat's going to need an ace or a jack to win this.
Okay, well listen, he's not out of the woods yet.
There's a 6 that doesn't change anything.
Okay.
Still looking good.
Still the jack and the ace.
4-1 favourite to win this.
It's a 6.
Full house.
Rob, 6 is full of 5. We'll win the pot.
It's interesting that they say in football the argument against bringing in video referees is things level themselves out in the end, the bad decisions. It's the same with poker. It's all about the poker at the moment. As you can see, over €500,000 to the winner, but a second place get you a nice boat.
It's sometimes hard to, difficult to remember exactly how much money is involved in these tournaments. It's a hell of a lot of money, even for 10th, €31,000. So Callahan's raised with pocket 8s.
And Loddon's going to push all in, but ace-king suited. O'Callaghan's got him covered, and heads up would be a slight favourite. You probably see, it's funny because we're close to the bubble, as they call it, and usually you get quite cautious play. Nobody wants to go out just before the money, and you can hear the reaction from the crowd. You can already hear me over them.
I know it's crazy, and because White's moved all in as well, but he's only got 14,000 left. So ace queen, he probably hasn't had many hands for a while. Ace queen to him probably looks pretty like a pretty decent hand, and indeed it is. Okay, so he's thinking now, Callahan.
He's good.
It's a difficult situation because he's bet. There's been a move all in from Loddon, and White's moved all in afterwards. So he's folded.
Wow.
I think that's a justified fold.
Ace king against ace queen.
Flop is 7, 5 deuce.
And Johnny Loddon will love that. He just doesn't want to see queen, that's all. So it looks like the American could be going home. He flew in especially for the tournament.
Wow.
He's from New York right now. He's from Queens.
Johnny will need a king to win the pot.
Just the river to come.
Yeah!
In the hole! In the hole! USA! Sorry. It's the loudest crowd we've ever had, you know.
Getting a bit carried away there.
There you go. A great hand, very close to the bubble, and White survives. Uh, 9-6 suited. 9-6, my least favourite hand in poker. I don't know why. Allergy to it. King 10 for Johnny Lodd, who seems to be getting it quite antsy, getting quite busy. I mean, a fair hand, but not a great hand. A raise of 10,000.
If he's going to play it, he may as well raise with it. Mix your game up.
Yeah.
Oh, Pat White looks as though he might have something.
Well, it certainly looks like Daniel O'Donnell's brother fancies this. So 10,000 was the raise. Oh, there you go. He's just called all in. It's like Reservoir Dogs here today. Mr. Black's gone. Here's Mr. White, and I'm going to cut John's ear off. Here we go. 42,000 all in for Mr. White.
And Loddon's King 10 was counterfeited there in Sarah Silver's hand.
Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
Well, you know. Does he feel lucky? He knows he's going in behind.
Johnny calls.
No, he does.
He knows he's behind.
King 10 for Johnny.
He's in bad shape.
Queen for Pat.
Show us the ace, Laura. Come on, girl.
So White is the firm favourite here, but let's take a look at the flop, see if that 3 doesn't help. And the Queen comes out for White, so that puts Loddon in an even worse position. Top pair at the moment for Mr. White. 2 pair now, so there you go, that's it. The only thing that Johnny Loddon could hit would be a jack at this stage. That's going to take him anywhere. We'd be hitting bad beat city if the jack came out, so it looks like Mr. White's going to take the chips and move on, but there you go. The curse of the commentator, and that means our American friend goes home with absolutely no money. He's went out on the bubble, everyone else get pays. Johnny Loddon just got lucky.
You sounded like Anne Robinson there for a minute. Who goes home with absolutely nothing.
New player at the table, Kambi's Kashi from Sweden. 100,000 chips or so in front of him. And obviously a glitterat eye watching today's event. Friend of yours, John?
Anthony Holden, the writer of Big Deal and A Bigger Deal, which is soon to be published, I believe.
It's about his attempt to win the World Series of Poker, isn't it?
No, that's right, yeah. He took a year off from his life as a journalist and tried to win the World Series. This is about 15 years ago. This is before poker became even popular. He's very well known on the circuit. Actually, a very good player too.
And are you on a cut for sales of the book, or
15%?
You're just going to continue to talk about it throughout this entire hand?
Actually, well, you know, maybe I'll get 10%. I don't know.
What's that sound? Is that your phone? Anthony texting you there? Thanks for the plugs, John. Right, let's have a look. Everyone who's here now gets paid. That's the big thing. Sometimes psychologically it just frees up the play slightly. People get a little lax. They think, I'm in the money, I'm going to go for it, you know?
A little bit.
Well, Johnny Loddon, this is internet play, and we've seen it with the King 10 earlier when he got lucky. And again, the 3s, he's happy to chuck in a whole load of chips with them.
Well, and that's why.
And that's why he's... Yeah, but it still doesn't excuse it. There you go. Anyway, he hits the full house.
Let's see how he plays it. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays it.
Yeah. I hope Noddy Holder hits his 6 here, just to slap it right up Loddon, because he had that straight with the jack on the reverie.
Loddon should just call here. How many has he got left?
A lot, because he obviously had the bad beat win against White.
But White only had about sort of 30,000, so...
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Nick's going to call here. Looks like he's going to call. He doesn't think he's got a 9. He probably thinks he's got ace queen. He might think he's got pocket 8s or 7s. He may well fold. He may just get away from it. But against a player like Loddon, very aggressive player, your head is always saying, I can't look like an idiot on television. You know, if he's got ace queen and I'm throwing away the winning hand.
I get a feeling he's going to push all in. He is going to push all in, isn't he? Why has he made the stack so big? Why not 4 smaller stacks there, John? Well, he's called all in.
That's bad timing by Nick.
Well, let's see what happens.
So, Nick has a pair of 6s. Johnny flopped 3s full of 9s.
Nick's already got his bag on, Colin, look.
Such a shame. Well, there you go.
Nick now
It looks like Johnny Ludden's going to get through. He went in as underdog into this hand. Could be another one against the odds for him. So there you go, 2 players all in. It's the 9, and the 9 comes out, which means, of course, the 6s make a bigger full house. It's 9s over 6s.
Unbelievable.
What a hand! What a hand! If only it was a 6-card game.
I mean, what's interesting is we were all thinking 6, 6, 6. I mean, I hadn't even thought about the 9. I mean, that's how, you know, that's unbelievable.
Oh dear. Goodbye, Johnny. Well, some players will be looking at the different stages of money earning and trying to sort of scrimp and go past and, you know, maximise their winnings. Other players will look at it like this. I've made money no matter what. I'm going to play hard and aggressive and try and win this. Well, along the bottom are the names that have fallen and, you know, past winners of the EPT, World Series of Poker champions, people who've been in EastEnders. The whole lot is there for you. Tested then's got pocket 8s.
He raises it up.
Oh, William Torson with the 3, so I've seen some action with them halfway over the course of our time in Dublin, and he's right to fold him.
Good fold.
William and Pat both folded on David in the small blind.
8-2 you're not going to look at. Tavernier. There's Lucky Frank. Wasn't lucky enough to deliver him a good hand. Ace Queen. So we are going to see some action. I'm Colin Murray, and with me in the commentary booth is John Duthie. What do you make of this young lad? Not much then.
What do I make of this young
I don't
lad?
mean, do you fancy him as
No,
a player?
Well, I don't know him, but he's got ace. All I know is that he's got ace queen.
That'll do. So we're going to
And he's moved all in.
Yeah, there you go. And you know his name's Coburn.
And he's going to get called. I know that as well.
Says he has a pair.
Pas de pair. Paul Testude. A very old face on the European poker circuit.
I like yourself. Let's have a look at the flop. Well, trip 8s.
It's going to be very difficult for Ray to catch.
Yeah.
Running straight.
He's got no clubs. He's drawing very, very slim.
Well, now he's drawn absolutely dead. So, we don't really need to know a huge amount about Coburn because he's gone. We'll maybe find out more about him as the EPT rolls on. And that might be one of the oldest faces in EPT, but right now, it's a happy face. It was like Luke Skywalker against Obi-Wan. And the Master delivered.
There's what they're playing for at the bottom of the screen. There's some big leaps in the prize money. It's like you said earlier, Colin, there's a lot of people will be looking at, you know, just trying to get to the 31,000, up to the 51,000, and others will just be going for the victory.
It's actually, sorry to correct you, John, that's what I get paid per minute, so from the 17th to 24th minute of commentary, it's 11,000.
Well, that's your last, this is your last season.
You're right there. Tavernier then's got the pocket rockets.
And he takes it down.
Well, there you go. They didn't pay him like he would have liked them to pay him.
I think I might have played that a little bit less strong. I want to make some. I want to, you know, you don't get dealt that hand very often. You play around with it, gamble with it.
You want to get at least one player in with you. Someone an incentive to call.
Yeah, you're right. You don't. Obviously, you don't want 3 or 4 players in, but if it's folded round to you, I think you can probably take a flop if somebody just calls.
Well, Doyle's going to fold out.
Was that pocket queens?
It was either pocket queens or queen 4, I'm not sure. It was pocket queens. Paddy Callahan's not interested. Tavernier's going to have a look. Jack 4, he can't play that. That's not even Mo time. Vinnie McNamee. Not interested. Very strong player, Vinnie.
He passes, Paul passes. Kevin in a big blind.
Oh, look at this. Kevin Freesick is going to go all in. He's going to push all his chips in with that king queen, and Torson has to call. He's got the 3rd best pre-flop hand in the game.
I'll be honest. I think that's a mistake. King Queen. The King Queen always looks attractive because you've got 2 picture cards and 2 big picture cards. But quite often you're up against Ace King. I think we've said this before many times, Colin.
Yeah.
One of the most horrible hands in the deck.
Well, you have to hit something. You know you're probably going into every hand needing to hit something.
And then it still might not be good.
Fry 6 got 1 left. Exactly. If someone's going in Ace King, Ace Queen, then they're going to beat you in the kicker. And there you go. That's exactly what happens there. And so Torson's Queens stand up. And what an anticlimax for Vrysek, who's had such a good tournament. He's played really good poker. He hasn't really been lucky at any stage. And he's sort of just panicked.
Yeah, it's a strange move. He could have hung around a bit more. He had nearly 120,000. There's still a lot of play left.
Welcome to Dublin 2024 and the Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. The final table of the main event continues. We are down to the final 4, and we will continue tonight until we have our winner. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, 2017 Irish Open champ Griffin Benja.
Oh, I was hoping you would introduce me like that. You know, it's in my contract to do that. You're very good at your job, James. Happy to be here.
Just trying to make you relevant, Griffin. The players back in their seats, ready to start at the new blind level.
Yeah, I'm 750, but yeah.
400,000, 800,000 with an 800K big blind ante. And it's Mark Johnston under the gun with 9-8 of spades.
The core 4. Johnston already faced with a bit of a decision here. 25 big blinds effective under the gun. Four-handed, of course. And like 9-8 suited, a lot of playability. Certainly a fine open, but probably one of the worst hands you're going to raise with.
Round to the big blind. Georgios Saloftis.
Always tricky, these sort of 10 big blind decisions from the big blind position. Do I want to try to flick in that other chip?
Yeah.
When it represents so much of my stack, but I might be able to flop some equity in that situation. It would have been quite grand, dominating the 9-8, but decides to let it go, favoring an all-in or fold spot.
So returning from break, let's check on the stacks of the 4 remaining players and confirmation that it is Hiep Ninh who has the chip lead right now with 48 million. That's roughly half the chips in play, 60 big blinds. Mark Johnston playing 27 bigs. Tepi, Tero Laurela playing 23 bigs, and Georgios Saloftis, the short stack, 8 million, just 10 big blinds.
Yeah, it's really just been Hiep Ninh's final table. Bit of a folk hero, just sort of the protagonist of this final table. Bombastic,
I think 19.
Speaking his mind, a little bit confrontational. Just a real fun presence here at this final.
And look at this, he limps the Gibbons with ace king.
Yeah, and that's been one of the fun aspects of his game is the mixing in of pre-flop play. We saw that absolutely stunning move with ace queen suited early on the final table between 2 of the other chip leaders. Really was 1, 2, 3, I believe, at that stage. The limp and then the 4-bet here, trying to get someone to raise up the action, but I think we're just going to see 3.
Yeah, we're going to see Saloftis complete in the small, Johnston check his option in the big. 3-way to the flop. Ace 4-3, so it is top for Ninh, and it's the open-ended straight draw for Saloftis.
Yeah, this is actually pretty big trouble for Saloftis. Of course, he does have 34% equity on this flop, but because Ninh is going to have such a wide limp range, but we see a lead out.
Wow, leads for $1 million.
I would have suggested that maybe this could have been an interesting check raise shove, because Ninh would be the one that could credibly rep the ace, being the sort of strongest player in this pot, having voluntarily put chips in the middle. So he is going to raise, which could certainly be a bluff. And then
Oh,
that's gonna,
wow. All in and a
that's gonna
call.
Get the all in.
We have an all-in and a call on the feature table when we're down to our 4 players. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the all-in player on an ace-3 player board has 5-6.
207.
And the player with superior chips has called, Heap has called with ace-king. So at the moment, Heap has the lead with ace-king, with top kicker, and Georgios has the up and down straight draw.
And with that diamond as backup, you can just see how this is almost a
And the
60-40 here. Wow.
Finish, it's gone. 6 turn is gone.
Georgios has now hit 1 pair.
When
so
you
he's
hit a
got the
pair
up
on the
and
third,
down
on the
straight
third
draw
one, nothing
with
gonna
1
come.
pair also.
Nothing gonna come.
2, 5, 6, 7. Come on, big king. Come on.
It's a king. Ladies and gentlemen,
the beauty Georgia is gone.
4 chips onto his top chip stack. We lose in 4th place. Please put your hands together for a fantastic performance from Georgios. Let's hear it for Georgios. Solofatas, ladies and gentlemen.
I tried him so nice, man.
Georgios,
I tried him so nice, man.
My God.
€142,760. Top performance. Congratulations to you on finishing 4th in the Irish Open.
So Georgios bows out for €142,760. Slightly shell-shocked by that hand. And now we are down to the final 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to our final 3 players. The clock will be a 45-minute clock, or 40-minute clock from all levels from now on. From now on, all levels will be a 40-minute clock. At the moment, in 3rd place will receive €185,600. Second will receive €259,840. And the winner will take home a very cool €415,615, and not only a big lump of cash, but will also become Irish Open champion for 2024. Our 3 players will be back to the table in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, top 3 in the Irish Open.
So we just have to verify the chip counts of the final 3, but we suspect that Ninh is going to have a stranglehold 3-handed Griffin.
It's always going to be like this. If nothing on a turn, he might hit on a river.
Well over 55 million chips now to the combined, must be less than 40 between the other 2 opponents. And if they do elect to discuss a deal, certainly Ninh is going to be asking for the lion's share of the remaining prize pool.
Why would Ninh entertain a deal at this point in time?
Okay, let's see.
Well, a lot of things can happen.
But I don't want to chop now. Like, I want to do again with him. So I said that before.
What do you mean? What you mean? I don't understand.
Well, nothing.
It looks like we don't need to. If he wants to make a deal only with you, that's what you mean? It's okay, it's okay. Is that what you mean?
I'm very confused.
If you say we don't need to see numbers.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No numbers?
No.
Okay. That's good.
So, very strange.
Sorry, he will do a deal or he won't do a deal? He'll do a deal with one guy and not the other guy?
Hi, buddy. So we have you down as Irish flag. Are you good with the Irish flag? Would you like me to say another nationality? Are you happy to be Irish? Or what would you like me to say?
I'm okay with it. But, you know,
Oh, good. Thank you.
So how long would it take? What's that?
are we able to cook it?
Like a 3-way?
Like I see, no,
You want IC guesstimation right now? I don't know. I don't have an IC.
So Mark Johnson is asking the floor to provide numbers. I don't think Ninh wants to look at numbers. Neen's saying keep going.
So you guys let me know what you want to do, fellas. I'm here at your service.
If we see the numbers, you don't have to make a deal. You can make a decision after we see the numbers.
Yeah, okay, let's see the number.
Yeah, let's see the
Okay, we're going to see the numbers.
Then you can say no.
No, that's it, no, yeah.
So Ninh already seems to be minded to reject a deal, Griffin, but he has at least conceded that they can look at the numbers, and I'm guessing ICM is the way the other two will want to go.
So I think it's really important to remember a comment that Ninh made yesterday, asking if at any point the blinds would stop going up. I think this does show maybe a bit of an experience of this stage of, you know, a big live tournament. So
Irish Open champion. In seat number 1, Mark Johnston,
I can try to
representing
talk
Northern Ireland.
it's just, so my point being is that, you know, not really understanding that process so much. Him thinking maybe, okay, I only really want to make a deal with this guy because he has more chips, so I don't want to make a deal with you. And I think that might have come off a bit rude to the Finn, you know. But I think that's just, he didn't realize we can look at the numbers, I can decide not to do it, whatever. There's a lot of different ways that this can go down. It's always good to have a peek at the numbers. And again, you can adjust them a little bit. If people agree, and otherwise you play.
So the tournament staff have told us that in the event that players want to consider doing a deal, once they've been presented with the numbers, they're basically going to put them on a 5-minute clock to make a decision. I'm going to take the over on 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, deal making is always a very interesting thing because everyone is the hero of their own story in this spot, right? You have so much confidence and excitement being in this stage, and when you get an inkling that someone is suggesting that, you know, they have an edge over you, it can get quite, you know, egos can clash, and I think that was a little bit of a tease of what could potentially happen once numbers are presented.
So the first thing that's going to happen is that the tournament staff are going to verify the chips of all 3 players to make sure they've got accurate chip counts. Then they will go away and they will input the chip counts. I'm assuming, and again, this is not a PokerStars event, so it doesn't run the same way as an EPT, for example. I assume they'll present the players with ICM and chip chop as 2 options, and the players can then decide what they want to do, whether they will just go with those numbers, in which case all 3 would need to agree to that, or whether they might negotiate. For example, Ninh might ask for more, Griffin.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know, not our event, whether they will still be required to play for a certain percentage of prize money, or whether it's a case of just playing for the trophy and title. And this is obviously the point where a lot of people get knocked about the fact that they've played for all this time and now they're just going to chop it. Again, worth remembering that the prize pool is generated by the players' buy-ins. It is generally considered to be the players' money and therefore seen as the right of the players to do with as they wish, with certain caveats sometimes, with a percentage remaining to play for. Also, variance is big right now. We saw the stacks. They're pretty shallow.
Yeah.
The blinds are big. And the money jumps are huge.
Yeah, and listen, we've been doing this for a long time, and this is definitely the best way to facilitate sort of a fair system in place. I mean, the reality is when you are playing for this kind of money in an industry where, you know, swapping and that sort of stuff does happen, you know, you want to protect the players and create a system whereby it can just be clean within the actual rules and everyone's happy.
I am told that they are going to be required to play this out. There will be a set aside. There will be a certain amount of prize money that will still go to the winner along with the title and trophy. 2017, any deal discussions at the final table when you won this?
That's a good question. I should know this, but I venture to say no.
Do you have a policy towards deals, by the way? Are you a kind of, do you shoot it down, or are you sometimes willing to negotiate?
Yeah, I'm willing. You know, I guess it would depend on the players. I think, you know, being a relatively high-profile player when you're at a final table with maybe people that are not usually at something like that, you can maybe push a little more to get a little extra with the implied edge of someone who's been there a lot before. so it makes it a lot easier. But if you're someone like Ninh, who's, you know, played this final table as good or better probably than I would have, you know, because he doesn't have an extensive amount of scores and stuff like that, maybe he doesn't have the ability to sort of push for more money in a deal, and that's just the nature of, you know, past success being compared to being sort of an unknown.
The frustration is I am 90 to 95% sure, unless it's just posturing, that Ninh is going to shoot down this deal, which means they've counted the chips, they're going to go away and get the laptop, they're going to input the numbers.
Is that a twin?
Yes, that is his twin brother.
Awesome.
They're going to come back and present the numbers, and Nin's just going to say no, in which case we'll have wasted time and then we'll just play on. Maybe, just maybe, and again, I think you've alluded to a couple of situations, Griffin, where maybe his tournament inexperience has come through. Maybe he doesn't realize just what that number will be, and when he sees what's written down, when he realizes what he'll be able to lock up, he might go, oh, well, in that case.
Yeah, in my guess, I mean, you said 90 to 95. I think it's more like a 65 to 75% chance that we don't see a deal. But I think once he sees the numbers, once he understands how, you know, has a better understanding of how the chop works, as we see some vlogging here from the popular Finnish vlogger.
Absolutely, always be creating content.
Yeah.
ABC.
ABC. Yeah, I think he can definitely shift things. You know, I mean, he's going to see with the chip edge that he has, he's going to be able to lock up, you know, well over 340,000, something of this nature, of the 415 first place. And if things collapsed, you know, if he doubles up the player in second, somehow collapses down to third place, you know, he's not even going to reach 200,000. So, I mean, I haven't done a deal in a while. Maybe my numbers are a bit off, but you'd imagine that he's going to be guaranteed at least 300K if he makes a deal.
I mean, again, you highlight that you have the big chip lead now, but we know that the deck can be a cruel mistress. We know that you can be on the worst end of variance.
Yeah.
And with the blinds as they are, nothing is guaranteed. So it seems that Hiep Ninh has gone to the bathroom. This was a familiar narrative from the last level. He's drinking a lot of liquids, drinking a lot of water, and he does frequently need the toilet.
A man after your own heart, James.
Meanwhile, it looks like the numbers are being presented to the other two players, and once Ninh is back, hopefully he'll be able to see these numbers and either agree or disagree. I am told, by the way, that there needs to be 85K, around 85.5K set aside. So of the remaining prize money, that will need to be still in play. By the way, just looking at the stacks, Mark Johnston and Tero Laurila both have 19.5 million. So I'm guessing any deal is going to give them the same amount of money. Unless, of course, one starts saying, I have more of an edge, I deserve 5K more, you've got to give up this. No, come back. He's run off again. Came back with a bread roll. I thought he was in the toilet. By the way, the players did request that their mics be switched off, but there are other microphones down there, so we'll try and listen to what's being said.
Guys, before you start the conversation, why don't you come over here and have a private conversation? Okay.
Okay, so we can't actually hear what's being discussed right now, but the numbers are being presented, And I think
here we go.
I think he's seen Nin would lock up around 310k, Griffin. That's not an insignificant amount of money.
Yeah, and then still to play for how much?
85k, where they would play for 60k for first, with an additional 25k going to second.
Yeah, that sounds pretty sweet to me. Still win the tournament, you only give up about 40,000.
And it's being explained to him, and I think you're right. I think he didn't quite comprehend what was being proposed, and now he's looking at it. This actually looks...
So I guarantee 320 now. Okay, and then you 220. And then we're both around 220.
And you're playing for the 86 up on top.
And then there's still 86,000 in the triple. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
We can do red card, black card if you guys want to.
Could we take?
It privatizes this negotiation. It makes it where we're gonna. I mean, there's three of these, so it's pretty difficult things to do. I give you a red card and a black card, you a red card and a black card, you a red card and a black card. If you want the deal, then you put in a black card. If you don't want the deal, you put in a red card. Red means the deal is dead. That way, there's private. Nobody knows what you pick. We pull them all to the middle. We mix them up. We turn them over one at a time. If there's a red card in there, no deal. If they're all black cards, we have a deal.
So we have to do that as well.
Yeah, hold on a second, guys.
If you're all happy with it, we don't have to do
That's
it.
okay.
No, we're happy. Yeah. We're good. Yeah.
Well,
happy with this.
Just do the deal again. Just explain the deal again.
We work it out, but we play. Can we have a pen now?
Of course.
Put out the number and then.
Wait, calm down. You are too aggressive.
No.
I'm saying 86 is too much to make a deal, and we want to play a trophy 20 million euros. 86 is too much.
Guys, you got to leave 10% in the prize pool to continue play.
Oh, okay.
We're not going to be playing for 20 grand right now and doing this big production. That's why they're wanting to keep 10% in there so that we can continue playing.
If we played 86, then there must be some kind of pay jump for second place, first place.
No, because we, and it's just when I take off, because we've already...
Why? Is it has to be winner takes it all if we make a deal?
Guys, I can accommodate you in many ways. I can accommodate you in many ways. I am going to let you know that the levels will be reduced. That's one important thing. If you guys are playing for 10% of the prize pool, I don't have a problem with it. You understand? So listen, this is you guys, man. Y'all won this money. This money belongs to the three of you. How we chop it up is what we're discussing right now. This is your guys' money.
My success, okay. I would like to see the numbers. I want to give you we leave the 10%, and we put first place 60,000, and so it's gonna be like 26 for second place.
So divide the 10%, not 10%.
Yeah, sure.
If you guys write these numbers down, I will facilitate.
First, could use what I say, 46.
Sure.
It seems that we have a broad agreement, Griffin. They're just nailing the detail on how the 10% will be divided between first and second, which we were just discussing. But overall, I think we're going to get this deal done.
Yeah, it's going pretty well, but there is a bit of a feeling of too many cooks in the kitchen sometimes in these situations. Everyone's trying to get their word in edgewise. Finn showing a little bit of frustration, but I think they did a pretty good job overall. We're talking about splitting up nearly €1 million.
Yeah, 861. 055.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get
minus 86.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I think...
It should be
300.
Just going to verify the final numbers and then get final agreement. So would you like to hear the numbers, Griffin, because I've just been handed them?
Love to.
Okay, so Hiep Nin will be guaranteed 309,979 euros. So let's call it 310.
Okay.
And as I suspected, Mark Johnston and Deppy get the same, because they have the same stack size right now. 232,685 euros. That's pretty decent. That's the better part of $250,000 each. And what they're talking about is saying, instead of just playing for 85K for the winner, let's go 60K plus the trophy for the winner, 25K for the runner-up, which is what was proposed and I think will be agreed.
Producer Chris in the background, spotted. You're a star.
Remember when I said they had 5 minutes? Told you I was taking the over. We're phoning the deal through now. McClutch says Nin has so much more than the other two guys. He has a significant advantage. But Kogi says, sounds like a good deal. Congrats to all the winners. Yeah, and remember, they're still playing for significant amounts. An extra 25,000 euros for the runner-up, an extra 60K for the winner. Plus, as we keep saying, this is a trophy, this is a title that means something, that people want to win. I don't think, by the way, we're going to need to do the whole kind of like red card, black card, secret thing. I think it's going to be very clear whether they agree or not. And I get the impression, and I've changed the percentages now, Griffin, I'm 90 to 95% sure that all three will agree to those numbers and will agree to this deal.
Wasn't your best prediction? Or do you think the 5% shot came in?
It was the moment you said that you realized that Nin didn't quite understand what they were talking about, and just that realization, oh, when he sees the number, then the penny will drop.
It cannot be 60. I mean, it cannot be, you make the whole calculation properly wrong because it cannot be 60K. So they'll have an hour and 40.
Please don't let this fall apart at the 11th hour. One thing I found interesting is the proposal that they will play shorter levels. And that I'm fully in favor of. I do believe that if a deal gets done, you should speed things up, because suddenly the amount of money you're playing for is significantly reduced.
Yeah.
Rooster, what's going on?
One way to eat a muffin.
And I do think, by the way, Brendan, who is the senior floor supervisor who's TDing this event, handled that situation very well.
Yeah, with grace.
Mark Flanagan, I have no interest in watching anymore if they deal. Bye, Mark.
Before we allow a deal, I'm going to check this calculation to make sure that those color codes are correct. We can do it right now together. So that's what we're going to do about the vice. We're not pushing you.
I mean, this is like a Star Wars prequel. It's all bureaucracy.
So what do you guys want to do here? Let me know.
You wanted action. No, you get talking.
You get trade routes.
Standing and talking. Sitting and talking. A little bit of walking and talking. And spreadsheets. Financial notes in black and pink ink. Calculator apps on phones. Five minutes. That's what it was going to take. 5 minutes.
No, I know we can be rude.
Let Sean put a figure down. Let this be a distinctive figure. And
This guy is going to get 300 grand.
I mean, I would say this is an important check to do before we sign off on the deal. Making sure that all the numbers written down do add up to the amount of money remaining in the prize pool. Wouldn't it be amazing if it's like, oh, actually it's 100K over. We, whoops.
Whoops.
So let's minus that from this number. Gentlemen, your TV is going to give you figures that have been verified. You need a quick decision, yes or no. If you want to do red or black card, you don't need to do that. Let's get the figures down. Let's see if all three agree.
Let's see what we get from now guaranteed, and then what left on the foot, and then we just go through.
Damien says the tournament could be over already if they just kept playing. That's not true. All I would say is it's more likely to be over quicker if they agree the deal, if they lock up those sums and are playing for less money. Generally speaking, and it's not always true, generally speaking, if a deal is done, the tournament tends to play quicker because the pressure is off to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Pookie Bryan says, time-wasting stream. No one is forcing you to watch. Bugger off if you don't care.
So first place.
Zero.
Sean, on the way down these three figures, we need a yes or a no.
I do love the fact that Microsoft Excel has been rejected in favor of a good old-fashioned random bit of paper that was found on the floor, a pen, and a calculator app on the phone.
Like Christmas.
Oh, I hope he's carried the one.
Strong accent. English is my first. Yeah,
it's hard.
It's too many numbers coming flying.
So let's title those numbers up. 309.
I agree, Joe. It's more entertaining to watch people play poker rather than watch people writing numbers on a sheet of paper, but this is part of the game.
Let's watch the figures. This man don't want to hear figures, he wants to see numbers on a sheet of paper.
Exactly. You've got it. The whole day these guys have been telling me hand histories. I'm like, no, show me what the fuck happened.
So when people tell me about these stories, I go, what happened? Well, I'm walking.
Show me the money. Apollo 13. GBR Breakdown says, where is Toby? As I've said a couple of times, not a PokerStars event.
You're happy that qualifies for the 10%, yeah?
PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker, joint sponsors of the Irish Open.
All three of you in behind there, have a look at your figures. Let us know what you want to do.
This is what I get.
Yeah. And Mark gets this.
Mark and you, yeah? Mark get, and Roy get this.
Tyrone get this.
And what left, okay?
This is what you play for, plus the title.
So we need 60,000 for the trophy.
Right, yes or no?
25 for the second. Is that good?
16.25. You want to do
25, put 25 more for the second?
Yeah.
And then
so 60K will be added to the winner's prize pool and 25 to the second.
Yeah.
60K will be added to the winner's prize pool and
600.
Second. We don't need to do red and black.
Okay.
You good?
I had to get wise to way announce this.
There we go. That wasn't so hard.
Deal done.
Almost like it could have taken 5 minutes.
Oh, I would have put every single penny I own on that taking more than 5 minutes. I would have taken the over on 10 minutes. So yeah, those numbers that we read confirmed.
2212.
Better part of 310K for Heapnin, 232.5K for Mark Johnston and Tero Laulila. 25,657 extra euros for the runner-up, 60K on top for the winner, plus the trophy.
So if you ask the guys to turn up my volume just for a fraction for a second, and then you can take it down again. Up a bit, please.
Have I got the sheet of paper? Has he taken?
Sean.
Sean, I need that for 1 second.
Let me get a picture of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big delay on the feature table for the main event with 3 players remaining. The three players went through all the finances. They went through how much money was involved. The 415K to the winner, 259 to second, and third was to get 185. A deal has been brokered on the main event. The third place will receive, and that is Tiro will receive 232,685. Mark will receive 232,685. And Hiep will receive 309,979. Now, this prize pool leaves 85,657 still on top. The winner will get an additional 60K on top of their winnings, and the second will receive 25,657 on top of their winnings. They will obviously, all three will play to be the Irish Open Champion 2024. But ladies and gentlemen, a great chunk of money, a great deal. Give all three winners a big round of applause.
I'm not going to lie, Griffin. I think it's a good deal for all three players.
Here, and especially the TV guys. Let's play poker. Oh, sorry, buddy.
You heard the man. We're actually going to get cards in the air once again. I think Nin's come out of that quite well, by the way.
20-minute levels now, guys. Congratulations.
Oh, did you hear that? 20-minute levels. Boom. Let's get the beers in.
Yeah, we can have some cheeky pints tonight, James. Done earlier than expected.
Let's raise a glass, by the way, for our friend and colleague Joe Stapleton, still feeling a little bit poorly. He woke up a few hours ago and said he was feeling a little bit better, but we're like, Joe, seriously, dude, just rest up,
Joe,
get better
seriously,
soon.
stay away from us.
Yeah, don't infect us.
It's not you, it's me. I just don't want you here.
By the way, if this takes more than 2 hours, I would not be happy.
Phone guy. You don't want this anymore? Collect the other guys also.
Ooh, and a cheeky snap check back.
Oh, Joey's watching on the Twitch. He says, I'm here in spirit. He's not dead, is he?
Do I have it? I don't think I collected it.
He is risen.
Maybe one of his brothers have it.
And the cheeky check back from Nin is going to pay dividends right away.
Sorry, I'm not used to seeing cards on the screen. It's been like half an hour. Sorry, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Bit of a tough continue here on the turn for Johnston, and recognizes it quite quickly. Nin's not the type to fold a queen even by the river, and maybe even a 3, certainly not a flush draw. In this case, actually all the way up in his range with the ace, so Johnston doesn't even consider firing another bullet. First blood to our chip leader.
Yeah, and of course, Hiep Ninh, still the favourite to win outright, has got such a strong chip lead, and I'm going to say a strong game, and I hope he's experienced enough at tournament poker to understand, especially as there's still that 25K to play for second, the pressure he can put on the other two with their similar stack sizes.
C3 raised 1.6 million.
Bit of an irregular small blind strategy here with just the min raise. Ordinarily, you're going to want to raise sort of in that 3 to 3.5, sometimes even 4x. But with the weak hand of the queen deuce, actually going to be
They say they're going to change the number now?
I think. I don't know, but I just assume so. Maybe they won't tell it's finished.
I should put down the number just in case they got mixed up, you know?
Yeah.
You got one too many purple chips out there.
Oh, sorry.
Two-handed play continuing at the final table as we continue to play down to a winner.
C3 raised 1.7 million.
And going for 3 in a row here, and a bit of an interesting spot for Lorilla here with the ace-4. I think that's a good disciplined fold. A bit too many chips to sort of shove over and open, and I think maybe you could mix in some 3-bet folds, but don't have a lot of chips to work with. And then can be quite sticky.
By the way, with all of the commentary going backwards and forwards on whether it's a good deal or deals are bad for poker or bad poker, I like this comment from Paulius on YouTube. It doesn't make sense for us watchers, and I agree, it takes some of the drama out of proceedings, but Paulius says, from their point of view, it's a good deal when a lot of money is involved. And that's the most important thing. What they want, the players, the people who paid the entry fee, the people who are playing for life-changing money.
Good candidate, I think, here for Lorilla to try to gain some chips off just over 20 big blinds, but electing to play tight here with the King-9 fold, and maybe would have worked out with Johnston having this sourdough suited ace-5 in the small.
Heads up.
Always coming. Plus 2 diamonds on the board.
And quite a juicy flop, all things considered.
C1 bets 800,000.
Not flush draw versus 2 pair.
Mitä Insta-pokeria toi pelaa toi Manun mies. Mitä Insta-pokeria toi pelaa toi Manun mies. Se maksoi taas, niin kuin kaveri esitti saada
Okay, no good diamond draw now. And this is a comment I do disagree with, by the way. Arkham says if a deal happens, it should be private. No, deals should absolutely be overseen by the tournament staff. The prize money should be distributed by them. Backroom deals are bad for poker, really bad.
And missing a street of value here on this turn jack. I think you're going to want to bet here with this full house because you're going to get called by a lot of hands like what Johnston has. You shouldn't expect a lot of check raising.
C1 bets 900,000.
And this is actually a sort of merge block value bet from Johnston. Didn't want to face a big bet from, say, a missed straight draw like an 8-9.
Griffin, you've been playing live poker long enough. You must know of stories of players at live events where they say no deals allowed, where someone's tried to do a deal behind the scenes and got screwed.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm no narc.
Of course I lied, Phil, it's poker. Queen-9 for Mark Johnston on the button.
So I think this hand right here is going to be a good indication of a difference in strategy in this three-handed play between Johnston and
C3 raises to 4 million.
the Finn. Lorilla folded the King-9 just last hand on the button with 17 million. Johnston going for a raise with the Queen-9 off 14 million.
C1 pass.
And I believe Nin has won every single hand now.
I know, I mean, talk about increasing your chip lead. He's going to be closing on the 70 million mark soon. He's got more than 2/3 of the chips in play at this point.
Mulla on 15. Pojalla on 12. Selkeä on, mutta...
$68.7. Round it up, it's 69 million chips. for Ninh at the start of this hand. He folds the button. The other two players, if we translate their stacks into big blinds, have 19 and 16 bigs respectively.
All in.
Seat 7, all in.
This is quite a bit of pressure being put on from Lorilla. I'm wondering if, where this sort of falls on the chart. It's a pretty high-risk maneuver here. Such a weak holding. Johnston with a real decision here with the queen-jack off. Certainly going to be worried you're up against, your ace-6 offs and the ilk. But apparently, 4-3 suited falls into the shove range. And I would love to see a call here for the 14 big blinds from Johnston, but it's not an easy thing to do.
How much were you roughly playing with?
People of the Twitch agree with you, Griffin. Call, call, call. 20-minute levels would call.
No, it's okay.
You just hate to see
okay, cheers.
King 5 off and then lose here, but this is a pretty strong hand into the muck. And, I certainly did question the King 9 fold on the button from Lorilla a few hands ago, but
yeah,
you can see how important the collision effect is of allowing your other two opponents to get into it, allowing that other stack that's similar to yours to go down. And he's out of position, right? Against
Olin
Ninh
menos ihan sama mitkä 2 mulla on, niin mä menen
Johnston.
Tohon tilanteeseen.
And now Lorilla is in a great position to secure that additional 25,000 euros.
By the way, earlier on this afternoon, we had the $1.10 Irish Open free roll tournament. Sorry, it wasn't a free roll. It was $1.10, funnily enough. It did have 2K in added value, though, those Sunday Million tickets. And to everyone who won a ticket, including myself, tickets will be manually credited within 72 hours. So you might have to wait a couple of days before you get your ticket or your satellite ticket in your PokerStars account.
Jotain sinne 11 ehkä, 10, 11 mitä.
Heads up.
Well, it's Johnston with the advantage. Bottom pair. But Ninh has been known to apply some pressure.
I think Ninh is going to allow this one to be let go here. Can't win every pot. If you could win every pot, Phil Hellmuth would win every pot.
Sorry. I try to remember.
20 minutes for the clocks now as we have our last 3 players on the feature table.
Bless Phil, he's doing everything he can to keep everyone excited, but I think the biggest problem is, and I went out into the room a short while ago, Griffin, there's still so many poker tournaments running. One started at 6 p.m., there's another starting at 8 p.m. It's not over yet, maybe the last day, but there's still some turbos.
3, 4, 5, 3, 5.
Pretty good candidate for Johnston here to maybe have found a limp off these 16 big blinds. There's not going to be a lot of post-flop play here, so that the playability hand strength of, across the streets isn't that relevant. And Ninh now considering, do I just want to just shove this, force some folds? Can I ever just flat this? And makes a bit of a tight fold. And now Lorilla certainly going to be shoving these pocket eights. It would have been nice if Johnston could have saved that 800K by playing a limping strategy with a hand like this.
All in.
Seat 7, all in.
All in with 8s from the big blind. And Johnston folds the queen 9. So a reminder that both Tepi, who we're looking at here, and Mark Johnston have locked up 232,685 euros. Hiep Ninh guaranteed 309,979 euros. The runner-up gets an additional 25.5K, an extra 60K, plus the Irish Open title and trophy go to the winner.
Seat 3, raise 1.7 million.
Ian Button racing with 10-8.
1.7. Yep.
Gets a fold from Tepi in the small blind. Johnston has ace-8 in the big blind.
Gosh, that sweater looks comfortable, huh?
Lumiukoilla sai tuutata siinä.
Sonny, wear it. Or at least get a hug.
Seat 1, all in.
Yeah, that's going to be all in here from Johnson for the 12 big blinds. Need a little bit of a posturing, but knows right away where that's going.
Oh, bless him. Phil's got a chair now.
I will say, from experience, someone who's played a lot of live poker over long days, a big, comfortable hoodie is the way to go.
Heittäkää mulle suklaa sieltä.
Pat O'Dwyer says the winner of this could end up with less money than second. That is true, but that's the nature of a deal. It's happened before, and it will happen again in poker, where the person with the chip lead, when the deal is done, then doesn't go on to win, can finish second or third, but still walks away with more money. I can think of several events where that's happened.
Seat 7, raise 1.6 million.
Uh-oh, Tepi's got the spraggy and he's getting frisky. He's open to 1.6 million.
Yeah, and if Johnston knew how tight Tepi was opening the button, King 10 would be very, very, very close, as it would be anyway, but this is not an easy decision. Does find it, though, and is going to be up against one of the best hands Tepi is going to be prepared to fold, I think. Has asked for a count.
Ooh.
Just over 15 big blinds, 16 big blinds. If you consider all the combinations of King 10, Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, King Jack off, King Queen off, you know, Ace 7, we're three-handed, right? I think if this was Ace 9, Tepi would be calling quite quickly. I think Ace 8 would be very, very close either way. Ace 7.
13.3 million.
You can definitely call. It's so funny how big of a difference an Ace 7 is to say an Ace 6 off or Ace 5 off. It just, this is sort of the line. And Tepi, I think, studied enough to understand how close this spot is. Is this where I'm going to make a stand? Or do I call here and my opponent turns over Ace 10 and I've given up a great opportunity at being the Irish Open champion? But it's not ace-10, is it? It's the king-10. Which then you're still only a 14% edge against. I mean, this is the name of the game. What do you think, James?
I'm superstitious about this hand, so I'm never calling.
James's unhealthy obsession with Benjamin Sprague, once again rearing its ugly head. He won't even make a prediction.
There's no such thing as an unhealthy obsession with Benjamin Sprague.
And there is the fold right on the line for the Finn.
That night.
Yep.
Johnston, the beneficiary of that pot. As we play on three-handed at this final table. Congratulations to these guys, not just for locking up those huge sums of money in the three-way deal, but also for outlasting a record-breaking field. 3,233 total entries in this year's Irish Open main event. And again, we ask ourselves, how big can this tournament get? How many entries will we see next year? And can this be contained within 4 days? Is it going to have to expand to a 5-day tournament?
Or within these walls. It's, you know, a very popular series here at the Irish Open. This is the final day. Look how many tables are filled.
Blinds are up, by the way. A reminder that now a deal's been done. We're playing 20-minute levels. We've rolled into the 500K 1 million blind level, Griffin. So it's 16 big blinds for Johnston, 17 for Tero Laurila, and 63 bigs. A phenomenal lead, a huge advantage for Hiep Ninh.
What else can you say? Just dominated this final day. Started with 14 players. It's just been the focal point of the feature table. His voice has been in all of our heads.
40 seconds left when I fold it. Because you made a change.
Been very impressed by his play. But can he finish the deal as the variance goes up, as more all-in confrontations, you know, less opportunities to do his tricky limping or big hero calling.
What's a big deal?
Huge deep press.
And Johnston finding a premium on the button for these 17 big blinds. We're just happy to induce here.
3+.
And how is Tepe going to react with this suited jack? Certainly an argument to call. See a flop. Very live against Johnston's ace-queen.
I really don't know where to start with this question from George P622 on Twitch. Is Republic of Ireland England? Do you know what? I should have just ignored it.
Yeah, I'm surprised he brought it up. Advantage Tepe here with the pair of jacks. Johnson with that Broadway going to be betting here to the tune of 1.4. God, I miss playing with plaques. When did I play with plaques?
I don't know.
Monte Carlo? Have you ever played with plaques in the Aussie Millions? I played with plaques. They plaque it up out there.
I actually have a plaque at home, which is one of the chips from the Casino Royale poker game in the movie.
Such a nerd.
I've got two 100K
But I'm happy
chips,
for you.
and I've got one 500K plaque.
How much did it run you, James? Come on.
Gifts.
Gifts. Wow. Wow, that's pretty impressive. After your fling with Dame Judi Dench,
Yes,
she hooked up some stuff from the set. Ace Queen gonna lose, and Tepe. Big swing pot here. You just win a one street pot.
Olikohan se mun ensimmäinen pelattu post-floppi-potti tänään ja ainakin eka minkä voitin.
So true. So true.
Olisin maksanut nopeammin ennen kuin sen reissun pettimerkit olisi ollut keskellä.
What do you call a Finnish guy after a day at the beach?
Oh, God. I don't know, Griffin. What do you call a Finnish guy after a day at the beach?
A Fintan.
What?
Like a Fintan. I'll be here for about 1 or 2 more levels, guys.
I think I preferred the peanut butter and
peanut berry
joke, yeah.
7 goes only.
What? I know he was only here for like 10 minutes today.
Hey, we're gonna have it all in here, pal. I don't think he's folding the king 8.
But
yes,
I will say
continue.
that Joe's advice, leave comedy to the professionals, has never ever better been evidenced than by the crap that comes out of your mouth.
Listen, clearly these professionals have weak immune systems and you're stuck with me.
That is true.
Oh, and he folds the king 8 for the 12 bigs. Certainly if he would have had the information about the 4-3 suited shove, I think he would have been more than happy to put in the Kate plus 8.
Got to hand it to you, Griffin. You are polarizing. There are some people out there who love your humor. They're the same people who, you know, but...
18.
Hey, someone's signing my contracts. Someone likes me out there. You can see that's a great little shot there. Danny Maxwell glued to the ceiling to get this shot. Look at how many more chips Heapnin has. Ooh, baby. Tepe with the 10-10.
Raise 2 million.
Raise to 2 million. Fold from the small blind. 6s in the big blind for Ninh. Tepe has had more than his fair share of pocket pairs today, and I think he's going to get action on this one.
Yeah, this is big trouble for Heapnin. Pocket 10's a massive, huge, premium three-handed, and even though such an ICM disaster with the short stack that is Johnston, you're too high up in your range here. Too many hands like 6s being shoved here. You would hate to see a king-queen off or an ace-jack, but you know it just like I do, pal. You're dominating too many hands. You got to put the rest of the money in. Saw it, call it off. Let's move. Let's do this.
Well, this could change the dynamic.
Player all in, Tiro Lula has pocket 10s, and the player that went all in initially, and that's Heapning, has pocket 6s. The player at risk is in the lead at the moment with pocket 10s, our chip leader with pocket 6s. And the flop. Jack, 5, 4, 2 clubs.
Yeah, a bit of relief, but also like, oh no, this guy can make a straight. I'd hate to see a 3, 7, deuce or 8 on the turn. Increase the outs significantly.
And the turn. A 7. Giving Hiep the up and down straight draw.
Nämähän mä näitä on hävinnyt aikoihin, näitä 80 pinnasia.
Pocket 10 still ahead. Our player on the threat still in the lead with pocket 10s. And the river.
Gulp.
And it's a 2. The 10s hold up. And our very special Tyrrell Lorilla gets a double up here on the feature table of the main event.
And the new chip leader, look at that.
Final table of the main event, Phil. Down to the final 3 players and a double up for Deppy.
It's going to be difficult now.
It's going to be difficult now.
And you heard Mark Johnston there. It's going to be difficult now. The dynamic has definitely changed.
He had 20 million.
Mä osaan laskea yhtään 23. Tää käy aivan vittu hitaalla, kun lasken koko ajan nuo violetit, mulla on siinä 5 miljoonaa, mutta se on 10 miljoonaa noita. Kun käy niin hitaalla pää tällä hetkellä. Jossain vaiheessa ihmettelinkin, että mä oon taas tasoista näijän kanssa. Just mä oon voittanut monta pottia, mä oon taas tasoista. Tällaista on huipulla jätkä. Tällaista on huipulla. Heitä kun 5 miljoonaa laskut.
Oh! What are you thinking here? What are you thinking with pocket 10?
Yeah, I don't know to snap, but...
That's crazy, right? Snap like... What are you thinking with pocket 10, 3 hands?
Is Ninh complaining about the call?
It plays itself.
Yeah, I just said he took, what is he thinking about? You know, feeling like it's a bit of a slow roll, a nit roll, if you will.
And look at that, Ninh has lost the chip lead.
46.
Deppy is now out in front with 48 million.
I think I have 60-something.
Ninh drops into second with 39 million. Mark Johnston playing 10 big blinds. King 8 of strawberries for the short stack, Mark Johnston. And he shoves the button. Both blinds fold.
That hand is a bigger in the tournament, is it? 46 million.
Yeah.
Plus ante. Plus ante, 47, yeah.
Button raise from Ninh, no longer the chip leader. And Deppy, with ace-6 of diamonds, folds the small blind. Johnston with ace-king in the big blind. Good instincts.
Yeah, I guess. I think it's a good opportunity to establish the chip lead a bit, maybe 3-bet Nin, but it seemed to have worked out as Johnston's going to be able to shove this ace-king in and would have been committed with the ace-6 and then probably doubled up.
Let's go, Johnston.
The Irishman.
Suffice to say, the shove gets through. So apparently, Griffin, the plan is to take the dinner break when we get heads up. There's a hashtag fun fact for you. I don't necessarily want anything nasty to happen to anyone, but Jimmy's getting hungry.
You wouldn't like Jimmy when he's hungry.
Oh, I'm an arsehole.
Which food truck are you hitting tonight?
Against my better judgment, Eddie Rockets.
Yeah, me too. You can only have so many spice bags before you need a break. Johnston, ace-6 on the button with 15 bigs. The spot is made so much easier when you're a little shorter or a little deeper, right? You know what I'm saying? And you got 10, 11, 12 bigs, you just shove. You got 20 bigs, you just raise. 15, it's just like, ugh. I guess I'll raise? But should be able to clear out Tepe in the big blind here. Not outside of the realm of possibility that Tepe decides to peel here. You know, the times you're up against a hand like Queen 10 or Ace 4, you're going to have some decent equity. It's just $1 more million to call. In this case, however, he is dominated.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I got a good trailer guy voice if I really want to lean into it.
This summer at the Irish Open 2024.
There's a Queen 8-5 flop. Ace high still ahead.
Just when they thought it was Nin's tournament, one man wasn't finished.
This is getting better. You're improving.
Small bet on the flop. Maybe Tepe's in a cheeky mood. What if I just made this 3.2 million? What's this guy gonna do, huh? Maybe I can just get cheeky. I got all these chips now. I got the confidence. I have Kirko behind me. No, gonna let it go. Don't blame him. And a nice little chip up to near 20 million for the Northern Ireland native. In his big old comfy sweater. You're getting that hug, James. Hopefully to congratulate him for winning the Irish Open for his sake. There's some nice purple chips.
In first to act, 5 deuce on the button.
And it's amazing, you know, we talk about it so often, James, when we're covering these events, about how this doesn't just happen in a straight line up. You're gonna have dips always. You don't go wire to wire. Poker is a roller coaster. It has these waves, and you just have to, when you're on a down wave, you just need to remember that. And that's happening. You can see the posture of Ninh has changed. But still in a very, very good position to become the Irish Open champion. You can't just lose one cooler and lose your cool.
So Tepe completes in the small. Johnson with ace-king again.
$3.5.
Raises to 3.5 million.
3,500,000.
And a quick fold from Tepe.
Lights up now, yeah?
Yeah, 20-minute clock now. The deal's been done,
yeah.
So blinds are indeed up. The price of poker is more expensive than it used to be. $600K, 1.2 million, the new blind level. And remember, the big blind ante stays in play even though we're short-handed.
Nice little walk for Hiep. It's nice to just get back in the winner's circle, you know?
So yeah, this has got a whole lot shallower, and Hiep Ninh has closed the gap, so it's 34 bigs for Tepe, 30 bigs for Ninh, and 15 big blinds for the short stack Mark Johnston. Blinds will be up again in 20 minutes' time.
Sorry.
Pocket nines for Mark Johnston.
9-9.
Open jam here, Griffin, or min raise?
Oh, min raise, baby. Oh, yeah.
Well, he decides just to shove from the bottom. And ace-jack suited.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
For Hiep Ninh.
Money goes in either way to premiums, three-handed.
Yeah, and we are going to have a classic race at the final table, a coin flip that will decide Mark Johnston's fate.
17.
Ninh verifying the chip count.
18. 700.
Reshoves. Tepe, 10-5 off, folds. Let's flip that coin.
Ysit vasta AJ.
Need another 9.
Yes. And I can swear Mark Johnson is pocket nines.
It's a flip. It's a flip.
See one pocket nines dealer.
This is got the 9s. 18, 7. You have more than, right?
Yeah.
What's the chip?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an all-in and a call on in the main event. Mark Johnston has pocket nines, and with the ace-jack suited, ace-jack of clubs, we have Hiep Ninh, who is ace-jack of clubs. Mark Johnston, pocket nines, all in both players. Who's in danger?
Only one player's all in, and that player is Mark Johnston.
Mark Johnston is the short stack with the pocket nines, and the flop is...
Uh-oh.
Ace,
Wow,
2, 4,
what a flop
clubs.
for Nin.
Hashtag ninning.
Johnston drawing thin, needs a 9.
And the turn. 8 of hearts.
Needs hit on the river.
A 9 and a 9 only will save Mark Johnston from elimination from the main event. And the river. A 3 of diamonds. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose Mark Johnston in third place from the Irish Open.
We have a contract.
Mark, on behalf of everybody here at the Irish Open, I've got really good news and really bad news for you.
It's only like
The
12,
really good
15
news
weeks,
is
so I
you've
can't
just won 232,000 plus change here at the main event. The bad news is that your twin brother Owen has gone over to collect the money.
Yeah, that's great.
Mark, on behalf of everybody here, what a tremendous performance from a young guy. Best of luck for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Northern Ireland's very special Mark Johnston!
Congratulations. Yes.
And that means we are heads up in the main event.
Tournament director, do the guys get it 5 minutes or do we go straight into it?
I'm happy.
You know, as long as no one makes a twin joke when I bust, I think I'll be, oh, God damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our tournament director has decided that the 2 guys for the heads-up battle will take a 40-minute break. It's the main break now for the evening. We're going to have a 40-minute break before we get up to the heads-up battle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Irish Open. We have 2 players. We have Hiep and we have Tyrrell, who are the 2 finalists. They are heads-up for the title here tonight. This is the Irish Open. Heads-up time. Back in 40 minutes with this battle.
Just in case you didn't know, this is the Irish Open. And yes, Hiep Nin has reclaimed the chip lead ahead of the heads-up battle against Tero Laurila. But we have hit the dinner break. We will come back and play down to a winner. That heads-up battle kicking off in 40 minutes' time. So, congratulations to Mark Johnston. I guess he's a beneficiary of the deal, Griffin. Way better than third place prize money.
Yeah, absolutely, and played quite well on this final table today. A well-deserving third place finisher, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to win those big flips, and he lost the important one. If the positions were reversed, he would have jumped all the way up and sent Nin down to that 20 big blind mark, but that's just the way it goes.
So now it's Nin versus Tepe. Nin with the chip advantage. The stack's pretty shallow, 20-minute blinds pretty aggressive. Anyone's game, and remember, they are still playing for 60K plus the Irish Open title and trophy.
Yep.
So please come back in 40 minutes' time for the conclusion of this year's Irish Open main event from the RDS in Dublin, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. We're back in 40 minutes' time.
Yeah, I'm Joshua Rawlins, I'm 29 years old and I'm from London. I've always listened to the Poker in the Ears podcast. I've listened to probably since the middle of last summer. Always wanted to apply to be a superfan, but never really found my topic of what I wanted to do. There was a free roll. We turned up at 6:30 and the queue was already out the door at that point. Fortunately for us, there was one seat between the 3 of us. And my friends Tim and Keller were like, you have to take it. This is your thing, you have to take it. And so that's what happened. It was a 100-person shootout tournament, and there was a bounty on every table. I was sat at the table with Finn and Hand, who I watched his streams all through the pandemic, and I was just like, I shouldn't be here, and now I'm sat here next to him, and I'm just like, you know what, it would be mighty fine if I won a ticket or I knocked him out. Yeah, and I won Finton's bounty, so yeah, it was an incredible experience, not having the seat, then getting the seat, sitting down with Finton on my table, and then knocking him out with aces. It was a story written in the stars. So when I won the silver pass, I was debating as to what I should use it on. I saw Finton in the wings and he was basically like, so you're coming to Dublin? And I was like, oh, I haven't really thought about it. And he was like, you've got to come to Dublin, you've got to use it there. that was it. I knocked Vincent out and he told me to come to Dublin and now I'm here.
First to act, Gilles Berniers, online qualifier, only non-pro at this final table.
It's his first ever EPT. Hi.
Dmitry Ivanovic, ace-10 of clubs.
This kid won all of the side events last year, not even old enough to play in Vegas. He's a bit of a wonder kid.
He's raised it to 110,000. Folded around to Rhys Jones, the short stack in the big blind. Well, Jones is dominated with ace-9. But he's going with it. He shoves.
Ace-10 is probably the bottom end of Dimitri's calling range, but I think he goes for it. Come on, they're suited.
Another 610,000 to call, and he does call.
No time for love, Dr. Jones.
Good luck, guys.
Rhys Jones at risk and behind.
Domination Nation Urbanovic.
So he could be down to 5 unless Jones gets lucky. Oh, a 10 high flop. Now less than a 1% chance of survival for Jones.
He's gonna have to get real lucky.
That's not a very good flop.
Understatement of the year. A little bit of hope on the turn. 9 of clubs or the 9 of spades works for Rhys Jones. 2 cards can save him. He doesn't hit.
Good. Great game. Good game. Good game.
And Rhys Jones is eliminated.
Good game.
Oh, Dimitri, you barely not teenager, you.
The Polish pro who dominated season 11 of the EPT up to 6 million in chips. While Rhys Jones cashes for 119,450 euros. So Ivanovic has stepped away from the table for a second. Actions on Cully Sadu in the cutoff. He's got ace-6. It's a raise from late position to 110,000. Kamatakis on the button with Jack-10 suited.
This guy, Kamatakis, he's a real hoot. Streams poker online, brings the average age on that site up to almost 19.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 310,000.
It looks like he seems pretty intent on proving he can run with the big dogs.
Action is back on Sadu.
I'm all in.
He shoves on Kamatakis.
I'm gonna assume Cully's got some kind of read on the Greek because this is a little nutso for that many chips. I wasn't that crazy about this 3-bet in the first place, and this is exactly why.
Billy Chataway front and center of the Cully Sadu supporters section.
I really like this Iliadorus guy, but he needs to make like a tree and fold.
Eh? Anywho, Kamatakis passes. And Sadu shows a card.
Oh, the 6.
6s are good there.
Kalima. Kalima. Kalima, Shatide.
Meanwhile, Mustafa Kanat has just showed up to collect his 25k high roller trophy.
Cooley. Let's go, Cooley. Let's go.
Cully finished second to Mustafa in a high roller in Barcelona, so I'm not sure if that was real or a needle.
Blinds are up to 30,000, 60,000. Local boy Patrick Clark has King 10 under the gun.
Paddy Clark, let's do this.
The 2014 Irish Open winner raises to 140k. Ilios Kamatakis is now the short stack. He folds the button. Gilles Berniers in the small blind. Has a dominating hand, King Queen.
Does he look familiar to you? I kind of want to call him Steve No Dwyer.
Looks like he's hyperventilating.
Why is he breathing like that? What is the altitude of Dublin?
Someone get him a paper bag. Well, he's called the raise. Ivanovic has folded the big blind. We're going heads up to the flop. Well, there's a king. And a 10. Top pair for Bernius, but 2 pair for Clark.
Sick, from dominated to dominating. And can we get this guy a scuba tank?
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Clark continues with the best hand. Observed by his girlfriend, Kelsey Goodman.
More like Kelsey Goodwoman. Hashtag everyday sexism.
Bernius continues with the breathing and calls the 175,000.
Top pair, awesome kicker, gotta call.
4 diamonds puts a potential flush out there.
Can you breathe? Can you breathe?
Bernius checks for a second time. And Clark checks behind.
Come on, dude, you gotta bet that.
And it's a queen on the river. Bernius now with a better 2 pair.
King, queen should probably bet now.
No, he checks for a 3rd time. Looks like Clark's gonna go for value. 425,000.
Kelsey, I'm sorry. This should be a snap call. As soon as he catches his breath.
There's the call. And Clark will see he got rivered.
Nailed it. That's the saddest I've seen a group of Irish people since the time Bono went vegan.
So Gilles Bernier, the German amateur, building a stack. Blinds are still 30,000, 60,000. It's Gilles who's posted the big blind here. And I tell you what, Joe, let's play along with the amateur. We're only going to see his cards. We are going to sweat with Gilles.
He's already out of breath. Why not sweat with him?
Labanovic is first to act. He folds. Clark's out. Round to the small blind. Cully Sadu, 8th place finisher at EPT 10 London.
Ooh.
He raises to 175k. So Gilles' hand is Ace Deuce of Hearts.
A call here would be totally standard.
He does call. The flop is ace high, ace 9 tray.
Well, against just the small blind, I like our hand a lot.
No c-bet from Sadu.
Having said that, there's not much to protect against and not much we can get value from.
Gilles checks behind. 7 on the turn.
After we check back the flop, there's lots of hands to do with bet here.
Into a pot of 390,000. He makes it 260,000.
But I still think a flat call is just about our only move. He's gonna get there.
There's the call. The river card is a 5. And Sadu shoves!
Such a big bet. Wow.
Nearly 1.5 million into 910,000.
Sadu's not really supposed to be bluffing here. I liked our hand at first. I no longer like it. His breathing's normal now that he's facing it all in. That's kind of weird.
Chaz Chatter on the left has joined Cully Sadu's rail.
I call.
Gilles calls.
2 pair.
2 pair is good. Cully's hand, ace 5.
Like a rambly voicemail, that was not a great call.
Maka was wrong.
I guess you could say that rail is anything but melancholy.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Action folded around to the blinds. Gilles Bernier's in the small. Ace-queen suited.
7.2.
Dimitri's getting annoyed with Johnny Lamaze over there, but he's no amateur at having great friends. Meet Sven and Nick.
Berniers limps in. Abanovic has got pocket eights.
This is kind of a cooler blind versus blind, especially since these are the two biggest stacks.
I think Darth Vader's going to see a raise from Abanovic.
I wonder if he has the bends.
300,000. Berniers counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 905,000.
When Bernier's limps 3-bets, Dimitri's gonna know he's got a big one, but 8s are probably too big to fold.
I'm all in.
Abanovic shoves.
And his breath is caught. Not normal.
Call. Berniers calls, and we're off to the races.
Like Bono versus Sinead O'Connor, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
It's a coin flip that Berniers needs to win to survive.
Ace!
Yeah, vamos a ver.
Come on, ace!
The flop is king 7-5. 8 still ahead. 6 immediate outs for Gilles Berniers. The turn card is an ace.
Deuce! Hey, deuce!
No, man, classic Sven.
Hey, deuce!
Berniers doubles up unless there's an 8 on the river. It's a jack.
Come on!
Weekend at Bernier's.
And that hand means that Gilles has taken the chip lead from Dimitri. He's the new final table boss.
And he is fired up.
Ist ein Call gegen ihn.
Ja, ist es auch.
Ist ein Call gegen ihn.
Abanovic down to 3.3 million. Gilles Berniers up to nearly 8 million.
I'm afraid his heart might explode.
Action here is on Dmitry Abanovic. With Jack 9 off, he raises to 180,000. Pocket 5s for Patrick Clark.
Patrick is the shortest stack, but he's still got over 30 big blinds, so I don't think he has to rip it in here.
He calls on the button. Kali Sadu folds the small blind. Gilles Berniers with ace 3 of spades in the big blind.
Getting a great price. It's less fun to make fun of his breathing now that I know he's terrified.
He calls. And we've got 3-way action. The flop is king 10 deuce. Clark still has the best hand. Abanovic with a gut shot. Berniers with a couple of backdoor draws.
Yeah, I kind of like Urbanovic here. Best draw and probably the best shot at winning this hand with a bet.
He continues for 235,000. Gets the best hand to fold. Berniers not done with this. He check raises to 605k.
While I'm somewhat impressed with the aggression, I'm not sure that any better hands would actually fold here. It's kind of random. I don't know if ace-queen would even fold.
Wow, what sorcery is Sven employing to keep that drink in the air?
Sven Gali? Now, if you're an amateur who's terrified to the point of hyperventilation every hand, you're probably perfectly content to fold out the worst hand on the flop, so I actually do understand this.
He does get a fold, and he's now playing around 10 million. as he gets the better of the most accomplished player at the table.
Whoops.
Lines are up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action on Gilles. He's on the button. And he's got queens.
I guess the one advantage of breathing like the maniac on the other end of the phone every single hand is that no one knows if you've ever got an actual hand that warrants it.
$225K from Hufflepuff. Ace deuce for Clark, the shorty in the big.
All in.
He shoves.
Call.
And gets called.
Clark is behind, but all it takes is an ace. We've all been there.
A lot of support here in Dublin for the last remaining Irishman.
Ace ball one time.
Good luck, man.
Yeah.
Do it for Ireland. Do it for Kathy Ireland.
Come on.
Don't worry, Gilles. Nick and Sven are still on your side. Everyone else is calling for an ace. Here comes the flop. There's a queen. 2 clubs, and Clark has the ace of clubs.
Man, 5% equity seems high. It's very likely to be 0 on the turn.
My nerves are already there.
The turn card is another club. We have ourselves a sweat.
Just needs a club, or in a certain 4-color deck, a 3-leaf clover.
8 out. All of Ireland calling for a club. Any club but the 5. It's a spade. And Patrick Clark is out in 4th.
Boom! Boom! Well done, well done. Sorry. No, you played very nice, really.
The local lad cashes for nearly 200 grand.
No pot of gold, but maybe a pint of stout.
Meanwhile, Berniers is up to nearly 13 million. He has a stranglehold on this tournament.
We got a proposition for you.
Which?
What do you think about even chop?
What?
What does it mean?
That we
get like 420 each.
Put all the prices together and divide it by 3, and everyone gets in the same.
No? Why?
Yeah, you get the trophy.
It's okay, it's okay. No, no.
No, no?
I play for fun, so.
You play for fun?
You play for fun.
Okay. Let's have some fun.
I mean, it's, you know, I don't live from poker.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, sure, sure. Just asking.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Nice try, guys. It's not like this guy just fell off the back of the turnip truck.
Right.
We have just big blind.
Oops. Ivanovic just folded out of turn, confused by the fact there's no small blind in this hand.
See? Everybody does it sometimes, even the geniuses.
All in.
Bernier shoves. Sadu calls.
I've only got an ace, but let's see.
Wow, that is a huge call.
2 overs.
Sadu is lucky to be racing.
Fünfer.
I'm not sure how many worse hands Bernier's would be shoving, but maybe Cully figured the amateur didn't want to play post-flop.
He folded out a turn, you see.
Sadu theorizing that Berniers was taking advantage of Ivanovic's mistake. The flop is Jack 7-4 with 1 heart.
5 for a sweat.
Hearts may be a better sweat.
I would agree with a 5.
5
right
of hearts.
now.
No 5 of hearts, is it?
No.
The turn is a deuce, no additional outs. Cully Sadu needs an ace or a 6 to survive. He has 6 outs.
Heart's no good, bruh.
The river is a deuce.
5's hold.
Played.
Well played.
Again, played, well played.
Cully Sadu out in 3rd. Yeah, this might be an uphill battle for Ivanovic. Line still 50-100. Berniers first to speak on the button in the small blind. King 8 offsuit.
Looks like he knows enough to raise most of his buttons.
250,000. 10-9 for Ivanovic. He defends. The flop. Gives Bernie his second pair, but Ivanovic has the nuts. A straight to the jack.
Flops the joint.
Checks to the razor.
Unfortunately for Bernier, a pair is going to be good here a lot.
He continues for 200,000.
Check would have worked fine there, but it looks like Bernier wanted to go for max value and protection. Also fine.
That's a check raise from Ivanovic. 650,000 total.
And again, unfortunately for Bernier, this raise would be a semi-bluff quite often.
So after the trademark deep breaths, we get the call. The turn card is the 7 of clubs pairing the board. That gives Gilles a few outs.
He can boat up now.
Ivanovic took the betting lead on the flop. He barrels the turn, 915,000.
Love this sizing by Dimitri. Really seems like he knows he can get a lot of value out of this spot. If he were semi-bluffing flop, he'd still be semi-bluffing now.
Berniers counts out the call. Makes the call. We're going to the river. 3.6 million in the middle. Ivanovic the effective stack with 1.8 million. A 5 on the river changes nothing.
I'm in.
Ivanovic shoves. We don't need another hero.
Well, you really can't blame him if he calls here. Dimitri's supposed to have a ton of missed draws in this spot. He wouldn't be doing this with just a jack and probably not just some random 7 either.
Call.
He makes the hero call.
That should be shown, right?
Flopped it.
Nice flop.
Ivanovic gets the full double up through Berniers.
Sven, it's okay. He's still got the lead.
Give me 0 credit, right? It's the main event, heads up. I cannot do stupid things.
Well.
Berniers still with the chip advantage, but Ivanovic has narrowed the gap significantly. Well, Joe, it's time for you to step inside Ivanovic's brain. We're going to sweat with Dimitri on this hand.
Looking forward to it. This kid could do anything except have a legal drink in America.
Well, he's raised with 8-5 of spades. Gilles is counting out a raise. He makes it 575,000.
Urbanovic is not folding. He's Polish, he's no fish, and he's in position. Couldn't make it work for suited.
That's a call. So 1.17 million in the pot already. The flop is King Jack 8 with 2 spades. Bottom pair and a flush draw for Ivanovic.
I mean, you really can't ask for a better flop than that. I think he almost smiled even.
Berniers continues. 625,000.
How much?
625.
I would probably just call here in case Bernier is just messing around. If you do anything more than that, you can get away from it.
That's a raise to 1.475 million. Now, is this a raise with the intention of folding if Bernier shoves?
I doubt it. I think if he does have it, we're going to see it go in here, and if that happens, we are probably behind. What do you think, Sven?
All in.
There's the shove and a call.
Not much. But
Yeah, I'll say it's better. We are not behind.
Nice hand.
Bernius has 4 deuce.
Well, I was wrong, but this time it's in a good way.
Yeah, I don't get it either, guys.
You better tell your boy to geel out.
Well, the turn is a 7. That means Bernius is drawing dead.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Abanovic doubles up and reclaims the chip lead.
I think Bernier's lack of experience is starting to show.
Come on, 4 deuce.
Love the attitude, though. You're going to be rich either way.
At least everybody knows now that I'm fish, you know?
Well, Gilles has got deuces here.
You saw what he did with 4 deuce. What about deuce deuce?
He raises to 300,000. King tray of diamonds for Abanovic. That's a call. The flop.
Get it together, guy. I've been biting my tongue all day.
Ace 9-6.
Sorry. Deuce is good still.
And Bernius will make a C bet of 300,000.
Continuing. I wonder if he'll just blast off again.
Abanovic calls.
King high would be beating plenty.
The turn card is the deuce of diamonds, a set for Bernius.
Tricky.
And Abanovic has picked up a flush draw.
Well, I suppose Bernier's will be blasting off now, or blasting on. I don't know what you want to call it.
Roughly half pot, 600,000.
Well, now Dimitri's got the nut flush draw. What's he gonna do? Nothing. You gotta call it. You gotta support the troops, you gotta call it, and you have the nut flush draw.
Throws in 6 100k chips as we go to the river.
Sven, you're gonna want to see this.
It's red, but it's a heart, leaving Dimitri with just king high.
Whiffer, whiffer, chicken sniffer.
He checks.
Pretty safe board to go for value with a set of deuces.
And go for value, he will. To the tune of 1.1 million.
Now, the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior, meaning Gilles might just be punting here again as far as Dimitri's concerned. I hear you, brah. I think Dimitri might just be overthinking this, though. He's only got king high.
We saw Gilles make a bad hero call earlier. Is Dimitri going to follow in his footsteps? Yes! King high, no good.
Oh, I love turning a set.
And Bernius is back in this thing.
This one's for you, Sven.
Blinds are up to 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante. Gilles, the German qualifier, has ace-10.
Oh, we raising. We raising it. We California raising it. I heard it through the grapevine.
Got to breathe a bit first, though. $300,000. Abanovic with 4-3 of clubs calls. The flop is Jack 5 deuce, so Abanovic is up and down. He's checked the action to Bernius, who checks behind. So Bernius pairs his 10 on the turn. Abanovic now has a flush draw to go with his straight draw.
That was his only live pair he could hit.
Abanovic leads for 400,000.
Trying to win this with a semi-bluff.
How's Bernius going to respond with second pair top kicker? He raises to $1 million.
Don't know that I would have raised there, but in this exact instance, he's picked a good spot to charge Dimitri to draw.
Abanovic calls the raise. We're going to see another card. The river is the 5 of hearts pairing the board.
Such a brick, the third little pig could have built a house with it.
Well, he semi-bluffed the turn. It's a pure bluff on the river.
And quite a small bet, 425,000. You think Bernie Ace is gonna huff and puff and blow the house down? Seems like a pretty easy just call.
All in.
Wow, he shoves on Urbanovic. Dangerous shove. What if he had it? He didn't have it, and he folded.
Show one.
You will see.
Show now.
Nice try, you lovable little scamp, you. Well, after winning that pot, Bernius has increased his advantage over the pro. 11.8 million plays 6.3 million. He's made a few mistakes, but luckily he hasn't stepped in it too badly yet. Six, four of diamonds. And just a call. Urbanovic with ace tray. Checks. He gets to under-rep his hand now. He looks a little vexed. Well, how about this for a flop? Trips for Urbanovic. Flush draw for Berniers. Dimitri leads for 150,000. I think this lead will get a lot of folds, but Bernius has a draw he can't fold. He calls. The turn card. The 10 of spades. Urbanovic now a huge favorite. He's 84% to win this hand. He both loves his hand and is in love with his hand. Fires again, 415,000. But he is still playing his draw. And he's going to semi-bluff with it. He raises to 1.4 million. He is really banking on Dimitri not having an ace. Probably wonders why Dimitri would lead the flop and not just check. Urbanovic responds with a 3-bet. 2.4 million. Not really sure what's going on here, but we know Bernie Ace is not afraid to get it in, and I think Dimitri is trying to induce him to do just that. Sven, hold on to your potatoes.
All in.
There's the shove and the call. Showdown with one card to come.
Call. Yeah.
Berniers has 7 outs. 7 cards he can hit to win the EPT Dublin main event. It's a nice spot to be in, but generally when you are in this spot, you do want a better than 16% chance of getting there. Urbanovic set for the double up, unless Berniers hits a diamond. Crucially, not the 3 of diamonds or the 10 of diamonds. The river card is a diamond, but it pairs the board. Honestly, it fooled me too. A full house for Urbanovic.
Aye. Nice answer. Ah.
Nice river.
Yeah.
What a waste of making a flush. And it seems like Sven is the only one who truly understands the gravity of this situation. Yeah, Urbanovic is in command of this tournament once again. Much to the delight of the Polish rail. Bet these guys wouldn't accidentally celebrate. Urbanovic now monster chip leader as the blinds go up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 25k ante. Bernie is on the button with Queen 7.
All in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Urbanovic calls.
Just kings.
Berniers has run into kings. The shove from Berniers is probably fine, but it's pretty close mathematically.
Też tak myślę.
Now it's Urbanovic who's on the verge of winning this tournament. There's an 88% chance it happens.
Same big time.
No, I'm not sure how much more of this Sven can take. A rare, real smile.
To spokojnie.
The flop. Has a 7 on it. He's got outs.
No. Queen of spade.
Queen of spades, let's go.
5 outs for Bernius.
Right, just king can finish.
The turn card is a 9. She'll need a queen or a 7. Urbanovic on the verge of victory. The river card is a 9. He's done it!
Good game. Very good play.
The EPT 11 Player of the Year wins his first main event title here in Dublin.
Dmitry Urbanovic, it feels like we've been waiting for you to win a main event forever, but you've been on the scene for like a minute. Has it seemed like a long time to you?
For me, it's like 2 years, because I was dreaming to be the youngest EPT winner, and it took me like 2 years to do it. So, I mean, it's not the worst case scenario for me.
You made a ridiculous comeback in this heads up, and it seemed like from what we've seen before, we've seen you have some pretty big losses heads up. It seemed like you had a little bit to prove this time around.
Not really. I just did a side-L style, and that's it. I learned from him and what I was doing here tonight at heads up.
Well, guys, let's get a big round of applause for EPT 12 Dublin champion, Dmitry Urbanovic.
That was here at the RDS in 2016, and here we are in 2024 for the final day of the Irish Open main event, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Just before the dinner break, we got heads up, and now it's time to play down to a winner. Very soon, it'll be time to crown a champion, as Ninh goes heads up against Tero Laurila. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And before we get back to the action, Griffin, I do want to highlight that 7th place finisher at the final table, Vidmantas Beliauskas. We've been speaking to him in the last half hour. Now, unfortunately, due to a misunderstanding and some misinformation, we believe that Vidmantas was a former Soviet officer. Apparently, that is completely not true. He is a proud Lithuanian. Wants everyone to know that story is not true. So we apologize for stating that earlier on. And we congratulate him once again on his final table appearance and his cash for 64,960 euros. But crucially, there is still 60k in play after a 3-way deal between the final 3 players, plus that trophy on the line. And I guess if we look at it from Nin's perspective, even if he loses, he still wins more money than Tepi.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a real special thing to come home with the trophy and the title. Of course, second place would be an incredible accomplishment. Winning the most money out of this tournament is an incredible accomplishment. To tell everyone to be the truth that you are the Irish Open champion, I can tell you from personal experience, it means a lot.
Absolutely. So the stack's relatively close. 48 bigs for Ninh, 32 for Tepi, and we've got, I think, still 15 minutes to play at this blind level, but because they did a deal, the blind levels are now pretty short. The blinds are going up every single 20 minutes. So things are going to get shallow pretty quickly, and as we've seen, a lot of changes in the chip lead, a lot of big swings, a lot of big pots. No one is guaranteed the win yet.
It's going to be a little high variance for these two, but we'll see after the dust settles who comes out as champion. Let's do this thing.
Just waiting for the players to return from break. They had 40 minutes to grab snacks from one of the food trucks, and then they can take their seats at the table and play this out. So yeah, the terms of the deal agreed earlier. Bear in mind at that point, Ninh had a phenomenal chip lead. He locked up the better part of 310,000 euros, 309,979. And Tero Laurila got 232,685. Now, whoever finishes second gets an extra 25.5k. Whoever wins gets an extra 60k and will become this year's Irish Open champion.
So you want my card here or?
And there is the final table superstar himself, Keep in.
Let's enjoy. Gentlemen, before we start the heads-up battle, we've got to do a brief thing here to just announce everything to you guys. So if you don't mind just joining me left and right, a quick heads-up announcement, and then you guys are free to play poker. Okay, is that okay? Yeah. I'll have a chip down.
38, 58, something like that, approximately.
Let us not stand on ceremony.
38, 58.
Mr. Phil.
Over here, guys, if I can get you out.
It's Bane.
I got the reference, but thank you. By the way, Tepe's been playing poker since 2005, mostly a PLO player. Here he is, heads up in the longest-running No Limit Hold'em tournament outside of Vegas.
Are they using box number 2 or 3? 3.
2, 1, 2.
3 and 7. 8. 3 and 8.
58 to the 88. It's not a thick code.
In 6 2.
I had no idea this was happening, by the way.
You never do, James. That's why we love you. You're so aloof. Never have your finger on the pulse.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very special final table
little mascot
of the main event at the Irish Open 2024. We are down to our final 2 players. We are heads up on the feature table. I'd like to introduce the 2 protagonists of the heads up battle that's about to take place. On my right hand side, with a chip lead of 58 million, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Ireland, Heap 9.
I believe it's 48 million.
On my left-hand side, representing Finland with a chip count of 38 million, please welcome Tiro Lorella. Gentlemen, I know a deal has been brokered already. I know a set amount of money has gone to both of you, but there is a further 85,000 euro up for grabs. That the winner of the event will get an additional 60k. The second will get an additional a little over 25k. More important than money, the winner will win and become part of Irish poker heritage history by becoming an Irish Open champion of 2024. I speak for everybody here in the room, and congratulations to both of you for doing so well. Heads up battle, Irish Open. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play some poker. Good luck, gentlemen. Shake hands. The best of luck to both of you on the feature table.
You know, I'm realizing now that he probably got the chip counts right. I was thinking the big blinds. So apologies to Phil.
Because they change it. Are you starting?
Starting as is. 1 minute.
1, 2.
Seems to be some confusion about the blinds.
We are missing 1 level.
You missed the level?
We are missing level. We finished.
Can someone find it? Find the level.
No, we finished 6-12.
It's behind the sofa.
And 8-16.
It's always behind the sofa.
You were in the middle of the level, weren't you?
Have you checked the cushions?
Look down his trousers.
You left it in the crack den, didn't you? Again?
Yeah, middle of the level.
I think 1454 is correct. What's left?
1454 is correct, and we had just played 612.
612. Yeah.
When we say 612, by the way, we're talking 600,000, 1.2 million.
All right, so what level are we on?
612. We should still be on the 612 because we finished the mid level. We took the 40-minute break on mid level. And the 1454 is correct time-wise.
All right.
Do we have an ante in heads up? We have ante in heads up?
Ante to the hallway, yes.
Yeah. It's
All right,
always.
guys, coming back with 6, 12, 12. Shuffle up and deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1454 left on the clock. The clock has been
I was big blind on the last hand. Is it correct?
And the blind levels are
I was big blind on the last hand. Sir,
1.2
I was big blind.
and it's also ante for 1.
I was big blind on the last hand.
The levels are 20-minute levels.
I was big blind.
And best of luck to the 2 gentlemen remaining on our final table.
I don't mind.
The TD asks me what level are we on. 3 million, 6 million?
So I'm big blind now.
Just a bit of housekeeping, you know. Find the level, get the blinds in order.
Shout out to Phil Baker, by the way, down on the floor, doing sterling work as our MC today. First hand, a heads up. Tepi with King Jack on the button. Calls. And Ninh checks his option. Six, 5-3 on the flop. Check, check. Board pairs on the turn. Check, check. And an 8 on the river. And that's going to give Ninh the win. Bets river. 1.5. Gets paid off by King High and extends his chip lead.
Yeah, not much consideration there from Tepi, but maybe just wanting to send a message early that he's not going to let him just run him over. You know, repping pretty thin there on the river with the value bet.
38 kun alkoi ja nyt hävisin ekan potin. $2 miljoonaa. Se oli eka käsi äsken.
So now it's Ninh on the button in the small blind. 10-7 of spades. And he's raising.
Ooh.
Ace Jack of hearts for Tepi.
$8 million.
Re-raises to 8 mil.
Curious how Neen's going to react here. I think that can
What's
certainly...
your left behind like 27? That, oh, is that 20 stack, yeah? So good, so good.
Certainly justify a continue here sometimes. I think at this stack depth of something like maybe a 10-9 or 10-8 suited, I think this is probably going to be a notch too low. But Neen doesn't like giving up on pots. I think as a general rule at this stack depth, it's going to be easier to play these kind of hands as a limp so that you can just call raises instead of the pot being so much more inflated. You know, I'd feel so much more comfortable, let's say, raising a 10-7 off and folding to action than raising the suited and then feeling like you want to see a flop. Good discipline there. Letting it go.
Yeah? Okay, yeah.
Third hand of heads-up play. King deuce on the button.
We're only a couple hands in, but it seems clear to me that Lorilla is going to be employing a limping strategy, feeling maybe even that he has a bit of a post-flop edge. Clearly very studied. You can see, or at least have seen in the background, his sort of Scandinavian contingency. like Kirko watching the stream, trying to get updates from 30 minutes in the past for him.
Three and a half.
And one of the tricks up Nin's sleeve coming in the form of a check raise on this texture with the 6-5 off. I think that this is, it's not necessarily great process, because if you're check raising this, you're probably check raising too many hands. You know, you'd like to maybe check raise even something as weak as a 6-8 suited, right? Like you might check raise your 9-10s and your 9-8s, and then of course your value hands. But if you're check raising 6-5, you're check raising almost everything. And this is big trouble for Nin. But waves the white flag, decides maybe this is just better for a one and done kind of spot. And good awareness to call this check raise with king high. Clearly, Tepe knows what he's doing here. And it might open up the door for Nin to get crazy. Maybe thinking at this stage my opponent has something like an ace high, and if I bet big enough, I can perhaps take this down. But he is way, way wrong, and one of the first missteps that we're seeing on this final table is coming in the form of this river bet. I don't even know if this sizing would elicit a fold from the ace high, so I think this is just a misplayed hand.
9 million.
Raise 9 million.
Ooh, split screen.
Oh, let's go. How come we don't do split screen? This is
because it's not the 1980s.
Oh, no, that was sexy. I'm into that. You keep that up, guys. You split those screens. You split them in half. Hey, you split them in fours. Tell you what, this is what we do. If it's three-handed, 3 people in a hand, you do the triple split. The one whose action is on is half the screen. The other 2 guys in the other one. I mean, am I wrong here, guys? Are we interested in this?
Most poker tables play 8-handed, right? Let's do the octo split.
Am I a producer?
Good God, no. Ted Bean says, God, I love Griffin so much. He has a head like a burst couch, but I love him.
Looking forward to the day that Chris retires, and as he's leaving, he says, "It was always meant to be you." Then he hands me his headset. And then we do our secret handshake, which we do have. We do have a secret handshake. Nin gets them back, playing the 9-3 off on the button and getting away with it.
I notice the trophy is now on the table.
Ooh. Oh my God, it's like the one that's on the screen.
(9-6) for Tepe.
8 raise 3 million.
A raise to 3 million. 8 dues off for Nin in the big.
Yeah, I think this needs to be binned, the old 8 deuce.
Advantage Tepi, 97% equity on this Jack 9-9 flop.
And expect a very small bet from Tepi here. Try to induce one of Neen's classic check raises.
8 bets 1.2.
And tell you what, he knows exactly what he's doing with this size. But not going to fall for it this time. Fool me once, shame on you.
And that is going to even things out, Griffin. In fact, I think it's going to give Tepi the slight chip advantage, but it's borderline even Stevens.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the oldest event in
That was
Europe.
really
The
important
people who are
information. We
reigning.
didn't interrupt my
Let's
George
get excited
Bush,
for these guys. Come on,
Fool Me
guys.
Once.
Irish Open title up for grabs. Let's do this today. Come on.
Oh, Phil trying to get the energy up. Gotta love the suit. Nine Neen. Massive hand heads up, especially at this stack depth. And has established a raising strategy with pretty much all of his button range so far. And yeah, I think it's very clear to me.
I think you have slightly a little bit of more than me, is it?
I don't know.
Ooh, 2 diamonds on board.
Wow. There may be blood. And you know what's so interesting about this heads-up match, too, is that there's been a bit of boiling under the surface animosity between these two players. I wouldn't go as far as to say as they don't like each other, but, you know, we saw when deals were first starting to be negotiated that Neen made it clear that he had no interest in chopping with Tepi, but would be prepared to do it with Johnston.
Yeah.
We still don't know exactly why that was, but you could tell that Tepi took exception to it, especially because, frankly, I think he is, in a lot of ways, at least more studied than Neen, and I think we're seeing that now in this heads-up battle, how much more heads-up experience Lorela probably has.
So 2.5 million. Tepi makes the call. We're going to the river. Queen or a diamond for the win. It's the deuce of spades, so 9's still good. Gets checked to showdown, and that's going to give Neen the advantage once again.
Absolutely. Yeah, quite I know I would. Just don't want to be get ready, you know.
Quite a nice hand, actually, there from Neen, finding that value bet on the turn. You know, recognizing that Tepi's probably not going to be leading a ton of 10s on the flop necessarily, more like a 7 or a draw. And correctly value betting with 2 overs on the board on the turn, getting that 2.5 million. So now taking back the chip lead ever so slightly as we see Johnston on the rail with his friends.
Mark Johnson telling his buddies, yeah, I'm waiting for Griffin Benja to arrive. He said he was going to hug me.
I'm going to get that hug. Coming for you, Johnston.
Someone was commenting that the trophy's not quite center and it was tilting them. I like the idea that the trophy should move towards the player with the chip advantage, and the greater your chip advantage, the closer the trophy gets to you.
Yeah, that's good. Although if the trophy is off center, I think it should be tilting you.
Very good.
It's okay.
4, 7.
Neen extending his advantage. Queen Jack versus King 8, unraised pre, we go to the flop.
Yeah, I like Ninh mixing it up here with a limp. Uh-oh. Actually a flop that's not that bad for Ninh. Still have 25% equity, could have hit that 7 or that queen.
1.5 million apiece to the river. It's the queen.
Wow, wow, wow.
It is a straight. Meanwhile, Tepi with 3 pair, which as we all know, ties with trips, but is beaten by a straight.
Yeah, I don't see, I mean, I see a little reason to bet. You can get value from, you know, a queen or a jack, maybe a hero 9. You set the price against an 8. A king will probably still raise you with this paired board, but you do make the decision pretty easy once you do get raised when you make this blocker bet. That looks like a raising face.
I mean, I appreciate the board is paired, but you've got to raise this, right?
Well, if you deduce that your opponent, also the other thing is you block the 8 as well, so it's kind of just this, I think this thought process of like, well, if I'm probably not going to get called by worse, do I want to bother risking the off chance he is, you know, does have something like 10-9, Jack 10, but yeah, too strong, is going to raise, which I definitely would do myself. I like the sizing too. Now you have to ask yourself, is Ninh the kind of animal that's going to have 5-7 of clubs here and decide to raise this small bet?
He's certainly capable.
Exactly, and that's why it's so important to have these kind of gears where there is this perception that you're not always just going to have it in a spot like this. And that's why these styles often do so well in tournament poker. I mean, this is a really tough spot for Tepi. Of course, you are also losing to all the full houses. I think it's unlikely that Ninh checks back on the flop with a 10-9 or a Jack 10. Near impossible, so we're not really worried about the 10.
Winning hand.
And does make the call, and is given the bad news.
I have king and 8 as well, just in case.
Adds 11 million to his stack and puts a lot of distance between them now.
Yeah.
Easy game.
And the bombastic, antagonistic bellowing of Ninh continues. I mean, he's quite a colorful character. Always a treat to follow someone like this.
Stacking those chips.
Still a lot of poker to be played, but he does feel like a man of destiny, like we're watching his movie.
Ooh.
Blinds are up, by the way, 800,000, 1.6 million.
Yeah, which is going to leave Tepi with under 20 big blinds at 29 million. I think he's going to know exactly what to do with this stack size, but he has a pretty tough task.
Yeah. Starts the hand with 18 bigs. He's playing 28.6 million. Ninh has 68.4 million, 43 bigs.
He has a couple of different options here. Can certainly just raise, hope to find the portion of Tepe's range that is the limp folds. Could also just shove for 20 big blinds, to be honest, for 18 effective, but a little more high variance. Is gonna find that raise. And the only problem, the only problem with using this combination is it's a hand you really want to see a flop with, and there are going to be some limp shoves from Tepe, and I think Ninh is realizing that this is a bit of a misstep. Couldn't resist himself, just felt entitled to this pot. A street or two too early.
No, not that much, 28.
28.
I'm pretty sure you're on a small pair, but like it's gonna be a flip.
So it's not the worst assumption.
Then
as we
it's
get
your
that.
chance to cut this off.
And you can tell that, you know, I said that they don't like.
You don't want me to call.
You said it.
They kind of don't like each other, you know? It's good. It's good stuff. I'll shut up and let them talk, but these guys...
The last time you limb I raise, you fold. So you think this time you limb I raise, you can number on top of it. I don't believe it. I think a flipping situation.
I mean, even if he's right, and then he's still going to do this with his ace eights and ace tens. You know, king jacks and king queens.
So 28, yeah? So I just wanted to know exactly what he have. Plus that. So now he might have 44. So with a 96, so I have like 60 something.
Still a huge chip advantage. Ninh first to act here. Ace king.
3.5.
Machi.
8-5 of clubs for Tepe.
Yeah, going to be good enough to call here. You're not thrilled. Well, actually, no, the blinds have gone up to 16. I was going to say that this was a 3x, but of course, we are at the 160K level.
Oh, wow. Flush draw for the fin.
Hello.
Right now, ace high is still the best hand.
And again, with the leading strategy.
What's the ultimate action card here? The ace of clubs. The raise from Ninh, and with this draw, Tepe cannot fold.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I think a lot of players would just elect to call here, thinking your ace king high is going to be good sometimes. Oh my God.
Decides not to mess about, gets it in.
And I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like a flush draw to me. You know, this would be a very obscure line to take with a 10. It would be a poor line to take with something like a 3 or a 4. So that's exactly what's going on in Nin's head here. This could be a flip. And I've already put in 7 million chips in this pot. Now this is part of the problem with raising, is that now you're in this spot and you don't know what to do. And this is 2 hands in a row now where I think Nin's strategy is getting exposed a little bit. And the problem with making this hero call is that when you are right, I mean, look at the odds. And if you're wrong, you're quite a bit behind. And this is one of the worst flush draws that Tepe could have, right? If he has the 5-7 of clubs, the 5-6 of clubs, the deuce 5 of clubs, you're behind by, 10+%. Now, if he saw what Tepe had, he'd put the money in, but that's not how this game works. I petitioned, but no. You don't get to see the other guy's cards until you put all of their money in. Those be the rules. Yeah, gotta do it.
Lays it down.
And close to even now.
Yeah.
80.
53 million for Niin, 44 million for Tepe.
Numerot oli oikein. Maa saattoi olla väärin. Saattoi olla.
You know, it'd be really badass is if they got all in, like pretty much even for the tournament, and then Heaton said to him, "Good luck and finish." The whole time he spoke finish. He knew every word he was saying. That's like my favorite trope in movies. The person understands the language. Because that's big information. He probably said to his rail exactly what he had, right? In a different language. Usually we have a English only at the table policy, but that's more in situations between players. This is obviously a very unique situation.
A limp with Queen Deuce. 9-6 in the big for Niin.
Niin clearly an individual of great resilience, is going to fight through this, but starting with a 2.2x with the 9-6 off, yeah, I think he's showing his inexperience a little bit in this heads-up format, and he has underestimated his opponent. Shunned him at the first deal discussion, and is now really seeing what he's made of. Correctly calling with Queen Deuce. If Niin is the charismatic, trash-talking character, Tepe is the composed, underestimated, and might be surprise winner.
$4.7 million. The bet with 9 high. Queen high still ahead.
Just doesn't buy it. And it's remarkable too, because the sizing pre-flop, it doesn't feel particularly weak, right? If you're going to raise a weak hand, you want to make it something like 3.5, maybe even over 4x. But he still doesn't buy what Niin is selling, and this is going to be a huge swing pot. Look at what's in the middle here, James. 22 million. That is at least going to be added to either stack, either jumping Tepe up to 56 or Niin up to 64, and that's if no more chips go in the middle. And I don't know about you, that don't look like a check-in face to me. That might be. You'd love to have a spade in your hand here, sort of as a blocker to find more bluffs. Finding yourself at the river with one of the worst hands you can have.
Okay, he's going to take a stab at it. And I'll tell you what, Griffin, I will be very impressed if we see a Queen high hero call.
Well, I will also say, there is a version of this story where Tepe just shoves as well. It has backdoored in spades. He has the Queen of Spades blocker. sure his opponent might just snap him off with a king and it'll be over, but might be able to get him to fold a hand that happens to be better.
Makes the call. Heroes with queen high, and he is right. Torila.
That's who you're dealing with.
And what a chip advantage now. Almost a 2-to-1 chip lead for Teppi.
Wow. And a nod of surprise and I think a little bit of respect, maybe realizing that he underestimated the gentleman sitting across from him, because that was some high-level poker, the most incredible hand at this Irish Open. I am not the man you thought I was.
And Seba pointing out, interesting, Neen didn't say easy game after that hand.
Yeah, that feels like the death blow, but man, I'm telling you, he's still got 20 big blinds. There's a lot of poker left. And these are the mistakes that Neen is making heads up. Listen, don't chase it here, man. But if you are going to continue, I mean, I don't know. I think you are supposed to continue and sort of limp with a lot of your range. At 9-4, you know, you might want to mix in some folds.
Well, Teppi's got his hand. I was going to say 8 high, but now it's a pair of 5s. However, it's a straight for Neen.
And this is a value bet from Teppi, trying to get some value from some king highs or some 6Xs,
yeah,
maybe some 3s or 2s. Of course, recognizing that sometimes he is going to be beat, but not super often. And is actually even going to go for that blocker bet, blocker slash value, fires in 3 million into 8. And with the dynamic between these two gentlemen, I mean, how is Teppi going to react to a potential raise? The diamonds have bricked. The hearts, even more relevant, having come in on the turn, have bricked. This raise from Neen is going to be very interesting, because as much as Teppi's calls have been impressive, they've also been quite frequent. We haven't seen a ton of big folds, and I don't think Teppi ever really believes what Neen is selling, right? I mean, we saw a couple calls earlier. The King Jack on the 8-6-5-5-4 board, for instance, or 8-6-3 board.
11.5.
This is the sort of rogue effect of Neen as well, is that, okay, if he's trying to tell me he has a 4, why would he snap check the flop? Wouldn't he bet some of the time? Would he just call if I bet on the turn with a straight? Probably. But the flop play, I think, might be a bit befuddling for Teppi as well. This is a really, really big spot.
I don't know, Neen's showing a lot of strength on this river.
How dialed in is Taro Larilli? Just played so brilliantly heads up here, but because we're playing so shallow, these hands are just so important. And the momentum will fly all the way back across the table if you can't find the fold. And if you're watching this and you're asking yourself, well, why doesn't he just fold? He only has a 5. Well, there it is. You know, he just called queen high, and it was correct. So when you get a pair of 5s, it feels like aces. What an epic battle.
There come the blinds are up now. 1 million, 2 million with it.
Oh, blinds up again. We've hit the 1 million, 2 million level, Griff.
Feels like a finishing level, I'll be honest with you.
Do we pause the clock for the change or we keep going?
Please.
I don't know. Just keep
And the stacks are getting shallow. Advantage, Tero Laurila with 27 big blinds. Hiep playing 20 big blinds. 56 million plays 42 million. Yeah, 20 bigs effective.
1 million, 2 million, 2 million.
Does kind of feel that this could be, I mean, if not this level, then definitely the level after.
Calling my shot. It's this level.
Okay.
Seating calls. Option.
Jack 6, the hand for Ninh.
And calling back to the principle we discussed earlier with these, learning his lesson, not raising these suited cards that play pretty decently post-flop heads up. Don't want to get shoved on again. Respecting Tepe's limps now.
Ace high flop, ace 7 deuce on board.
C2 checks. C8 bets 3 million.
Half pot here on the larger size than what we've seen. I think Ninh is going to think that this jack high might be good some of the time. You're still backdoor to those clubs, but it's so much easier when your opponent bets a smaller amount.
I'm going to say that based on what we've seen from Tepe, just because he limped the button, I don't think we can exclude aces from his range.
Very true.
Ninh calls the 3 million.
Yeah, we've seen Ninh bet call flops with king high and call, queen high and call, so yeah, I don't think he's just going to fold there.
Okay, Ninh now pairs his jack. Could be the best hand.
Yeah, this is either a very good or very bad turn card for Hiep Ninh, because now if Tepe wants to get Ninh off of a 7 or a deuce or a queen or king high, he's going to bet this pretty hard.
5 million.
And now your hand has improved to a jack, and you can definitely, it's good if he's bluffing. It's bad if he has an ace plus.
I don't know. I don't think this is a bluff.
There's the lovely Laura Cornelius in the background, shining bright.
I suspect a pair of jacks is no good in this spot. Let's see what happens on the river. Let's see if this hand goes to showdown.
Yeah, the sizing didn't feel very bluffy, did it? Kind of felt like a, hey, stick around, huh? Hey, it's just like 35%. What are you gonna fold? You don't want to fold your 7 or your turn jack. And as much as I wish I knew what Tepe had, there is a little fun in the mystery every now and then.
There is. And I don't know why, I just have this sneaking suspicion.
You want to know why, James? Because you have good instincts.
It just feels top
gotta
pairy. It feels like an ace. Well, he sure as hell ain't checking back an ace.
No.
10 million.
C8 bets 10 million.
That's a third of Nihn's remaining chips.
Call. Call. C2.
Calls. What's Tepe going to table? Ace 9. He limped the button with ace 9 and got maximum value betting all 3 streets, Griff.
James, if you don't become a professional poker player one of these days, you're wasting your talents. And absolutely milked him, got every last cent. Nin didn't even consider folding. And that is, of course, the trap of this aggressive play style. Never believing your opponents. It's going to get you in trouble when they start making hands.
Well, this is the biggest chip lead Tepi has had throughout this tournament, let alone this heads-up battle. And you kind of feel that Nin is on the ropes now. You kind of feel that Tepi is in a position to deliver the knockout blow.
It's 2-2.
And keep Nin thinking right now, I wasn't familiar with your game. That's the Shaq meme. I'm not sure if you're familiar, James. Just, you know, the kids, Gen Z, we love our memes.
Nin has just shoved.
Yeah, that's going to be a call for me, dog.
10 big blinds with 8-7. Tepi calls with Queen Jack.
All in on the call. The all-in player.
7-8 off.
Hiep is all in with 7-8 off. Called by Tiro with Queen Jack of Spades.
Just an absolute.
The all-in player has 8-7. Called by Queen Jack of Spades.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. This is the Irish Open. We're going to see a flop in a couple of moments. All-in player 8-7, called by Queen Jack of Spades. Queen 9-2.
Easy game. Say it.
Zero takes the lead with Queen with a jack kicker. Ladies and gentlemen, with just the river to go, we now have a... One Queens on the river, ladies and gentlemen, the Irish Open champion for 2024. Please put together for Tiro Larilla!
Torilla!
Congratulations to you, sir. Tremendous performance. Pete, we'd like to also answer what a tremendous performance by you. Tiro, Irish Open champion, how does it feel?
Can I curse?
Okay.
Fucking awesome.
That's what we want to hear. Tiro, for me, the big change, what really changed everything in your favour, that absolute wonderful call with Queen High. I think for me on the final table there, the Queen High call. Give me a little bit of your thought process behind it.
I think my thought process is I usually play pot limit Omaha, and when I have two cards, Queen High feels like a good hand. So that's my thought process.
Well, I think that thought process changed the whole game for you. And on behalf of everybody here, I'm sure I speak for your fan club here. These guys have been railing you all day. Well done to the two guys. I have to say, the two guys here rail you all day. We got these extra guys just coming in at the last minute. I don't know where they came from. But on behalf of the organisers, on behalf of everybody here, you now have become part of the Irish Open history. Your picture, your name will be on that big board that you see as you walk in here. You're going to be 2024 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our champion one more time. Give him a big round of applause. Tiro Larilla, you are Irish Open champion for this year. Congratulations to you, sir. Thank you. We're going to be back to you in a couple of moments with the official presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Irish Open for 2024 as far as the main event is concerned. I'm sure I speak for Mr. Paul O'Reilly and JP McCann, where we'd like to thank each and every one of our players for coming along and joining and making this festival bigger and better each and every year. To all the guests who've come from all different countries, 55 countries represented this year, we wish you a safe journey home when you eventually go home, and thank you for your continued support, and we want to see you all again next year for this wonderful, wonderful event that just keeps on getting better and better. 5 minutes time, we're going to have the official presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our main event winner, let's hear it one more time for Tiro! Come on! Come on! Tyrrell. We're just going to get everything ready.
The Irish Open main event trophy is going back to Finland. The man they call Tepi, the YouTuber and PLO player, Tero Laurila, is the Irish Open main event champion. So remember, they did do a deal three-handed, and at that point, Hiep Ninh had a lot more chips. So he actually makes more money, Griffin, than any other player. 334,979. That's basically the 310K he locked up in the deal, and then the extra 25 and change he got for second. So Laurila gets the extra 80K, sorry, extra 60K on top of what he got in the deal, 292,685 euros. In the grand scheme of things, yes, there's a difference, not a huge difference between first and second, but you could also see on his face there what it meant to win this.
There's only one player that came out of that feels like a winner. It's the one holding the trophy that won all of the chips. Certainly, you know, the money's nice. The extra 35, 40 grand is going to be really, really great for Hiep Ninh. But you can see it. He was wearing it on his face. He really wanted to win, and you know, just a couple of mistakes heads up, and just a real masterclass from the eventual champion, Tepi. It's just really an amazing final table.
And worth highlighting that it was Tepi who came into today. Remember, we started with 14 players today. He came in as chip leader. Now, he lost that chip lead pretty early on. And when we got down to the final table after what felt like only a couple of hours, he was actually one of the shorter stacks. But he played a survival game. He laddered, and he got himself into a position to then get heads up against Ninh. And I think it was clear that Ninh was a little bit outclassed in that heads-up battle, and Tepi was a very deserving winner.
Yeah, I mean, one word, subscribe. I mean, I'm subscribing to that YouTube channel. This guy clearly knows what he's doing, and you know, we've been seeing the big fan base, just the huge influx of Finnish fans and his other fans all around the world, and I can see why. Clearly, he's got the swagger, he's got the skills, and it's an incredible win.
And what a fantastic run out on the board. It was hashtag death by quads in the end for Hiep Ninh, who played a phenomenal game and has entertained us enormously over the last 48 hours. And he walks away with a huge amount of money. And then congratulations to everyone else who made the final table. To make the final 9 from a starting field of 3,233 entries is no small achievement.
No, not at all. I mean, he was ultimately the star of the show, and we love when we get colorful characters like Hiep Ninh. But, you know, in the final hour, Tepi just stole it right away from him, and it's, you know, that's the nature of this game, and sometimes that's just the way it goes down.
So Phil highlighted we are going to have the winner's presentation in just a moment. I can see Paul O'Reilly and JP McCann from the Irish Open and Cedric Bilot from PokerStars holding that trophy, ready to present it to our main event champion. After 4 very long days of play, after that record-breaking starting field of 3,233 entries, we are down to 1. We have our champion, we have our winner. So let's go down to the floor, back to Phil Baker for the winner's presentation to close out this year's edition of the Irish Open here at the RDS in Dublin.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the trophy to the winner of the Irish Open Main Event 2024, our event organisers, Mr. JP McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly. One more time, everybody, please get behind our new champion. Please put your hands together for Tero Laurila! Tero, absolutely fantastic performance. And also, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Hiep, our runner-up. What a great performance from Hiep, who finished in second place. Well done to Hiep as well for this runner-up position. But I know the Finnish nation are renowned for getting crazy. Lads, get behind your guy. Let's one more time. Irish Open champion! Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the organisers, congratulations to everybody who cashed. Well done to all event winners for this fabulous weekend and week of poker. From JP, from Paul, we hope to see you all again next year. A safe journey home to you all if you're traveling afar. From everybody here, from dealers, from floor staff, TDs, all the staff here at the ODS, thank you for your participation. We want to see you all back in 2025. Can you be main event champion next year? We'll find out. Goodbye, everybody. Safe journey home, and thank you from everybody at the Irish Open.
Thank you very much, Phil Baker. Great work as our MC at this year's Irish Open. That draws a line under this festival. It draws a line under our live coverage from this amazing poker tournament. It's been a fun 4 days. At this point, I'd like to thank everyone who was involved in the production of this live stream, including our extended cast of commentators over the last 4 days. Special big shout out to our friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton. Get well soon, buddy. Hopefully you're back in time for the podcast that we'll be recording on Thursday, releasing on Friday, which will be our Irish Open 2024 wrap-up show. And of course, Griffin, you'll rejoin us in Monte Carlo for our next live stream. We'll kick off our live coverage of the European Poker Tour later this month. But for now, from everyone here at the Irish Open, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Dublin.